Chapter 74. Lower City District, Underground Street, Sunset Pub. You really should have gone to take a look the day before yesterday. It was really crowded, especially when the second prince appeared. I could not help but shout along with him, "Hey boy, watch where you're going." A 10-year-old boy carrying a bag full of potatoes squeezed past the fat and fierce Edmund with a bitter expression. Edmund snorted and turned his head back to continue fiddling with the food on his plate. Hee, you don't know, right? The new prince's name is Thales. It's exactly the same name as that black-haired rascal who always came here to freeload. Boy, why are you turning your head back? What does the prince have to do with you? Get back to work. I heard that the philandering Kessel wants to use his life to make peace with Ekstedt. Today, everyone in the market is talking about this. Everyone is filled with righteous indignation, saying that the suzerains of Constellation are all good-for-nothings who can't protect the country, and that the royal family has sacrificed too much for Constellation. Bah, that Jade-Star royal family that only produces lunatics. You don't know, 12 years ago, I was in front of the palace gate. In front of Edmund was a young girl in tight trousers and a sleeveless coat. She was bored to death and was fiddling with her short brown hair. She leaned against the food delivery window between the front desk and the kitchen, looking as if she had nothing to live for. The face of this nimble and valiant brown-haired girl twitched. She gritted her teeth and said, "I say, before you tear it into pieces, are you going to give me that plate of steak or not?" Edmund raised his head with a furious expression. He glared at the female bartender of Sunset Pub, Jayla Charlton, and pushed the steak in his hand towards her. Jayla turned around and passed the steak to the timid little girl with a scar on her face outside the front desk. Behind her, Edmund snorted. "What kind of attitude is this? I just want to have a chat with you, to enlighten you so that you can forget about that golden-haired, green-skinned, heartless man." Jayla rolled her eyes fiercely. Her delicate face was as long as the surface of a pen. She turned her head and replied angrily, "Damn fatty. If you bring this up again, I will give your dream lover." Hey. The plump chef Edmund's expression changed drastically. He raised his chubby hand and slapped the delivery window twice. "You're going to fall out with me just because of a disagreement? I'm just concerned about my cute niece's relationship progress. You know, the most important thing for two people is to have a common language. If a gangster bartender and a police officer get together..." Jayla could not take it anymore and punched the bar counter. "Everyone listen up," Jayla shouted in a loud and gruff voice, attracting the gazes of all the customers. "My 41-year-old uncle, the chef of Sunset Pub, Edmund Scorch, loves the woman he loves the most in his life." At that moment, Edmund sucked in a breath of air like a pet cat with its fur standing on end. Before Jayla could reveal the name, the fat chef roared with all his might, "That's right." "Stop." Jayla shut her mouth and looked at him with disdain. She said disdainfully, "Single dog, coward, unrequited love." Edmund glared at his niece dejectedly and said embarrassedly, "That's right. There are no more potatoes. I'm going to restock." Cinti, who was carrying another bag full of potatoes, watched Edmund leave the kitchen with a puzzled expression. "There are no more potatoes? Then what am I carrying?" At that moment, a boy with his right hand wrapped in a piece of cloth stumbled in with a panicked expression. Here. With a long face and a swollen head, Ryan pounced on the bar counter. The poor child was hugged by the surprised Cinti. Jayla's expression darkened and she put down the rag in her hand. Coria, who had just returned from delivering food, raised her head to look at the entrance and could not help but tremble. With a pale face, she watched a dozen fierce-looking men dressed in black rudely push aside the customers who blocked their way and slowly walk into the pub. The noisy pub instantly fell silent. "Go to the kitchen." Jayla extended her hand to the side of her leg and calmly said to the 3 child beggars. However, 2 thugs dressed in black walked out from the dozen of people. They looked hostile and blocked the entrance from the bar counter to the kitchen. The 3 child beggars cowered and hid by Jayla's side. "What is the meaning of this?" Jayla angrily asked. "This is Sunset Pub. This is not Black Street. Even Morris would not dare to behave atrociously here." However, the thugs were unmoved. They only walked to every corner of the pub with indifferent expressions, as if they were standing guard. One of the thugs, who looked like a tough guy, took out a single-sided axe from behind his back. Under the angry and fearful gazes of a few customers, his expression was cold as he swung the axe with one hand. He chopped at a table. Asterisk bang. Asterisk, the huge force smashed the table in half and sent it flying. Many customers covered their heads in panic, trying to block the flying shards. The resolute axeman turned his head coldly and said loudly to the others in the pub, "The Brotherhood is doing business. The Brotherhood has business. Get lost." The customers in the pub recognized the identity of these people and whose subordinates they were. Thunder Axe, Asku, one of the 13 generals of the Brotherhood. They were the tough guys who were in charge of smuggling arms across borders. Many people stood up without hesitation and left the pub as if they were fleeing. At that moment, a silver bolt of lightning flew towards Asku at an extremely fast speed. It was a flying knife with a strange arc. Sunset Pub's famous wolf limb knife. Asku's expression changed. He swung his axe and knocked away the flying knife just in time. Asterisk ding. Asterisk, but Asku's body trembled. He was shocked to find that the flying knife had a strange power that vibrated and transmitted to his hand. He could not help but freeze. Asku gritted his teeth to resist the tremor. What is this? An even faster slender figure had already grabbed another knife and was flying towards him from the bar counter at an extremely fast speed. Sniper knife. It went straight for his throat. Asku's pupils shrank while he was still frozen in place. He could not dodge it, but the expected splatter of blood and flesh did not come. Jayla gritted her teeth and watched in disbelief as the knife she was supposed to cut into Asku's throat was held tightly by a hand wearing an iron glove. The owner of the iron glove was a middle-aged man with a face full of scars. He stood beside Jayla, and at the critical moment, he pinched the Charlton family's instant kill knife. I still remember that as a Charlton who gave up on his family's profession, "You are just a useless ordinary class," the scarred middle-aged man said coldly. "If it were not for the reversed machete, you would not even have the chance to be a bartender here. The Brotherhood does not accept trash. But judging from the strange tremor on your knife, you have unknowingly become a super-class elite." The middle-aged man let go of the knife in his hand and snorted. "It seems that the killings and battles in Red Street Market have improved you. As expected, the people of the Charlton family can only improve their skills by bathing in blood." Jayla took a step back with a face full of anger. She gritted her teeth and looked at the great enemy in front of her. Damn it. After Red Street Market, she had clearly improved so much. She had reached superclass and mastered strange tremor. But why was this guy able to catch her instant kill knife? The remaining customers whispered among themselves and left dejectedly. One of them looked puzzled and wanted to argue, but he was immediately pulled away by another customer who knew the situation. They recognized the middle-aged man with a face full of scars. He was one of the 6 powerhouses of the Brotherhood. He was second only to Crownless Fist, Senza in the arms smuggling business. Ironheart, Shanda Rhoda. He was also Quide Rhoda's father. Jayla secretly gritted her teeth. The customers did not hesitate and immediately ran away. You do not have to wonder why I could catch your knife. There is never a certainty in a battle. The so-called division between ordinary class and superclass is just a saying. Rhoda, who looked ferocious because of the scar, snorted softly. He did not even look at Jayla. Asku looked at Jayla with a face full of indignation. He put the axe back on his back and pulled out a chair for Rhoda. Due to various reasons, it is very normal for people of the same class to be crushed by one side, or for people of different classes to be evenly matched. Rhoda, whose face was full of scars, casually sat down on the chair. He crossed his arms and looked at the female bartender, who looked as if she was facing a great enemy. When I was young, I even saw a super-class swordsman. In a battle where the disparity in strength was so great that it was almost impossible for him to win. He killed 2 supreme-class elites. What? Jayla's pupils shrank. Rhoda looked at the shocked Jayla and said with a smile, "That was the battle where the person I admired the most became famous." Faced with that kind of encirclement and that kind of enemy, I thought I was going to die there, until he raised his sword. So, from then on, I no longer believed in any absolute division of strength. Even supreme class elites could be killed like pigs. Rhoda leaned forward. There was a thoughtful and serious look on his scarred face. Then why is it impossible for my useless son to be killed by a few child beggars? Jayla furrowed her eyebrows and looked at Rhoda in surprise. He really came. The three children behind her shrunk even more. Jayla subconsciously took a step to the side and blocked the three children. She raised the knife in her hand. Now, are you sure you still want to use your knife in front of me, little girl? Rhoda exhaled and smiled in satisfaction. The female bartender glanced at Oskar and the dozen strong men around him from the corner of her eyes. She knew that this was the elite team in the Brotherhood who were in charge of smuggling firearms. She could not fight against them. Jayla gritted her teeth and stabbed the wolf limb blade in her right hand into the table by the side. Damn it. What should I do? So, this is the original form of the reversed machete? The middle-aged man with the scar looked at the strange curve of the wolf limb blade. He used the iron glove on his right hand to rub the 4 rings on his left hand and said slowly, "The legendary assassin of the Brotherhood changed his weapon because of the creativity of a little girl like you. In just a few years, he even changed his nickname. How rare." "I call it the wolf limb blade," Jayla said coldly. She looked like she was trying to chase him away. "What does it matter? No matter how famous the name of the weapon is, it doesn't matter." Rhoda laughed softly. "The key lies in the person who uses it. In your hands, this knife can only cut meat, but in the hands of the reversed machete, it can break through layers of defense and kill the previous Duke of Iris Flowers of Constellation." Jayla furrowed her brows and looked at the middle-aged man with the scar in front of her. "Let's get down to business," Jayla said coldly. The old man doesn't like people interrupting his business. Shanda Rhoda, a terrifying existence among the 6 powerhouses of the Brotherhood, sneered. "Do you think you can scare me with the reversed machete?" Jayla did not answer, but she felt a chill in her heart. The other party came prepared. "You know, I don't usually care much about my own son. I don't even know if he's a child born from a prostitute. Besides, he's a piece of trash." Rhoda snorted. "That's why I don't really care whether he lives or dies." Rhoda raised his head and exercised the joints in his neck. "But since he took my surname and is working in the Brotherhood, in that case, I will not tolerate someone using his life to challenge my authority." Rhoda's words were sinister. "I can't tolerate someone who bears the blood debt of the Rhoda family not receiving the punishment he deserves either." Jayla furrowed her brows. She looked around her again. "What should I do? When will Edmund return? What about the old man?" "It took me some time to track him down to this place," Rhoda said flatly. "I broke more than 10 child beggars, and only then did I find out that the most suspicious murderer might be hiding in Sunset Pub." Rhoda's gaze fell on the 3 children. Coria was so frightened that she immediately cried. Jayla gritted her teeth and thought of Thal's words. She took a step forward and said loudly, "They have nothing to do with your son's death. There's a missing boy, and he's the real murderer who killed Quide." Rhoda laughed out loud, and the scar on his face trembled. "I know. This brat with a broken arm also said the same thing. Thal's, right? He has the same name as the new prince. Then the question is, where did he go?" Jayla took a deep breath and forced herself to forget about that night in Red Street Market. "You shouldn't have asked me." Rhoda narrowed his eyes. "Then why are you protecting these 3 child beggars so tightly? Does Sunset Pub really need 3 child beggars who can't even lift a plate to operate?" "That's my business," Jayla pursed her lips and said. Unexpectedly, Rhoda raised his eyebrows and nodded. "That's true." While Jayla was puzzled, Shanda Rhoda leaned back nonchalantly and waved at his subordinates. "So, I guess you won't mind. Leave all these runaways to me?" Before Jayla could react, Rhoda's subordinates stepped forward without hesitation. Amidst the cries and kicks of the 3 children, the thugs coldly separated them and roughly carried them on their shoulders. "Sister Jayla," Coria cried, but her mouth was covered by a thug. Cinty's arm was held behind his back, and he groaned in pain. Ryan only shivered and allowed the thugs to subdue him. Jayla glared angrily. "You!" The agitated female bartender suddenly pulled out the knife on the table. As her figure moved, the swift killing knife, which had forced the bald Sven to surrender and beg for mercy in Red Street Market, was resolutely unsheathed. Her target was Rhoda. But before she could move the knife a foot further, Rhoda's body did not move. He stretched out his arm. The gauntlet firmly gripped her knife again. As if a mamba snake had its weak spot seized, Jayla's swift figure instantly froze. Jayla looked at the indifferent Rhoda in shock. She felt as if there was a huge rock hanging on the knife in her hand. She had to hold it with all her might to prevent it from falling out of her hand. At that moment, the female bartender's expression was extremely unpleasant. Impossible. The swift killing knife, which is known for its speed, ingenuity, and dexterity, was actually. "Don't force me, young lady," Rhoda said flatly. "We are both superclasses, but when it comes to fighting, I have 100 ways to effortlessly defeat you." Jayla watched in disbelief as the wolf limb blade in her hand was forcefully bent by Rhoda. The gauntlet loosened and let go of the deformed wolf limb blade. But immediately after, the blade of an axe blocked Jayla's throat. "This time, you won't have a chance." Oschok's eyes burned with fighting spirit. Jayla bit her lip and looked at the enemies who seemed to have the intention to surround her. She said angrily, "This is Sunset Pub. You are challenging the old man's authority." Rhoda stood up coldly. "Listen up, young lady." Anger and hatred appeared in his eyes. "I respect your family name and the owner of this pub. This is why I have not touched a single hair on you. I have already shown my greatest friendship and goodwill, as well as my respect for the reversed machete." Jayla raised her head indignantly. "But you can't," but Rhoda roared and interrupted her. "Enough with the nonsense." Jayla was stunned for a second. With a ferocious expression, Rhoda walked in front of her and stared down at her. "Do you think I don't know that you are related to my son's death? Hundreds of people saw him come to your pub, and you crippled one of his hands." "He knows?" Under great pressure, Jayla's breathing quickened. "I don't care how he was schemed against." Rhoda exhaled and laughed savagely. "I only plan to get rid of all the people related to his death." The 3 children continued to struggle and kick, but they gradually lost their strength. Rhoda's scarred face twitched, and he said in a terrifying manner, "That's why I have been very lenient toward you. Young lady, you should go and see that Heir Rick. Lance said all sorts of good things for him." Jayla's heart trembled. "So, for the sake of our old friend," Rhoda straightened his clothes and revealed a ferocious smile. "I only dug out one of his eyes and crippled one of his hands." Rhoda's tone became indifferent again. "Don't worry, I am not a murderer, nor am I a sadist. I just have some authority to uphold." Jayla lowered her head. Her heart was filled with bitterness. "What should I do? I don't have any ideas. If you were here, smart little brat, what would you do? Continue with your business. I will compensate for the losses here." Rhoda turned around nonchalantly, stepped over the messy pub, and walked out of the door. "Send my regards to Lord Reversed Machete." Oschok looked at the messy tables and chairs on the floor and nonchalantly threw down a bag of money. "You are very powerful," Thunder Axe said with a cold expression, "but I will definitely be stronger than you." The group left into the distance. Jayla stared at their backs in a daze. Only the 3 children's cries and struggles were left in the air. Jayla clenched her fists and looked at the wolf limb blade in her hand. Her expression was one of struggle. The hand that held the blade began to tremble. The children's sounds gradually faded into the distance until they disappeared. Jayla lowered her head deeply. Asterisk clang. Asterisk the wolf limb blade fell powerlessly. The female bartender of Sunset Pub's knees buckled. She knelt down in the mess on the floor. "Jayla Charlton." The bartender trembled and muttered weakly to herself. "You're terrible." Jayla shut her eyes tightly. She almost crushed the teeth in her mouth. A few tears rolled down her cheeks. I'm sorry, Brett." The tears fell on the floor. I couldn't. Chapter 75. Mindy's Hall. On the training field where snow was falling, a small figure held a heavy and thick wooden sword and shield. As his footsteps intersected with the sword and shield, he deflected the wooden sword of a guard in front of him. Thales panted as he supported himself with the wooden sword. He straightened his body again and shouted, "Again!" His training target, the leader of Mindy's Hall's Jade Star Private Army, Cora, was looking at Thales with a troubled expression. How long has His Highness been like this? On one side of the training field, Count Gilbert Casso asked a Jade Star Private Army soldier beside him with a worried expression. "Since this morning, training has been going on for 3 hours, sir." The guard was equally worried. "And last night, the light in His Highness' study room was lit for the whole night. Sir Cora even asked us to guard the door all night. No matter what happens inside, we have to rush in immediately." Gilbert sighed. After the unusual meeting with the envoy yesterday, the second prince returned to Mindy's Hall. On the other hand, Gilbert received His Majesty's most urgent order to make the most thorough preparations for the prince's diplomatic mission to the north. After all, it would only take a few days for healthy messenger crows to travel back and forth between Eternal Star City and Dragon Cloud City. They could depart at any time. For the whole day yesterday, he, along with a group of officials and suzerains of all sizes, were busy with all sorts of matters, from His Highness' attendance, his travel schedule, the wording of his credentials, and even the aftermath of the Duke of the Northern Territory's imprisonment in the Northern Territory. He only had the time to visit Mindy's Hall now. But what really worried Gilbert was Thales' mental state. After all, not every child could face it calmly when his father used him as a bargaining chip to quell a war. For example, right now, His Highness was probably upset by His Majesty's seemingly heartless decision. Gilbert raised his head and was surprised to see Thales panting heavily. He waved his hand and threw down the sword in his hand. "Rest for a while and go for lunch. I have been training for so long, why didn't you remind me?" Thales waved his hand and said tiredly. The relieved Cora quickly nodded and agreed, while Thales began to untie the shield in his hand. Gilbert took quick steps forward. "Your Highness," the former Foreign Affairs Minister said cautiously, "forgive me for being blunt, but your old injuries have yet to heal. You really shouldn't exhaust your body like this." "Don't worry, Gilbert. Look, my injuries are almost healed." Thales skillfully and swiftly removed the shield on his left side. He exercised his left arm and bared his teeth as he said, "It has only been 3 days. Perhaps I really am some sort of monster." Gilbert was immediately rendered speechless. He said with a sullen face, "Your Highness, please do not let your imagination run wild. All right. After all, this is my own body, and I've lived in this world for a few years." Thales interrupted him and sneered. "Do you think I don't know? This strange physique is most likely due to my mother, who is even more mysterious than a mystic, right?" Thales said with a smile as he carefully observed Gilbert's expression. He looked forward to seeing something from her reaction. Thales had been suspicious ever since he arrived at Mindy's Hall and the king's strange attitude when he talked about his mother. From the strange and mysterious mystic energy to the strange way of thinking in his brain, the flashbacks of memories that came out of nowhere, and the recovery speed of his body that did not seem like that of a human, especially the first and last points, coupled with Lycia's and the king's attitudes, he was almost 100% sure that this was related to the mother he had never met. Theron Joranna, who made the king of a country and the spokesperson of God so afraid that they were unwilling to mention her. What kind of existence was she? Of course, Thales had a conclusion about this a long time ago. He thought about what Yodel said in Mindy's Hall and what Arun said in Renaissance Palace. A family that was entangled with calamities. Thales looked at his 9-pointed star emblem and sighed. His mother could very well be until he was certain, he tried his best not to think in this direction. But he had to find out the answer. From the king and Lycia's strange behavior to his middle name, he did not want to let go of any possible information, even if the results might not be good. Gilbert furrowed his brows deeply. As expected, His Highness has been suspicious since a long time ago. Your Highness, Gilbert exhaled, shook his head and said, "It is not convenient for me to comment on your background, but you must know that you inherited His Majesty's Jade Star bloodline. It also originated from the ancient empire and extended to the final empire. It is the noblest bloodline in human history, the bloodline of the imperial family, the Carluz family. Perhaps this ancient and great bloodline still hides some unknown secrets." Thales sighed. As expected of a diplomat. From his expression to his choice of words, everything is watertight. I can only think of another way to find a little tadpole looking for its mother. All right, don't worry about me thinking too much. Thales sat down while panting and sweating. He shook his boots and poured out the sand inside. Anyway, it is not a bad thing for now. Besides, how can there be a difference in bloodline and race? Hence, the prince said cheerfully, as for my mother, I will find out one day anyway, and my top priority is the country with the dragon flag flying in the north. Gilbert was stunned. He glanced at Cora, who was packing up the training equipment in the distance. He then looked at Thales with a troubled expression. Your Highness, I think that the words His Majesty said when he sent you out yesterday were definitely not what he meant. I know that the king has his own considerations. Thales shook off the last of the sand from his boots and got up from the ground. Gilbert looked at him worriedly. Exactly, so, you do not have to be so, depressed, what? Thales furrowed his brows. But he immediately understood something. Why? The prince turned his head and laughed involuntarily. Did you think that my sword practice just now was because I was giving up on myself or venting my anger? Gilbert raised his eyebrows. My God, Thales slapped his head and smiled bitterly. Hey, since I am going to that unfamiliar country, no matter what, I have to prepare myself. Even though my 7-year-old body cannot do much, at least I have to familiarize myself with the Northland military sword style and learn how to ride a horse. When I encounter danger, at least I will know how to protect myself, right? If I am lucky and manage to cultivate the power of eradication. Gilbert could not help but interrupt him. Your Highness, even in the Tower of Eradication, which has a tradition of special training, the youngest recorded person who awakened the power of eradication early due to a special encounter was 12 years old. Usually, the time of awakening is 16 years old, and 7 years old, Hearing that, Thales laughed awkwardly and dryly. He scratched his head and said in a low voice, embarrassed, Is that so? I thought this was the same as grinding for proficiency. Gilbert still looked at him doubtfully. But, do you really know and understand His Majesty's intentions without any grudges? Are you kidding me? After all, I am also a postgraduate student with the highest ability to withstand pressure. Ahem, I am the second prince with a strong mental fortitude. Thales patted the dust off his body nonchalantly and walked towards the study room, preparing to start lunch and his written homework. Alright, actually, when I heard him say that he wanted to kill me to compensate Extet, I was indeed shocked. But I spent the whole night flipping through documents and looking up information. There was too little information in Mindy's Hall, and the arrangement was not scientific either. At least, I understood some of His Majesty's intentions. Gilbert noticed that when Thales addressed Kessel V, he would either use the term King or His Majesty. He sighed silently in his heart. As expected, does His Highness still hold a grudge against His Majesty's acknowledgement? Thales pinched his aching neck and said with a grimace, Do you want to hear my opinion regarding my trip to Extet? Gilbert bowed slightly in a respectful manner. I am all ears. In the darkness. Marat's unique, hoarse, and aged voice rang out. You let him escape? Raphael's voice was light and bright. Our people also felt that it was very strange. It seemed that the strange doctor had already seen through the trap and returned without hesitation. The assassination team's men pounced on empty air. For the past few days, we have been patrolling the eastern border between Extet and Constellation, which is between the Fries family's lonely old tower and the Trentida family's Reformation tower, but we have not found any traces of Ramon. Marat rested his chin on his hands and muttered, Even though the legacy has been extinct for more than 600 years, a wizard is still a wizard. It is not an exaggeration to overestimate him, but he obviously came prepared. The Black Prophet raised his head slightly. It is impossible for our trap to be empty. He must have helpers. Let's not talk about Black Sword for now. What about the other two great assassins of the Brotherhood? Reversed Machete and Prison Lock Sickle? Or Senza and Rhoda, who are close to Supreme Class? Raphael shook his head helplessly. From the beginning to the end, we did not find any news of Reversed Machete and Prison Lock Sickle appearing nearby. We also did not see any help from the other officers of the Brotherhood, but Raphael frowned slightly. Murat's gaze turned cold. Raphael continued. But in the past week, Anton and Rhoda of the 6 powerhouses have returned to Eternal Star City. Other than Iron Skinlock, who is still in the south, Senza, Rhoda, Lance, Anton and Morris, 5 of the 6 powerhouses have gathered in the capital. Murat raised his hand abruptly and stopped Raphael's report. His expression kept changing. After pausing for a few seconds, the Black Prophet exhaled deeply. The 5 of them have gathered together? Murat closed his eyes and shook his head. I know who Ramon's helper is. It is not someone from the Brotherhood. Raphael looked puzzled. Murat opened his eyes gently. His gaze was sharp. It was the secret room who first leaked the news to us, but the elite assassination team of the kingdom's secret intelligence department found nothing at the border between the two countries. Isn't it obvious? Raphael looked up in realization. Murat was silent for a long time. The Black Prophet chuckled. It seems that Ramon is not a wizard at all. We have been tricked by that old woman in the north again. But it is definitely not without reason that she used fake news to attract our attention. She is helping the Brotherhood, so what is the latter? Trying to hide? Withdraw half of the manpower in the north and focus on investigating the movements of the Brotherhood these few days? The gathering of the 5 of them is definitely not without reason. Murat could not help but laugh. He actually dared to make a deal with Eksted's secret room. That brat Lance is indeed my most outstanding disciple outside of Norfolk. At this moment, a violent noise suddenly came from a cage covered with black cloth beside Raphael's hand. Raphael opened the cage expressionlessly. A fist-sized head that looked like a bird and a rat poked out from inside. Its body was covered in bright red mucus. It opened its mouth with sharp teeth and handed out a piece of paper before quickly retracting it. Murat did not even look at the ferocious, strange and creepy creature. He only stared at Raphael. The latter looked at the small piece of paper and his expression became increasingly pale. Raphael put down the piece of paper. His face was unprecedentedly solemn. We have received reports that the 2 leaders of the 8 psionic warriors of Blood Bottle Gang, Illusory Blade, Catherine and Red Viper, Nikolai, have appeared in Rival City one after another. And 2 days ago, our informants in the neighboring Steel City, he said solemnly, they have found traces of the Blood Mystic. Murat's pupils suddenly shrank. It seems that we have caught a big fish. Murat smiled. Raphael muttered to himself, but to actually hide in Steel City for so many years, did the dwarves in the Hall of Kings Chronicles not find out? Murat closed his eyes and shook his head. Because of the Sunset Goddess, the relationship between the Hall of Kings Chronicles and Empress Helen has worsened over the past 300 years. The Blazing Wind Cannon has also mysteriously fallen into a state of cooldown. They do not even have a single usable legendary anti-mystic equipment. Even if they knew, they could only pretend to be deaf and mute. Raphael frowned and scoffed. Are you sure it's the Blood Mystic? What's the specific report? The Black Prophet gripped his cane tightly and asked solemnly. But he immediately noticed that Raphael only had a sorrowful look on his face and sighed. The young man in white lowered his gaze and spread open the piece of paper. No report, he said solemnly. Murat raised his head abruptly. His sharp gaze pierced straight into Raphael's. He waited for his explanation. The young man in white exhaled and said faintly, the reason why we discovered the Blood Mystic is because, from the City of Steel to Rival City, we have a total of 34 spies. All of them died. Raphael said quietly. Also, flesh and blood were scattered everywhere. Not a single corpse was left intact. It matches our records, the style of the blood mystic. He did not continue. After a while, Murat heaved a deep sigh. It is demonstrating to the Secret Intelligence Department that it can find any one of us at any time outside the capital. As expected, it is that damned, he said hoarsely, homicidal maniac. Chapter 76. Renaissance Palace. Then, a hurried sound came from outside the door. It was the sound of high-heeled leather boots tapping on the stone floor. Bang. The heavy door to the bedroom was pushed open. What's wrong with you? A clear female voice filled with anger rang loudly. The maid who was sweeping by the side was so frightened that she quickly lowered her head and rushed to the door. From the corner of her eye, she saw Jines Bajkovic, His Majesty's lover, the first-grade female official, the once famous lady in the capital, the legendary police officer, and the exciting and undulating life story that could be written into a bard's poetry collection. The valiant and heroic female official stepped into the room angrily and shouted at Kessel V, who was standing in front of the windowsill, "Do you know what you're doing? Do you want to murder your own son so badly?" In front of the window, Kessel V Jade Star slowly turned around as he looked at the king who was surrounded by the people in Renaissance Palace. "As a king, I have to do this. That's all," the dignified voice answered. Slap. A resounding slap rang out behind him. The maid did not dare to dawdle anymore. She retreated from the room, drenched in cold sweat. "He is not only a prince, but also your bloodline. He is not the mastermind who destroyed the Jade Star royal family and harmed Constellation." Jines was furious. She did not seem to be aware that she had just given the Supreme King of Constellation a hard slap. Kessel V touched his face that was slapped. He was in a daze. The valiant and imposing limited-time police officer from the past appeared before his eyes. And their first meeting. That was also a slap, was it not? But the Supreme King still came back to his senses and said nonchalantly, "What a coincidence." Yodel said something similar to that boy. "That boy?" Jines looked at the king in disbelief. "That is your only son." "Yes, my only son." Kessel's eyes shone with a complicated look. He took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. "So, I have chosen the best path for him, the training that an heir of the kingdom must endure." "Training?" Jines struggled between her brows as she looked at the strong man before her. Kessel V took a deep breath and a cold glint appeared in his eyes. Without experiencing true hell, how can one be qualified to be a true king? Jines' heart trembled. Jines heaved a deep sigh. *CK, there are some things we have to learn to get used to, and even forget. The king sneered expressionlessly. "Is that so?" He took a step forward and looked straight at Jines. "I heard from Gilbert that you encountered assassins on your way to Renaissance Palace. Can you really get used to or even forget those things?" Jines shuddered violently and looked at Kessel with a complicated expression. Jines lifted her trembling hand and placed it on Kessel's shoulder. She stroked his swollen face and said in pain and desolation, "C, you can't live in the past forever." She gritted her teeth and said, "Please." Kessel V's entire body trembled. As he looked at Jines' watery gaze and pleading gaze, a sour feeling rose in his heart. "The past is history," he answered quietly. "All I see is the future." "The past? The future? Really?" Jines gritted her teeth lightly. A young and adorable boy appeared before her eyes. She felt a sour feeling in her eyes and almost cried. The king looked at Jines and unknowingly clenched his fists. "As for that man, Thales." The king gritted his teeth and closed his eyes. "You do not have to worry about him. I will prepare everything for him. Everything that a Jade Star needs. He will definitely not become the next Lydia or Luther." Jines' hand trembled. She lowered her head slightly and revealed a desolate smile. "You know, for the past 20 years, I have experienced countless interrogations and seen countless gazes." She gently wrapped her arms around Kessel's waist and snuggled into the king's wide embrace. The female official said desolately, All of you jade stars, be it Midier, Horus, or King Adi, their eyes were always filled with vigilance, world-weariness, and struggle, regardless of whether it was towards the world or themselves. No. She leaned against the king's chest and continued with a pained expression. After that year, your eyes were also filled with that color. When Kessel heard the names of his 2 elder brothers and the late king, there was sorrow in his eyes. But his eyes are different. I can feel that he is different from all of you, even if this is so unusual in a 7-year-old boy. The king sighed. The king sighed. That's because that boy hasn't experienced what I've experienced, Gines quietly said, even if his mother was that kind of existence. At that moment, Gines could feel the strong body that she was leaning on suddenly stiffen. Don't worry, Gines. The king suddenly hugged Gines tightly. He gritted his teeth and said with a pained expression, he will be fine, he will be very safe. He will live. He is not only a jade star, but also a descendant of the imperial family. He is also that woman's son. Forget about a mere extet, even if he is in hell, he can still grit his teeth and live. Kill me and avenge Prince Moriah to eliminate King Nuven's hatred. That is what His Majesty said, right? Thales walked to the hall on the first floor and looked at Gilbert as he gestured towards the scullery. He continued, from the looks of it, Extet seems to be a very dangerous place. After all, we have an old grudge against the Fortress Treaty. Moreover, the diplomat group was assassinated, and the only heir of their common elected king was among the dead. King Nuven is currently in a rage, and the suzerains of Extet are also drooling over our territory. Under these circumstances, the Prince of Constellation is practically a sheep walking into a tiger's den. Thales heaved a long sigh of relief. But is my current situation better than when I go to Extet in the future? Gilbert was slightly startled. As the only heir of the Jadestar family, I was born to oppose all the suzerains. Look at Nanchester, look at Covendier, not to mention Arund, who has just been imprisoned. After all, if something happens to me, they will have a chance. Thales walked up the stairs and passed by the portraits of the 3 kings of Constellation. His gaze was blank. Before I appeared, their focus was on His Majesty. After I appeared, I was destined to be a new target. Even with Renaissance Palace's power, they could not guarantee my safety. There is a Far Eastern proverb, a spear from the front is easy to dodge, but an arrow from the dark is difficult to defend against. But in comparison, the suzerains of Extet may want to take advantage of Constellation. They may be unhappy with me, but it is not to the extent that they want me dead. On the contrary, whoever is stained with the blood of the Prince of Constellation is destined to become the target of public criticism. The whole of Constellation will become their enemy. The loyal want to avenge the royal family, and the ambitious want to obtain a righteous title. Extet adopts a king selection system. The 10 archdukes will choose the next common elected king during the King Selection Congress after the death of each common elected king. The next common elected king will rule for life. Every archduke will have a chance, and every archduke will compete with each other. In terms of the degree of division, Extet is even greater than Constellation. Constellation may not have recovered its power and is not strong enough to go against Extet, but under the temptation of the crown, it is more than enough for them to work together to crush one of the suzerains of Extet. Besides, the other suzerains of Extet will probably be happy to stand by and watch their competitors in the King Selection Congress fall. In the words of the Far Easterners, I am like a hot potato. No matter which suzerain of Extet it is, once I am in their territory, not only can they not harm me, for the sake of their own interests, the suzerains have to do their best to protect me. Gilbert raised his eyebrows. It seemed that he was indeed overthinking things. After all, after spending so many days together, he could tell that His Highness was mature and steady. He was not a person who would make others worry. In that case, the only person I have to worry about in Extet is King Nuven. Thales walked into the study and watched as the guards brought in lunch. He flashed a smile at Gilbert, whose eyebrows had visibly relaxed. However, perhaps a lot of people will overlook something. When Prince Moriah died in Constellation, King Nuven was already destined to be my ally, the Jadestar royal family. Gilbert finally revealed a smile. Thales yawned and sat down on the chair in the study. He pushed away the books and notes on the desk, which were in a mess because he had stayed up all night. He continued to speak confidently. In the absence of a direct male heir, constellation allows female heirs to inherit their father's title, territory, and property. Our Duchess of Blade Edge Hill is such a person. However, extension women do not have the right to inherit. Since the old King Nuven has lost his only male heir, it means that the succession of Dragoncloud City will be problematic. The Walton family no longer has any hope of winning the next king selection. They are destined to enter a period of decline. In this situation, Extet declaring war on Constellation or killing an heir of equal status like me might be able to alleviate King Nuven's pain and hatred from losing his only son. However, once he calms down, he will realize that this will only usher in the final destruction of the Walton family. The territories that can be obtained through war or negotiation with Constellation are all near the three archdukes in the south of Extet: the Archduke of Black Sand region, the Archduke of Prestige Orchid region, and the Archduke of Reformation Tower. They are all popular candidates for the next king selection. Even if the lands obtained under this situation belong to the Walton family as an enclave, they will be slowly eroded by the three archdukes in the near future because they are too close to the three archdukes. In other words, in the conflict between Constellation and the Dragon, the three archdukes, who are the biggest beneficiaries, will only become stronger. The Walton family, who has lost its direct heir, will only become weaker after King Nuven's death. In the end, they will fall. In this situation, King Nuven can only do his best to prevent the conflict between Constellation and the Dragon, be it war or negotiation. He can't let any of Constellation's territories or resources fall into the hands of the three archdukes in the south. Only then can he maintain the balance of power between the 10 archdukes in Extet and ensure that the weakened Walton family will not fall. Moreover, in order to divert the attention of the three archdukes in the south and exert pressure on them, is there a better ally than Constellation, a colossus that is the shield of the Western Peninsula, and a prestigious and powerful family like the Jadestar royal family? Only by treating Constellation or the Jadestar family as natural allies and ensuring that we recover our strength and become even stronger can the Walton family survive and have another chance at the next king selection. In this situation, the interests of the Walton family and the Jadestar royal family will be aligned like never before. The Walton family and the Jadestar royal family are already natural allies. Presumably, having King Nuven kill me is just the king's way of making the other party calm down. After King Nuven's rage subsides, tacit understanding will sprout in both King Nuven and King Kessel's hearts at the same time. There is no need for agreements, no need for oaths, no need for negotiations. This is a natural alliance. The alliance of two kings that belongs to the Walton family of the Cloud Dragon Spear flag and the Jadestar family of the Nine-Pointed Star flag. Thales heaved a deep sigh. The descendants of the two human heroes of the Battle of Eradication, Raikuru and Tormund, can only cooperate with unprecedented sincerity when the two countries are unprecedentedly hostile toward each other. How ironic. Hence, from this, it could be seen how immature the two feudal countries of Constellation and the Dragon were in this world that was clearly a feudal society but had a lot of unreasonable black technology. On the surface, the highest ruler controlled the country's foreign affairs and military power, but in reality, they were treading on thin ice in a life-and-death battle with the local suzerains, advancing step by step. What a pitiful and unbearably weak state autonomy. The prince put away the memories of the past, raised his head, and continued to speak. So, compared to Constellation, which seems calm but is actually full of danger, Extet, which seems to be full of hostility but is actually safe and secure, is the best place for me to go. This is His Majesty's intention, right? Let's hope so. Thales added in his heart. After all, the expressionless king appeared in front of him. I can't see any kinship in that king's eyes. He snapped out of his daze and said with a smile, So, as the representative of the Jadestar royal family, I might be tested by King Nuven in Dragoncloud City. I might be troubled by vile people, ridiculed by suzerains, and used as a bargaining chip against Constellation. I might even encounter conspiracies from various forces with different motives. However, I will definitely be safer than being in the country. In the next second, Thales's eyes shone with strong confidence and certainty. So, I will definitely live on. Gilbert chuckled softly. But then, he raised his head and solemnly said, "Since you think so, Your Highness, I have nothing to worry about. I came here today to discuss with you about the candidates for the diplomatic mission, as well as the candidates for your attendant." Thales nodded. However, before that, Gilbert bowed slightly. "Your Highness, there is someone who wishes to see you." "Meet me?" Thales had just picked up his knife and fork when he heard that and raised his eyebrows. "He wants to meet me at this time?" Thales nonchalantly picked up a piece of potato and put it into his mouth. If you're interested in watching rare animals, come here because of its reputation, and hope to see the last Jadestar Prince, please reject it for me. Be more polite with your wording, I have already offended too many people. But Gilbert shook his head. "No, I think this person might be one of the few who did not visit you because of your status as a prince. In fact, he has been recuperating in the barracks at the back for more than a month." "You mean?" Thales seemed to have remembered something. He raised his head in surprise. Thud, thud, thud came from outside the room. Gilbert nodded and said with a sigh, "He suffered such a serious injury that he could only eat through a tube. Even the doctors thought that he would not be able to survive, but his will to live was truly astonishing, and we never ran out of medicinal herbs." Gilbert gave way to the person at the door of the study room and sighed slightly. "Come in, this is the person you insisted on meeting. The second Prince of Constellation, Prince Thales Jadestar." Thales put down his knife and fork and furrowed his eyebrows. The person's left hand was wrapped in thick bandages and wooden planks. He was also leaning on a pair of crutches. It was obvious that he was not very skilled. With great difficulty, he walked into Thales's room. His throat was a mass of twisted flesh with terrifying scars. His legs only reached his knees. Even though his face was full of stubble, he was extremely thin, his hair was cut short, and the tattoos on his face were much fainter. Thales still recognized this man at first glance. He was the man who once wept in despair, but was now recovering from his serious injuries. The Phantom Wind Follower. Chapter 77. Ralph, Blood Bottle Gang's former Star of Hope, the only superclass elite among the strongest 12. After experiencing hell and despair, he finally reunited with Thales after a month. Congratulations. In the end, you still managed to struggle through. Thales smiled and nodded. You did not lose to this damned world. Ralph trembled slightly and suddenly opened his mouth. His throat, which was knotted with flesh, trembled slightly, but he could only mutter something indecipherable. He also knew that he could not say anything now. Faced with such a situation, Thales did not know how to react for a moment. "It's okay. What do you want to say?" He scratched his head. "Just write it down with a pen." Ralph's gaze darkened. "We tried." Gilbert sighed. "He is illiterate. Other than numbers, he can't even write his own name." Hearing this, Ralph closed his eyes in self-abasement and lowered his head even more. Thales felt a little awkward. He had almost forgotten that Ralph was a gangster. Thales, who had been a child beggar before, knew that most of the people who joined the gang had unfortunate encounters. They had to earn a living in illegal activities every day, so naturally, they did not have the chance to receive a decent education. But in the next moment, under Thales' astonished gaze, Ralph gritted his teeth and struggled to support himself with his walking stick. He lowered his crippled body and bowed towards the short and thin Thales. He bowed deeply. Thales sighed. "All right, I've received your gratitude." Ralph raised his head and trembled as he looked at Thales. "What are your plans after this? Do you have anywhere else to go? I don't really recommend you to return to Blood Bottle Gang." Ralph trembled slightly. Return to Blood Bottle Gang? Return to Big Sister? Catherine's subordinates? He looked at his leg and revealed a pained expression. And there's still Nikolai. When he thought of the enemy who stabbed him in the back, Ralph's eyes shone with a fierce light. A few seconds later, Ralph exhaled with his psionic power and shook his head sadly. Thales stared at him. All right. The prince smiled. Then you can stay with me for the time being. I should be able to support you. Ralph's eyes brightened. This boy. Apart from being his savior, he also had a powerful background. Gilbert. Thales turned his head and looked at Count Casso. How much longer before we depart for Extet? Based on the time it takes for the messenger crow to contact Dragon Cloud City, it will take at least 3 days, Gilbert said with a smile. At most a week, Your Highness. It should be enough. Thales nodded and looked at Ralph. For the next few days, come to my study during the day. Ralph revealed a surprised expression. The boy who had always been confident and optimistic, who had been asked to choose whether to be freed or to struggle in a desperate situation, smiled. I'll teach you how to read, and at the same time, teach you how to speak with gestures. 31-year-old Genid, the captain of the city defense team of the Eastern City District Police Station, collapsed in the dungeon of Vine Manor and panted harshly. He was covered in cuts and bruises, bound by heavy chains, unable to move. But there was a voice in his heart telling him that he absolutely could not open his mouth. No matter how much the subordinates of these great nobles tortured and beat him, no matter how much they threatened and tempted him, no matter how much they wanted to know the background of the cavaliers who appeared outside Vine Manor in Eastern City District that night, he had to grit his teeth and grit his teeth. After the national conference ended, Genid was relieved of the task of maintaining order in Star Plaza. The next morning, his superior brought a group of police officers to Eastern City District, where he was supposed to be on duty. In front of him and all the soldiers under his command, his superior read out Genid's crimes. Someone reported him for accepting bribes while he was on duty in Eastern City District. Genid immediately sighed. It was not because this was a false accusation. Instead, it was because in Eastern City District, it was a widely acknowledged custom to collect tips from the subordinates of the nobles. Every soldier in the city defense team and even the police officers would collect such tips, and the police station knew this very well. They would always take a cut of the commission and take some extra money. This was also the only extra income that Genid could get for his team members, who were only paid a meager salary. Why was I the only one who was reported? The soldiers under him also looked shocked. However, there was no way Genid, who had been in Eastern City District for almost 12 years, did not know that he had probably offended someone important. Under the watchful eyes of 10 police officers, Genid only had the time to take out the saber that he had treasured and maintained for 12 years. It was the saber that the Duke of Star Lake had casually removed and handed to him when he saw that Genid was unarmed after the retreat at Walla Corridor. Use this in exchange for the flower in your hand. Because of you, at least we can have a full meal. He handed it to the young man he thought most highly of in his team. Then, his hands and feet were chained, and his head was covered as he was brought into a carriage to a manor. The carriage took many turns, but Genid had been patrolling Eastern City District for more than 10 years. He had not lost the habit of observing and memorizing roads he had developed in the Starlight Brigade when he was a soldier. How could he not recognize that this was the Covendier family's Vine Manor, which he would pass by 3 times a day on his patrol? A group of people who looked like soldiers had tortured Genid for 2 whole days. It was for no other reason. It was for the sake of asking about the cavaliers who broke into Eastern City District at night. They might even have broken into the Covendier family's Vine Manor. Where did they come from? But Genid could not say. He could not say. It was for no other reason. It was for that group of cavaliers. It came from the Jade Star royal family under the 9-pointed star. It was John's 9-pointed star, the Duke of Star Lake's 9-pointed star, the Starlight Brigade's 9-pointed star, and the 9-pointed star under which the ignorant Genid had once fought and fought tirelessly with passion. How many of his comrades were among them? 12 years ago, he had wandered numbly on the war-torn land. Amid the cold, hunger, pain, and torture, he had witnessed murder, arson, rape, and plunder in a daze every day. That was until Genid entered the city stupidly. When he was so hungry that his vision was blurry, he walked towards the recruitment office in a daze. That was until he met the Duke, the humorous, confident, optimistic, and approachable Duke of Star Lake, and his Starlight Brigade. A 19-year-old peasant boy who was often bullied, foolish, and could not survive, learned how to work together for the first time. He learned how to sacrifice selflessly for the first time. He was recognized and praised for the first time. He was taught how to read and write for the first time. He raised his sword and shouted for victory. He was the first time he sang happily around a bonfire. He was the first time he made up his mind to cover the retreat of his comrades. Also, he understood for the first time that there were things in the world that were more important than having a full meal and being able to survive. Over there, he felt like he was more like a human than a wild beast who only cared about finding food to fill its stomach. The Duke's Starlight Brigade, the Duke's personal guards, was his home, his everything. It was the place where he thought he would fight for the rest of his life. Until the tragedy of Zodra, until that shameful and hateful betrayal, until that despicable ambush, until that cowardly and despicable stab in the back. Until the Duke lay calmly among all his personal guards and told them to take good care of themselves, while the entire brigade cried in regret and anger. Then he smiled with tears in his eyes, closed them, and passed away. It's all their fault. It's their personal guard's fault. It's their personal guard's sin. If we had discovered it earlier, if I had reacted a little faster, then the Duke wouldn't have. Our family wouldn't have. So, when the group of soldiers from the noble families insulted, interrogated, beat, and threatened him in disdain, and forced him to tell them the identities of the cavaliers who also belonged to the nine-pointed star, Genid felt that his stubbornness, clenching his teeth, enduring through it, and responding with silence, even when he was covered in wounds and on the verge of death, was a form of atonement. At least, by doing so, he could make his heart, which had been filled with guilt, regret, and self-blame for the past 12 years, feel a little better. He could more or less repay some of the guilt and regret he felt during the 12 years he spent in a dull and apathetic manner. All of this was for his former home, for the duty of the Duke's personal guard, which he always remembered even though he was no longer around. My master just wanted to confirm some things, the white-haired old man asked him calmly from outside the prison cell again. It's about the identities of those cavaliers. That's all. I swear on my master's honor that he did not intend to harm those cavaliers. Genid clenched his teeth. Who will see your persistence? Similarly, no one will see your weakness. As long as you give us some information, even just a little, no one will know. Genid continued to clench his teeth. We know that you definitely know something. Your soldiers said that they did not have flags or emblems. So, are they people you know? Are they former comrades? Friends who have gone through life and death together? Genid continued to clench his teeth. The white-haired old man sighed and left the dungeon. Genid loosened his grip on his teeth, panted, and fell limply to the ground. He made it through again. However, in a place he did not know, the Covendier family's old butler, Ashford, had arrived at the upper level of Vine Manor. He bowed respectfully to his young master, the guardian Duke of South Coast Hill, Zayn Covendier, and said, I've asked them. Those cavaliers are from the Jade Star family. Zayn turned around from the window that reeked of blood. His expression was contemplative. I thought that he refused to speak until the end? Some things can be asked without the other party opening his mouth, Ashford said expressionlessly. Genid was born in the Starlight Brigade. He was even the personal guard of the Duke of Star Lake, John Jadestar, the Starlight God of War himself. After Sonia Cecere disbanded the original Starlight Brigade, he retired from the army and came to the police station as one of the people who did not want to go north to Broken Dragon Fortress. Zayn's gaze shifted, and he seemed to be deep in thought. Ashford nodded slightly. I can tell that he is an outstanding and tough soldier. If there's something on those cavaliers that made him refuse to speak, it must be related to his military service experience. I'm guessing that, with his rich experience in the army and campaigns, he saw through the origins of those cavaliers without flags. He insisted on keeping the secret for those people because he was also from the Jadestar family when he was in the Starlight Brigade. Zayn stared at his old butler for a few seconds. In the end he sighed. So, the only ones who fit the description should be the Jadestar private army in Mindy's Hall. And that new prince openly returned to Mindy's Hall after yesterday. The secret treasure of Mindy's Hall is missing? Zayn shook his head and chuckled. I'm afraid that the so-called secret treasure that went missing in Mindy's Hall is that new prince. Nikolai caught that brat and brought him to Vine Manor. So, they simply broke in and secretly snatched him away. Do you know, Ashford, we've held the fate of the kingdom in our hands twice. Zayn raised his head and shut his eyes tightly. In the end, he escaped. Ashford lowered his head indifferently and did not say a word. After a while, treat that soldier from the Starlight Brigade, Zayn said coldly. Ashford raised his gaze with a puzzled look. You know, that brat, I owe him one, no matter what. Zayn clenched his fists and said with burning eyes, and I don't want to hesitate when I attack him. Zayn turned around and left the manor that reeked of blood without hesitation. Do you know my lord? Behind him, Ashford smiled mysteriously. You're becoming more and more like the boss. Zayn replied disdainfully without turning his head. Then, you will be as stupid as him, plotted against by your relatives, and your throat slit in your own bedroom without anyone knowing? Ashford shook his head slightly and sighed deeply. He bowed his head and reported something else. Sir, there's news from Jadeite City. Miss Hilly, Ashford looked at his master's expression and wanted to say something. Zayn stopped in his tracks. The young prince took a deep breath, as if preparing for something. Speak. His tone was icy cold. What inexplicable things has my adorable and foolish 12-year-old sister done this time? When he heard this, Ashford bowed deeply and said carefully, 5 days ago, Lady Hilly went to Sarah Principality under Lord Cassin's protection. None of her men dared to stop her. Zayn turned his head and looked at Ashford. Sarah? The Sarah Principality that fell apart after the Archduke was assassinated? He revealed a puzzled expression and frowned. Wasn't there a plague in that place recently? The outside story is that she's going to save the people who are suffering from the plague. Ashford bowed slightly. But I suspect that she found information about that organization. That organization? Zayn's expression instantly turned as cold as snow. His face twitched as if he thought of something unbearable. Until he suddenly exploded. Isn't it enough that she killed her own parents? The Duke's voice was filled with anger and hatred. What kind of disaster does she want to bring back to Covendere, to this family? Ashford did not speak. After more than 10 seconds, Zayn exhaled harshly. In the end, he still waved his sleeve. Send more men to ensure her safety. Zayn shut his eyes tightly, gritted his teeth, and said fiercely, and ensure that her identity is kept a secret. Absolutely, absolutely, absolutely not leaked. His voice trembled as he used the word, absolutely, 3 times. Ashford nodded lightly. Considerately, he left the hall of the manor before the Duke did. After the butler's figure disappeared into the distance, Zayn trembled and held onto the pillar. He punched the pillar with all his might. Then, the Duke of Iris Flowers leaned his head deeply against the pillar. He exhaled a mouthful of air in pain. The previous negligence and failure. I won't allow it to happen a second time. I can't fall. I can't fall. I must become king. I must. Only by becoming the supreme king, only by controlling the entire constellation. Otherwise, Hilly, who else in this world can protect you? Protect someone like you? Mindy's Hall, cellar. Congratulations, my ally, Your Highness, the second prince. The silver-haired, red-eyed lowly Serena, who was over 400 years old and a refugee from the Night Kingdom, looked at Thales with a complicated expression. We can hear the cheers in the Star Plaza loud and clear. That's a little exaggerated. The distance from Star Plaza to here. Thales said helplessly with narrowed eyes. Anyway, we're one step closer to our alliance. Serena did not blush at all. Thales wondered if she really had the attribute of blushing. She interrupted him and continued, Now, we just have to wait for you to be crowned king and then help me reclaim the throne. Don't worry, I will do my best to help you. Under the everlasting lamp, Thales' face turned pale. Do your best to help me? You're saying it like I'm not the only heir to the kingdom, and if you don't help me, I can't inherit the kingdom. On the contrary, her competitor and opponent, the Night Queen or whatever the Weeper of the Night Kingdom. Thales felt a headache coming on. He spat in his heart, calculating and taking advantage of an old witch. I'm crowned and you're back to the throne? Old witch, can we change the order? But he did not voice his complaints in the end. In that case, you should have heard, Thales coughed dryly, I'm going to Extet in the near future. Serena nodded and revealed a mysterious smile. This mortal brat. Do you think I don't know what you're planning? Before I leave, I will entrust all of you to father. Thales carefully chose his words. I'll go with you. Thales continued nodding and thought about his next words. You are at least a political figure of a country. He will definitely not neglect you. I'll go with you. Thales' voice gradually became softer. What? He frowned and asked in puzzlement. I said, I want to be with you. Serena flashed a smile. The girl who looked like she was 6 or 7 years old, wasn't she only 5 or 6 the last time I saw her? Did she grow up a little? The red-eyed girl opened her cracked mouth and said, We still have a monthly blood supply clause, don't we? Thales sighed in his heart. Besides, allies cannot be too far away from each other. I still have to ensure your safety. The prince rolled his eyes again. Being with me is to ensure your own safety, right? The thing he was most worried about had happened. However, at this moment, Gilbert's voice came from outside the door. Good day to the 3 of you, Sir Corleone, and Lady Corleone. You are really responsible. Relax. Then, someone knocked on the door outside the cellar. Apologies for interrupting your discussion, Your Highness Thales, Your Highness Corleone. Count Casso's voice came through the door. Chapter 78. In short, these are all everyday words that start with P. I explained them just now. If you don't remember, there are pictures beside them. As for why the words that start with P are not pronounced this way, don't ask me, just memorize them, Thales' voice echoed in the study room. These are all the information that Gilbert prepared for me. But now, it seems that my progress is a little ahead of the others. But it's just right for you to use. A little ahead of the others? Watching Thales pass the list of words to Ralph, who could not speak, Gilbert, who was watching from the doorway, frowned slightly. He did not approve of it, or rather, he was firmly against it. At such a crucial moment, Thales still spent time teaching Ralph, although there was indeed no one who could substitute for His Highness' amazing and rich set of sign language, to the extent that he delayed his own studies. But when he thought of the day when the prince would head to Extet was just around the corner, he needed trusted subordinates more than complicated and trivial knowledge. Gilbert sighed and continued to stand outside the door, allowing His Highness to carry out his act of being courteous and buying people's hearts. At least in Gilbert's opinion, this was the right thing to do. Extet's reply arrived yesterday. However, when the anxious emergency envoy, Baron LaSalle, revealed the contents of the letter, even the old Duke Cullen, who had the best self-restraint, could not help but frown. Compared to the bloody handprints on the first letter of credence, this letter was simpler and calmer. The letter was written in King Nuvan's own handwriting. But there were only 3 words, and they were written with great emphasis. Let him come. There were no conditions, no declaration, no mention of the conflict between the 2 countries, and no mention of Archduke Lampard's actions. There was no additional content at all. After Kessel V read the letter, he was expressionless and did not say anything. He only officially ordered that 3 days later, the second prince and his diplomat group would head north to Extet and Dragon Cloud City. Gilbert could not help but feel perturbed. After Baron LaSalle conveyed King Nuvan's message, he bade farewell and returned to the kingdom, drenched in sweat. Gilbert guessed that the meeting with His Majesty that day and LaSalle's performance had probably reached Extet. This time, he might have to make his own choice between King Nuvan and Archduke Lampard. As he pondered, Thales' voice continued. Okay, next, let's review the sign language just now. How do you express I'm sorry? Ralph furrowed his brows and rummaged through a piece of paper that was filled with diagrams. Then, he raised his head, raised his right palm in puzzlement, and circled it gently in front of his chest. No, this is please. You have to make a fist. Yes, that's I'm sorry. Ralph clumsily clenched his right fist and circled it around his chest. Opposite the phantom wind follower, Thales nodded slightly without raising his head. Half of his attention was on Ralph, and the other half was focused on his right hand, on a book under the table. From the Final Empire to Constellation. Thales realized that ever since he was assassinated, he gained a hidden ability: multitasking. For example, right now, he could completely teach Ralph sign language while flipping through the books and information he needed under the study table that he could not let Gilbert know, especially about calamities and mystics. Thales was too eager to understand these secrets that were related to himself, especially after he was assassinated the last time he was suspected to have used mystic energy. The excruciating pain that almost tore his entire body apart had been bothering him. Would the next time he used mystic energy be the day he died? However, it was as if he was pushed by fate. From the national conference to the Extet envoy's audience, and then to being sent out as an envoy, he had no time to stop and investigate the truth about himself and the mystics. Originally, if the matter regarding Extet had not been so urgent, then Ralph's arrival would have given Thales the excuse of taking some time to teach him sign language to reduce his Gilbert's class time every day. He would not be able to look up information that might arouse suspicion during Gilbert's class. He had also thought of publicly expressing his curiosity about mystics in exchange for a chance to look up information about mystics in public. However, who knew if the books he flipped through would be recorded by someone specially assigned to record it and pass it to Kessel or even Morat. The ability to multitask allowed him to take time out to search for his own secrets, just like today. However, this new ability did not make him feel complacent at all. Instead, it made him even more anxious and panicked. How many more abnormalities are there in this body? When will these abnormalities expose my secrets? Thales had a premonition that all the secrets were related to his birth, his mysterious mother, the high ritual master Lycia's secretive and strange attitude, the suspicious conversation between the king and the high ritual master during the bloodline ceremony, and so on. The truth about my mother was already listed by Thales as the second of his 5 great unsolved mysteries. It was ranked before the bloody year, flashback of memories, and abnormal body. It was second only to the most pressing mystery of the mystics. When he thought of this, Thales could not help but sigh. Then, how do I sign, thank you? He asked casually. Ralph found the drawing with great difficulty. He clumsily tapped his chin with the tip of his right palm, then flipped his palm outwards. Thales' gaze shifted between the book and Ralph. However, at this moment, his vision began to blur again. Wu Qiren's voice was the first to ring. Young mistress, are you going to the special school again to volunteer for the disabled? Sigh, don't use such a derogatory term. They are not handicapped nor are they sick. Every time you call them that, you are isolating them from normal society. You should use physically handicapped or physically handicapped. Sigh, I always feel that instead of spending your time here, you should go and study for your degree. In the future, you can influence and improve special education from the perspective of the social structure. After all, it doesn't matter if you have one more person. The inconveniences in their lives will not become better because of your occasional actions. That is not how society changes. Wu Qiren, it is not their fault that their lives are inconvenienced. It is precisely because we, as people in society, did not fulfill our responsibility to allow all people to live in society without any obstacles regardless of their conditions. We can be considerate enough to design individual washrooms for children who are less than 1.2 meters tall so that they can live in society without any obstacles. Then, why can't we allow a deaf and mute person to communicate with others without any obstacles and live in society without any obstacles? Why do you have such a sense of social science morality now? This is not morality, it is basic values. It is your way of thinking that promoting social progress from a macroscopic structure is the right way. That is problematic. I do not believe that a person who does not even bother to give sympathy and help to those around him will bring real help to society. I am talking about you, Wu Qiren. Stop. Let's stop talking about serious matters. Let's go. Where are we going? I am sending you to a special school. Aren't you going to be a volunteer? Chirin. Are you going too? You must have been influenced by my full sense of morality, right? Let me say this first. You have to learn sign language with me. Sigh. I am just sending you there. I don't care. You must come with me. Otherwise, you are not allowed to enter my room tonight. Thales shook his head hard and chased away the memories that left a deep impression on him but could no longer be touched. He hid them in his mind again. His attention returned to the present. Not bad. Then let us increase the difficulty. One more time. No. I mean, how are you going to sign one more time? While Ralph was sweating profusely as he searched for the blueprint, Thales flipped through 2 pages of From the Final Empire to Constellation. The value of this book was not as high as the previous one. It was basically a compilation of imaginary legends and a chronological account of major events. It did not clearly describe the calamities in the Battle of Eradication. Thales furrowed his eyebrows. A piece of paper fell out from between the pages of this thick book. Thales picked it up gently. It was a piece of old parchment paper. It looked even older than this From the Final Empire to Constellation, which was already quite old but could still be flipped due to excellent maintenance. On the parchment paper was an erasable black pen. It depicted the side profile of a young girl. The young girl in the drawing was quiet and graceful. She had a pleasant smile on her face, and her plain face was like a pure lotus flower. There was only an earring on her left ear that looked like a multi-pointed star. This piece of paper was obviously older than this book. Could it be that some senior casually used it as a bookmark? Thales was puzzled. He moved his gaze downwards and saw the inscription. Is 4 letters. They were probably the initials of the painter. As Ralph clumsily gestured, Thales flipped to the back of the parchment paper and saw a scribbled word. Enemy. It was accompanied by a huge exclamation mark. Enemy? Thales shook his head. He did not understand its meaning. Gilbert's voice suddenly traveled into his ears. Your Highness, sorry to disturb you. Thales calmly stuffed the parchment paper into his bosom, closed the book, and quietly pushed it to an inconspicuous corner at his feet. The prince raised his head and looked at Gilbert with a smile. His Majesty has just sent news. Gilbert tipped his hat at him and bowed slightly. He hopes that before you depart, you can make a trip to Renaissance Palace and complete the royal family's family gathering. Family gathering? Thales opened his mouth in shock and bewilderment. What family? Isn't the Jadestar royal family? At this moment, the figure of the first-grade female official appeared behind Gilbert. Just follow me, Gines said flatly. Her gaze when she looked at Thales was filled with pity and pity. Renaissance Palace. Since you have already been acknowledged as a prince, Gines said in a cold voice as she led the dressed Thales up the cold stone stairs in her high-heeled boots. Then, you must come and meet your nominal mother. Even though she is not your biological mother, at least before you go to Extet, mother? Thales asked in surprise, what mother? Naturally, it is your father's only wife. Gines' face showed that she could not bear to look at him. Queen Kia. Thales was stunned for a few seconds. They stopped outside a palace. Gines looked at the tightly shut door and said softly, His Majesty is too busy and did not come today. A wordless disappointment crept into Thales' heart. But Gines' mind was obviously not on the father and son. The next moment, the female official said to the puzzled Thales in a serious and stern manner, Later, no matter what happens, do not be surprised and do not be afraid. Before Thales could react, Gines pushed open the door and walked in. Kia, Gines said cautiously, I am here. Thales followed the female official and slowly walked into the room. It was a spacious room with simple decorations, but it was quite stylish and filled with elegance. In front of them was a lady with a fresh and elegant face. She was about 40 years old and dressed in a luxurious star blue gown. She turned around and looked at Gines and Thales. Gines, you are here. The luxurious lady, Queen Kia, revealed a pleasant and sincere smile. This is great. Recently, Kessel has been extremely busy because of the diplomatic relationship with Ekstedt. I thought that you probably do not have much time. Thales was a little reserved. After all, he was considered the king's illegitimate son. At the same time, he was also surprised by the scene before him. If Gines was the king's lover, then how could the queen, Kia, get along so well with her? This is the person I told you that I would come and see you today. Gines' voice faltered, as though she felt that there was no need to say too much. So, she took a deep breath and pulled Thales forward. She said quietly, "This is Thales, Kessel's second son." "So, it is you?" Kia slowly walked to him and squatted down gently. "Kessel's youngest son?" She looked at Thales with her gentle eyes. Thales was so embarrassed that he could not even breathe smoothly. "Do not be afraid, I am also your family." The queen stroked his head and showed a loving expression. "Look at your eyes and nose, they are exactly the same as your charming mother." Thales' breathing immediately stopped and he widened his eyes. "Mother?" Queen Kia said gently and sincerely, "I hope that you can also inherit your mother's intelligence, erudition, and her ever-successful eloquence. After all, there are very few women who are as outstanding as her and Gines. Endless charm. Intelligent, erudition. Ever-successful eloquence?" Thales eagerly absorbed this information into his mind. That area called mother. It was the key to many unsolved mysteries about him. Gines' expression was a little unpleasant. She only answered hastily, "All right, Kia, if there is nothing else. I still have to bring him. You know, he is about to go to Ekstedt." Thales found it very strange. Why was Gines so nervous in front of this gentle and kind queen? And why was she so anxious to end this meeting? Poor child. Queen Kia sighed. "Although I have never been to Ekstedt, I have heard a little about it. It is barbaric, crude, and advocates violence and battle. You are still so young. I am afraid that you will suffer." Thank you for your concern." Even though Thales was slick, it was difficult for him to handle such a harmonious family situation in front of strangers. He answered stiffly, "No, this is His Majesty's order, and also Jadestar's mission." Queen Kia chuckled. "Jadestar's mission, they always say that." Gines' voice suddenly rang stiffly again. "All right, Kia, he has other tasks. We will take our leave first." "That's not right." Thales furrowed his brows. "Something must be wrong." "But what exactly is wrong?" "Let me tell you a secret. I will have 2 night shifts today. The second night shift will be around 6 in the evening. Since I have 2 night shifts for the first time, should I count the tickets and collect them?" Chapter 79. This chapter may contain a small amount of discomfort for the reader. Please follow the doctor's advice and take it at your own discretion. No, don't leave so quickly. Kia stood up with a surprised expression. Right, he hasn't met his brother and sister yet. Thales felt a chill in his heart. "Kia!" Gines shouted loudly. Her tone was filled with panic? But Queen Kia only turned around and walked towards the large bed in the distance. With a younger brother, Lydia and Luther will definitely be very happy. Thales finally realized that something was wrong in this room. His pupils dilated. He saw the gentle and considerate Queen Kia carry him out from the bed, 2 rag dolls. Gines' face was pale. "Look, Luther, this is your younger brother, Thales. Say hello." Kia happily played with the rag doll in her left hand. She raised its hand and waved at Thales with a happy smile. Thales furrowed his brows tightly. Kia said excitedly as she lifted the doll on her right and moved its head towards Thales. "And you, Lydia, sit properly. You can't be naughty anymore. Say hello to your younger brother." Kia's own right hand was still swaying strenuously, as if the rag doll in her arms was struggling fiercely. It was an extremely strange scene. Thales' breathing became erratic. Could it be? The prince stared in disbelief at the beautiful and luxurious queen who was happily playing with the 2 rag dolls in her arms. This is enough, Kia. Gines walked forward quickly, her breathing rapid. The first thing she did was to pull Thales away. But Queen Kia's expression quickly changed. But Kia looked at the rag doll in her arms, then at Thales. Her expression suddenly became strange, and her tone became flustered. Why, Luther, you're not as tall as your younger brother, Thales? Thales gritted his teeth and took a step back. The next moment, Kia looked as if she had seen something unbelievable. Her expression became fearful and panicked. Asterisk thud. Asterisk the rag doll in her right hand fell gently, but Queen Kia did not seem to notice it. She only looked at the rag doll in her left hand with a pained expression and was about to cry. I don't know. Kia looked at the rag doll in sorrow and despair. The reason you became shorter is because you lost. Go. Gines gritted her teeth and said to Thales, you go first. But Thales was already rooted to the spot. Kia's hands were tightly wrapped around the doll. A second later, Kia began to cry in agony. She said something that made Thales' hair stand on end. Luther, you're missing a head. Luther, your head, where's your head? Where's your head? Ah? Your head, it's off? Kia raised her tear-stained face and screamed in panic. She lay down on the ground and looked around. Quick, we have to get your head back. Thales felt his skin crawl. Gines immediately went forward and hugged Queen Kia, using all her strength to stabilize the trembling queen. You! Kia abruptly looked at Gines and widened her eyes. Did you see my Luther's head? About this big, it's round, and it can roll, it has 2 eyes. Thales looked at the scene before him in disbelief. Kia struggled fiercely and waved her arms madly. No, don't stop me. I want to protect him. Protect Luther, my son. Gines gritted her teeth and dragged her to the bed with all her might. At this moment, Thales' arm was gently pulled by a hand from behind. Thales jumped in fright. Still in a state of shock, he suddenly turned his head. The person who pulled his arm was a stranger. It was a long-haired lady wearing a black robe and a goose-down shawl. The lady in black had a delicate face, but there was sadness on her face. Thales panted and finally calmed his breathing. The long-haired lady in black pulled his arm and said softly, "It's okay. Let's go out first." Thales was puzzled and turned to look at Gines, who was trying hard to subdue Queen Kia. Gines gritted her teeth and shouted, "Thales, I'll be in charge here. You and the princess go out first, quickly." Her Highness? But Thales did not think too much about it before he was dragged out of the room by the long-haired goose-down lady. Behind him, Kia struggled more and more violently, shouting crazily, "Guards! Guards! Quick! Assassin! An assassin!" Lady Goose-Down tugged at the livid Thales and quickly walked out. Only Kia's hysterical voice could be heard from afar. From time to time, there were maids and servants with gloomy expressions rushing towards Kia's room. He seemed to be used to such a scene. Kia's screams were still ringing in his ears. "Whimper, my Luther, your head. Boo, why can't you put it back? Why can't I put it back together? Why does it keep falling? Why? Stick it together. It'll be fine once it's glued. Luther, am I right?" Thales only walked forward with a pale face. He felt that what happened behind him was too cruel. He did not dare to face it. It was not until Kia's voice disappeared far behind them that the two of them stood still in a corridor. Thales looked behind him with lingering fear. "I'm sorry." Lady Goose-Down, who was dressed in black and had long hair, said softly, "Usually, Kia does not act up so quickly." Thales looked behind him in a daze. Doubts began to slowly rise in his heart. Thales raised his head and looked at the lady. Back then, when Luther and Lydia, my elder brother and sister, were assassinated, the Queen and Madame Gines were at the scene. Did they witness it with their own eyes? Thales said with great difficulty. After a few seconds of silence, sorrow appeared in the eyes of the lady dressed in black and goose-down. She said slowly, "That day Prince Luther was—" Lady Goose-Down shut her eyes tightly. As she reminisced, she spoke with difficulty. Gines and I rushed over when we heard the noise, but we were too late. It was said that his head rolled under the bed. Princess Lydia was kidnapped. Gines snatched a horse and chased after her. I ran to inform the guards and left the terrified Kia alone in the room. Thales exhaled deeply. He suddenly had an answer in his mind. I see. That day, I was assassinated on the way to Renaissance Palace. Gines' abnormal reaction? She even alerted the assassin who was not coming for me in advance. Is this the reason? They experienced that kind of scene? So, but you do not need to be afraid, Thales. Lady Goosedown, who was dressed in black and had long hair, smiled gently at him and said, Queen Kia has been like this for many years. When she's awake, she's always hysterical and full of resentment, the Velvet Lady said with a sigh. When she's acting up, she's quiet and peaceful. I only feel that Luther and Lydia are still by her side, jumping and playing. The lady's expression gradually became desolate and miserable. After the tragedy happened that year, the palace was in chaos. Even King Adi and Prince Meteor were. The guards were so nervous that they drew their swords whenever they saw anyone. So no one cared about this place. The servants all fled. Only Kia hugged the prince's body tightly and refused to let go. It was said that she locked herself in her room. I was forcibly isolated by the guards in a safe house. The panicked nobles sealed Renaissance Palace and locked Eternal Star City. By the time King Kessel took control of the kingdom and stabilized the situation, it was already 2 weeks later. The lady sighed and lowered her head. Thales sighed softly. During those 2 weeks, Kia guarded the room tightly. She hugged the dead Prince Luther and cried. She relied on the water in the vase to survive. You know, after 2 weeks, the prince's body had become, following the lady's description, Thales tried to imagine the scene at that time, and he immediately shuddered. 2 weeks later, when they broke open the door, we saw Kia, who was on the verge of fainting, and in her arms, the lady heaved a long sigh. Her face was full of fear. That scene was like a nightmare. Thales gulped. He did not dare to imagine it anymore. To the Jade Star royal family, the bloody year, is this what it was like? Is this the price of living for Constellation? Silence. Then, Thales suddenly reacted. He raised his head and looked at the Velvet Lady in front of him, puzzled. That's right. Just now, Gines called her, Your Highness? Judging by her age, she shouldn't be Kessel's daughter. So, the princess means, but the late king's youngest daughter, Kessel V's youngest sister, the eldest princess Constance Jadestar, I didn't see her in the Jadestar family tomb, questions rose in Thales' mind. So, may I ask who you are? Thales asked carefully. Oh, the title of princess must have confused you. The Velvet Lady considerately resolved Thales' awkwardness. She lowered her head slightly in embarrassment. My surname is not Jadestar. I'm not a real princess. The princess shook her head gently. I am only the late king's adopted daughter. I can be considered as half an aunt to you. Thales opened his mouth wide in shock. I am Elise Sola. I am younger than Constance. Princess Elise smiled faintly. A charming dimple appeared on the side of her face. But I am not qualified to carry the Jadestar surname. Sola is my husband's surname. Aunt? Why didn't anyone mention it before? Excuse me, your husband is? Thales said mechanically. Count Sola, an honorary count during the late king's reign. Elise sighed when she heard that. He just passed away a month ago. Widow? No wonder she's in black. Is she still mourning? A month ago? An honorary count passed away? Thales was puzzled. Is it an illness? But Thales came to his senses. He was a little rude. He quickly bowed and apologized. I am sorry, Aunt Elise. I have been presumptuous. Princess Elise was stunned at first. Then she smiled bitterly and said, No, there is nothing to hide. The late king's adopted daughter, Princess Elise, enunciated each word clearly. He died in the big explosion in the center of Red Street Market a month ago. Red Street Market? Big explosion? Thales suddenly froze. Could it be? It was the night of the gang fight in Lower City District and Western District, Elise said plaintively. Yes. That's right. It was me, Yodel, and Asda. We caused the explosion. Guilt immediately surged into his heart. Thales exhaled. Your husband. Thales suppressed the discomfort in his heart and asked slowly, why was he in Red Street Market that night? It was a curfew that night, wasn't it? But Elise obviously didn't know much. She only sighed. Our relationship was not very good. My husband liked to go to Red Street Market to seek pleasure. A few days before he died, I went there to look for him. We had a big fight and he did not come back for 3 days. I did not expect that to be the last time I saw him. Elise closed her eyes, shook her head, and sighed. She pulled the goose down that was used to keep her warm on her shoulders. But at this moment, Thales' pupils suddenly shrank. That goose down was a little familiar. Red Street Market. A few days before the big explosion, looking for a husband, Thales shuddered all over. He looked at Aunt Elise's face again. This time, his aunt's delicate face completely overlapped with a face that seemed to be from a long, long time ago in his memory. It was so long that he almost forgot. Yes, it's her. It's that noblewoman with goose down. Thales stared blankly at his princess aunt. That day it was her. It was her, draped in goose down, and with 20 swordsmen of eradication, they met Thales, who risked his life to beg in Blood Bottle Gang's territory in Red Street Market. It was her who gave the unkempt Thales 12 coppers and a silver coin on the street. However, Thales had changed so much that even she could not recognize that the second prince in front of her and the child beggar Thales from a month ago were actually the same person. Thales touched his chest. There was the scar that was burned by Quide with the silver coin. Because of that charity, Coria, who was seriously ill, was able to survive typhoid. Because of that charity, Ned told Quide about it. Because of that charity, the child beggars. Red Street Market, it was precisely because of that charity, that everything that happened after that, Thales heaved a deep sigh. What's wrong? Princess Elise looked at Thales, who had a complicated expression on his face. No, it's nothing. Thales raised his head and revealed a respectful smile. In his eyes, this aunt suddenly became much more amiable. I'm just a little emotional after seeing my family. Asda Sakurn's smile reappeared in front of his eyes. Is this what you meant by coincidence? Or is it the lonely figure of the robust Kessel in the royal graveyard that appeared in front of Thales' eyes? Fate? Lower City District, Underground Street, Sunset Pub, chop it down. Just treat it as a piece of wood. Abandon useless feelings and principles, and become a real Charlton. Chop it down. No. Jayla Charlton suddenly woke up from a nightmare. She rolled up from the bed and gasped for breath. She remembered that after the 3 child beggars were kidnapped, she knelt in Sunset Pub and did not get up for a long time. Until she lost consciousness. And now, how ugly. On the other side of the bed, in the corner of the room, came a voice that Jayla was extremely familiar with. Do you have that nightmare every time you are agitated? Jayla exhaled fiercely. Old man, when did you come back? She closed her eyes and lay back on the bed. But the voice did not seem to want to answer her. Jayla Charlton, if you cannot turn back and face the fear you had in the past, then you will forever be a weakling. Jayla opened her eyes and pursed her lips. She turned around and faced the wall, turning a deaf ear to the old man's words. Even Rhoda could suppress you to the point that you could not fight back. What a waste of those 2 good killing knives. Jayla remembered the 3 child beggars who were kidnapped and Coria's heart-wrenching pleas. Sister Jayla, she shut her eyes tightly and fought back the tears in her eyes. But the old man's words still traveled into her ears. A single fear locked you up like this. You are no different from that Quide. That year, nightmarish memories assaulted her. Jayla could not take it anymore. She rolled over and got up from the bed. She shouted angrily at the corner, Enough! You don't have to remind me anymore. The old man laughed grimly. Remind you of what? The old man continued to mock her. Look, you are so afraid that you do not even dare to mention it? Asterisk ding. Asterisk Jayla jumped in fright. She knew that it was the sound of the old man flicking the blade with his fingers. Even though she was a little weak, Jayla still stood up indignantly. You speak as if I will immediately become a supreme class elite if I mention it. Who knows? The old man continued to speak mysteriously, but if you keep running away, you will definitely not reach supreme class. What happened yesterday will happen again. The surname of Charlton will continue to imprison you like a curse for all eternity. Do you really want to let that man's nightmare rule over the rest of your life? Or do you want to experience your own powerlessness and weakness again? Jayla opened her mouth and took 2 deep breaths. What's so difficult about it? She gritted her teeth. It's just that. The old man's voice fluctuated a little. What is it? Jayla's face contorted. The stone room appeared before her eyes. No, she began to tremble. No, darkness and blood spread before her eyes like a tide. Her teeth began to chatter. No, she could barely breathe. No, can't remember, but in the next moment, a small back appeared before her eyes. It was a black-haired, gray-eyed brat with a body full of scars. He looked at her and said resolutely, I'm not going to let you go. He said firmly, I will go alone. Jayla opened her eyes and sucked in a breath of air. In her mind, she returned to the stone room. She trembled as she spoke. 12 years ago, in Renaissance Palace, cold sweat broke out on her forehead. Asterisk ting. Asterisk the sound of the old man flicking the blade came from the air. The old man said coldly, Continue. Jayla clenched her teeth. Her complexion became paler. My first mission. Jayla's entire body began to tremble uncontrollably. But the scene of Rhoda calmly grabbing her blade and taking away the 3 child beggars flashed before her eyes. That was Coria's pleading gaze. Jayla shuddered and felt nauseous. Jayla could feel some liquid flowing out of her eyes. Everything in front of me turned bright red. So scary, Jayla trembled. Her lips could not touch. At that moment, it was the old man's violent shout. Speak. Jayla's body trembled violently. What followed was a ray of silver light that shot towards her. Asterisk thud. Asterisk a wolf limb blade was nailed to the wall half an inch away from Jayla's left ear. Jayla shuddered. All the scenes, people, sounds, and colors from that day appeared clearly before her eyes. That day her eyes were lifeless. She could not help but shout loudly. I cut off a baby's head while he was still alive. After shouting this, Jayla panted heavily. She felt as if all the strength in her body had left her. 12 years. She shouted. She finally shouted. Asterisk thud. Asterisk Jayla trembled and knelt on the ground. She covered her mouth and endured the nausea. She cried out loud. The old man's voice traveled faintly from the corner. Now, pick up your blade. Your own blade. Chapter 80. 3 days later. It had just snowed in Eternal Star City this morning, and the roads were muddy and dirty. However, the road in front of Mindy's hall was swept clean. A few carriages arrived one after another. Time is a little tight. It is said that Archduke Lampard did not withdraw his army, but continued to deploy his troops at the border. I wonder if King Nuvan did not restrain him, or if he can no longer be restrained. Gilbert and the neatly dressed Thales stood in the study room on the 3rd floor and looked at the carriages that entered Mindy's hall through the window. Gilbert spoke with a solemn expression. It seems that a tentative conflict cannot be avoided. Even though Baron Murch and Lady Cecile are guarding the fortress, and the Zamunto and Fries families have promised full support, I heard that the vassals of Cold Castle and Arund are in chaos after receiving the news of the Duke's imprisonment. It is best for us to arrive as soon as possible to avert the disaster of war. Thales nodded slightly and listened quietly to Gilbert's report. According to tradition, as a Prince of Constellation, Your Highness, you will need 3 instructors to guide you in military affairs, politics, and etiquette. You will also need an attendant who will usually be your assistant in the future and 2 guards. But you are about to go on a diplomatic mission. We can only simplify everything and make up for it when you return to the kingdom. Considering that we are going to an unfamiliar place in Extet, and the purpose of this trip is to apologize, we have no choice but to reduce the number of attendants. Other than the 30 Jade Star private soldiers led by Korra, there are 3 special candidates. An instructor. I will introduce a knowledgeable scholar to you later. He will be the vice diplomat for this trip. An attendant has already been selected and is currently in the carriage. As for a bodyguard, your safety is extremely important, so he must be an experienced supreme class elite. When Fails heard this, he could not help but be stunned. The candidate for instructor and protector. Gilbert, do you mean that you, Yodel, and even Gines will not follow me on this trip? Gilbert revealed a helpless smile. He said flatly, I am the signatory of the Fortress Treaty, and I have a notorious reputation as a schemer in Extet. My appearance in Dragon Cloud City will only bring you unnecessary trouble. As for Yodel, Gilbert shook his head. In Northland, for the past 10 years, there have been 5 famous supreme class elites, commonly known as the 5 war generals. They are under King Nuven and a few archdukes respectively. Their positions are equivalent to the 3 marshals in Constellation, who are in charge of the legendary anti-mystic equipment. Your Highness, if you meet any of them, please do not mention the elite with the dark purple mask, and the fact that he is now the secret protector of the Supreme King of Constellation. Fails was stunned. After a month of learning, he knew the 3 commanders of Constellation, but the 5 war generals of Extet, the former Foreign Affairs Minister sighed. Yodel has a grudge with each of them. Fails took a second to understand this sentence. Then his face twitched as he said, Every single person? What kind of festival? Gilbert only stared at him silently. Fails sucked in a breath and flashed a resigned smile. All right, I guess it's the more troublesome kind. The prince had one more question in his heart. Yodel's past. What exactly did he do to provoke the 5 war generals at the same time? It was like a person going against the 3 marshals at the same time. It was practically unimaginable. As for Madame Gines, Gilbert watched as the carriage stopped outside the window and a few people came down one after another. Her identity is more sensitive. You know, her relationship with the king, Fails sighed. So, other than the Corleone family's allies, I probably won't see any familiar faces, right? This is exactly what I wanted to say. Gilbert's expression froze. Are you really going to bring the Corleone family's people? Fails said with a solemn expression, After all, I have made a promise to them. I don't like to go back on my word. Also, even though that old witch Serena is annoying, she did use the Blood Clan's voice transmission to help me at a critical moment. It would not be an exaggeration to say that she saved my life. Fails furrowed his brows. After all, they have a supreme class elite and 2 super class elites. Serena also hopes to rely on my identity to restore her position. This is a bargaining chip that can be used. On the way to Northland, they can disguise themselves and hide among the attendants. He paused for a moment and thought of that strong and muscular figure. Also, His Majesty allowed it, didn't he? Of course, that was a promise made by a Prince of Constellation, a promise made by Jade Star. Gilbert exhaled softly. However, in Constellation, with the king and our forces of power by our side, they would not dare to be too impudent. As for Extet, which is a foreign place to us, I hope that they will not bring us any trouble. After all, Yodel and I are not by your side. Gilbert furrowed his brows. You have to be careful of that old butler, Chris. I feel like I have heard his name somewhere before. Fails rolled his eyes at Gilbert. Hey, don't forget who was the one who made this alliance happen. Gilbert flashed a perfect smile and tipped his hat. Also, Gilbert, about what I told you yesterday. Fails put on a worried expression. Yes, Your Highness. Since there is no longer a need to keep your identity a secret, and Mindy's Hall has been reopened, I will send someone to Lower City District in the afternoon. It is not easy to sneak into that place. The people from the Secret Intelligence Department are more suitable than us. They will investigate the matter of those child beggars and that female bartender. If possible, I will try my best to take care of them, even though we do not have any manpower in Lower City District. Thank you. Thales looked at the former Foreign Affairs Minister gratefully. This way, I do not have to look for Murat. But you must understand that the Black Prophet's words are not without reason, Your Highness. Gilbert was slightly hesitant, but he still raised his head and said, You are different from them, after all. Also, being too close to you might not be a good thing for them. Your help might not be of any use to them, and it might even bring about disaster. Thales was silent for a while. I know. He nodded and exhaled. He turned around and adjusted his collar. Madeira, are you ready? It is time to go. A strange and faint sound of metal rubbing against each other came from outside the room. Madeira Ralph staggered into their field of vision while stepping on a pair of strange metal prosthetics. He gave Thales a slight bow that was not quite up to standard. Gilbert's eyebrows twitched slightly. Ralph's neck and half of his face were covered by a strange silver mask. It blocked his bloody throat and the tattoo on his face. However, what was even stranger was the pair of prosthetics under his knees. Constellation and the dwarves of Steel City had a good relationship, and even the craftsmen in the country had benefited greatly from it. The skillful royal craftsman only spent 2 days to create a pair of simple prosthetics for Ralph. 2 pieces of high-quality steel that were elastic and could withstand wear and tear were bent into the shape of an L, then hammered into the shape of a J with outstanding elasticity. The bending point was reinforced with crystal drops, and a fixed plate was made to connect the prosthetics to his knees and buckle onto his belt, allowing Ralph to walk on foot without the help of crutches. Of course, he would have to rely on his own wind manipulation psionic ability to move and dodge in battle. Thales raised his eyebrows. Not bad. It's just that the part below the knee is too eye-catching. Next time, you should cover it with pants. Madeira Ralph lowered his head and pulled out a stack of papers that were stapled together. Gilbert suddenly realized that Ralph was not hesitating, but was flipping through the sign language drawing in his hand. The clumsy Ralph found the drawing he wanted. He looked at Thales, raised his right fist, bent his wrist, and tapped it twice. Thales smiled softly. Very good. You only lack proficiency in sign language and prosthetics. Just nice, you can continue your lessons on the way. Ralph flashed a smile. He found another piece of paper and made a hand gesture. Thank you. Gilbert sighed. Since you have decided to follow His Highness to Northland, to Ekstedt, I hope you can understand the difficulty of this trip and do your best to protect His Highness. Ralph lowered his head slightly. This time, he did not need to flip through the cheat sheet. Instead, he recalled the necessary hand gestures and gestured. Gilbert, who did not understand, frowned. In the end, he could only look at Thales helplessly. Thales smiled as he answered. He said to do his best. Gilbert exhaled and shook his head helplessly. All right, at least it is a good way to send secret messages. This psionic from a gang whom they rescued from Vine Manor? No, he was a superclass. Even though he was still very inexperienced in battle, strictly speaking, he was already considered a psionic warrior. What was it that made him so convinced by His Highness? Thales waved his hand gently and snapped his fingers. Very well, let's go. At the main entrance of Mindy's Hall. How have you been recently, old friend? In front of a few carriages, Gilbert extended his hand and shook hands with the skinny man who was leading the group. Very bad. The skinny man's expression was unpleasant. The administrative efficiency of Eternal Star City is far inferior to that of the frontline camp in Western Desert. I came to the capital for the documents in the Great Library, but I lost my high-grade pass a month ago, so I could only wait in the capital until now. In the end, they told me that it would take half a year to replace it. I guess you probably ran out of money for your journey, that's why you came to me. Gilbert answered with a smile. And you gave me such a troublesome task. The skinny man sighed and looked at Thales with a measuring gaze. You don't want me to give you money directly, do you? Gilbert turned his body sideways and revealed Thales' figure. This is Lord Putre Nemain from Western Desert Hills Crowing Raven City. We used to study under the same tutor. Gilbert introduced the 40-year-old man in front of Thales, who spoke in a straightforward manner. Putre was once a bard and traveled half the world. He has a deep understanding of the geography of the continent and the customs of the various countries. He has also stayed in Northland for a long time. Your Highness, you have complained to me before that you do not understand the basic situation of the world. I think Putre will be a good candidate. He will be your vice diplomat and your instructor as you head north. Putre, this is the second prince, Prince Thales. His intelligence will shock you. Putre, the skinny man, looked displeased, but he still raised his right fist to his chest and saluted Thales. I am very happy to have the opportunity to ask for your help. Putre, can I call you that? Thales smiled and returned the salute. Of course, you are the prince, you can call me whatever you want. Putre shrugged indifferently. He did not show the slightest bit of excitement and respect when he saw the only prince of Constellation. I am sorry, his temper is a little strange, but I think you will admire his knowledge and his rich experience, Gilbert said to Thales with a smile. He was not worried that his old friend's disrespectful attitude would cause the second prince to feel bad about him. Thales looked at the skinny Putre before him, then at the Highland boots on his feet. His expression did not change, but he sighed deeply in his heart. Oh fate, it's him. On the day Quide went crazy, the people from the 6th house met a skinny man wearing Highland boots at the western city gate. He had an unpleasant expression on his face, but he refused to give them any money. Hence, Ryan and Kellett gave him a lesson and took away the only card he had. It was the pass to enter the Jade Star Grand Library. At that time, Thales thought he was a scholar who had fallen from grace. Thales rolled his eyes where no one else could see. I am sorry, Mr. Putre. Your library pass is in an abandoned house in the lower city district. Gilbert brought him to the next person. It was a young man in his 20s. He had a sword at his waist, a determined expression, and a tall and straight figure. His face was ordinary, but his gaze was sharp. This is the person His Majesty and I have unanimously chosen. He will be your attendant, regardless of whether you are in Extet in Northland or in Constellation after you return. He has just returned from the Tower of Eradication a few months ago. Gilbert looked at the young man before him. His gaze was filled with complicated and indecipherable emotions. Why a Casso? Thales immediately reacted and looked at Gilbert in puzzlement. Casso? I hope this will not cause you to be disgusted. After all, nepotism? But I can guarantee that he is an elite who has been selected after going through many rounds of selection. Gilbert sighed. But he is indeed my son. The young man, Waya Casso, did not even look at his father. He bowed respectfully towards Thales. Nice to meet you, Your Highness. My sword and wisdom are yours to use. For the rest of my life, I will serve you wholeheartedly. Thales felt a little awkward. Is it really okay to use, for the rest of my life, and, for the rest of my life, the moment we meet? But he still nodded and returned the greeting with a cheerful expression. I will rely on you for the rest of my life, Waya. Waya lowered his head respectfully. This life and this body are at your disposal. Thales rolled his eyes in his heart again. Gilbert is obviously very good at socializing, but why is his son? Is he a little serious or dumb? But he could also feel that Waya and Gilbert did not seem to get along. Is the relationship between father and son cold? Gilbert sighed and continued forward with Thales. This time, when Thales saw the figure under the cloak, he did not need to be introduced. He already cried out in surprise. It's you! The petite figure under the cloak turned around with her hands on her hips. Yes, the person said in a carefree manner. She was neither respectful nor cold. Instead, she made people feel that she was sincere. It's me. Gilbert, who seemed to be like this after meeting his son, said expressionlessly, You should have met this person before. She is the same as Yodel. She was originally one of His Majesty's secret protectors. This time, His Majesty specially transferred her out. Hey, what do you mean transferred out? Kessel can't order me around. The cloaked woman who covered her face interrupted Gilbert's words. She walked in front of Thales without any trace of politeness. In front of the dumbfounded prince, she patted his shoulder with her left hand and pointed at herself with her right thumb. "Brat, my name is Ida." "Ida?" Thales was stunned. "Ida Wong?" Thud. While Gilbert and the others had unpleasant expressions on their faces, Ida knocked on Thales' head fiercely. "What Wong? I'm not from the Far East." As Thales grimaced and touched his head, she whistled. "Listen up, my name is Ida Rorikat Giselle." Ida seemed to have encountered some kind of obstacle. She scratched her head desperately for a few seconds. Finally, the cloaked woman put down her hand weakly and said dejectedly, "Hey, forget it. My name is too long. Sometimes I can't remember it. You can just call me Ida." Thales stared at Ida, dumbfounded. He felt that his originally serious outlook on life had been refreshed once again. But this feeling of being hit on the head is really familiar. A few familiar figures appeared before his eyes. He did not know how Jayla and the children were doing. He had only received some vague information from Morat. "Madam Ida." Gilbert's face was ghastly pale. "Next time, please pay attention to your behavior towards His Highness." Thales touched his head, which was gradually no longer hurting. He noticed that although Gilbert was dissatisfied, he had no intention of holding him accountable. So he also tacitly agreed. "This person has the right to hit the prince's head? What's wrong with that?" Ida said unhappily, "Can I hit him? When I hit Mindy's head in the past, even Kira did not dare to have any objections." Thales' expression froze. He noticed that Gilbert did not refute her. "Wait, Mindy's? Kira? Which Mindy's of the royal family? Kira, could it be the supreme class elite of the royal family? Enemy of the wolves Kira Jadestar from 200 years ago?" Her voice sounds very young, but Thales raised his eyes and looked at Ida. "Just how old is she?" Thales forced a smile on his face. "Madam Ida, you are really very lively." "Yes." Ida seemed very happy under the cloak. She punched her palm. "My whole family said the same thing. It's because of this. They chased me out." Thales did not hide it. He rolled his eyes fiercely. Gilbert coughed violently and attracted the attention of a few carriages. "Everyone, if there are no questions, we can get used to each other on the road. I believe that everyone knows the destination and mission of this trip. But if there are no questions, let us get on the carriages," he said loudly. "His Majesty and the Dukes are waiting at the North City Gate to send the diplomat group off." Cora nodded. The 30 Jadestar private soldiers got busy. Gilbert nodded at Thales and sent him to the carriage. The prince's attendant, Waya Casso, stared at Ralph, who had a strange expression on his face. But under Thales' smiling face, he still followed the phantom wind follower and the second prince into the same carriage. "Put Ray." Gilbert called out to the thin man who was about to get on the carriage. Put Ray turned around expressionlessly. The former Foreign Affairs Minister, Count Gilbert Casso, said with a solemn expression, "I am handing over the prince and the future of Constellation to you. You have traveled through half the world. From the naval battle of Crystal Jade City, the Bloody Year, the Desert War, the Civil War of the Alliance, the Steel and Tree Rebellion, to the Eastern Peninsula's Hanbol Succession War and the Night War, you have seen countless wars and chaos. You know how cruel they are, and your trip this time is to put an end to the war in Constellation. Enough." Put Ray interrupted his old friend. The thin man still had a displeased expression, but his eyes shone brightly. "I will accept it. It is the same as 12 years ago." Chapter 81. Early in the morning, on the road to the northern city gate in Eternal Star City, a team of soldiers from the city defense team tactfully avoided the people in the empty space in front of them and consciously prevented others from approaching. "Don't worry, I'm not stupid enough to openly kill the prince in the capital." The Guardian Duke of Land of Cliffs region, Koster Nanchester, stood tall and straight in the middle of the road. He flicked the snow on his cloak, which was covered with the symbol of the great deer antler. he said coldly, "I just want to see him." He stood in front of the continuous line of carriages and looked at the vigilant Jade Star private soldiers, waiting for their master's reply. Gilbert got off the carriage and looked at the great deer antler carriage and a few guards from the Nanchester family, as well as another carriage with the symbol of the tricolor iris flower in the distance. He frowned. "Duke Nanchester, if you want to send the diplomat group off, you can wait at the northern city gate. Intercepting them halfway is not how a suzerain of a land should behave." Koshter's expression was unpleasant as he pointed at the carriage in the distance. "It's not just me. There's also the boy with the tricolor iris flower." Gilbert quickly thought about the situation at hand. We all know that even though he's only 7 or 8 years old, he's not an ordinary child. Koshter shook his cloak impatiently. "Send the news to the second prince and let him make the decision." A tender child's voice came from the third carriage. "It's okay, Gilbert. Let me handle it." Thales pushed open the car door. Accompanied by the nervous Wyacasso and the vigilant Madeira Ralph, Thales walked to Koshter with a calm expression. Koshter looked at the child with a complicated gaze and gestured to the side of the road. Thales took a deep breath and nodded. He waved at the attendant and the phantom wind follower before following Koshter to the side of the road. "What kind of drama is this?" The vice diplomat of the diplomat group and the prince's instructor, the thin Lord Putray, got off the carriage impatiently, as if he had been disturbed from a beautiful morning. Gilbert shook his head. "A fight within the kingdom. So peaceful?" Putray narrowed his eyes and looked at the Duke of Land of Cliffs and the second prince in the distance. "This?" Gilbert frowned and glanced at his old friend. "It's so peaceful that I'm about to cry." Putray curled his lips and said sarcastically, "You should go to the eastern continent, to the Kirin holy capital, and see the infighting between the Chen royal family, the eunuchs, and the nobles in the Main Yi dynasty. Of course, you haven't been there before, so it's normal for you to have shallow knowledge." Gilbert exhaled discontentedly through his nose. He could not find any effective words to refute him. Damn bards. Thales looked at the hostile Duke of Great Deer Antler in front of him and pondered over the other's intentions. He must have come with a purpose. But we are destined to be enemies. Be vigilant. "I didn't expect that the first person to come would be you," Thales said quietly. Koshter snorted softly. "I don't want to see you in front of so many people." Fakenhaz's sarcasm is too annoying. The one-eyed dragon stared at him coldly. "Brat, I know you're very smart. I'll cut the crap and listen. I don't like you. No one ever dared call me a hypocrite." Thales spread his hands helplessly. "Then what do you want me to call you? Liar? Swindler? Actor? Best actor? Sect leader you?" Koshter ignored his words. The scar on his blind left eye looked hideous. "But I can still cast aside my prejudices. In the future, the Land of Cliffs region can fully support you to become the supreme king and suppress the nobles who are eager to cause trouble, as well as the suzerains with ulterior motives. The Great Deer Antler acknowledges you as its master, and the Jade Star family will still be the royal family." Thales was stunned for a moment. Thales' eyebrows twitched. "I thought that the Great Deer Antler and I were already sworn enemies." But Koshter ignored him. "There is only one condition," the one-eyed dragon said with certainty. Thales, who was shocked by the one-eyed dragon's abnormality, breathed a sigh of relief. "As expected, you won't be friendly to me for no reason. There is a price to every battle, and a reward to every victory." Koshter narrowed his only eye. "This is the Nanchester family's language." The prince raised his head and met the one-eyed dragon's gaze. "So what price do I have to pay to receive your reward?" Thales, who was extremely vigilant, asked cautiously. "It's very simple," Koshter said with a stern expression. "King Kessel will abdicate, and you will be crowned king in advance." "Abdicate? Crown? What?" Thales took 3 seconds to comprehend this sentence. Then, his expression changed abruptly. Koshter did not seem to be joking at all. He kept looking at him seriously. The two stared at each other for a full 5 seconds. "Huh, you actually tried to sow discord between the only Jade Star father and son." Thales grinned. Don't you know that everything I have now is because of His Majesty, Father? This is not sowing discord, but a sincere proposal and invitation. The one-eyed dragon's expression did not change, and his tone was serious. What we fear and loathe is not Jade Star, nor you. Our grudges are nothing compared to the kingdom, but your father, the Iron Hand King. Thales stared at the one-eyed dragon with a burning gaze. What do you think the new star was formed for? Do you think that Arun's actions are really just because of personal hatred and dissatisfaction? Koshter said with unprecedented seriousness. Koshter said in an unprecedentedly serious tone, this is all the suzerain's self-preservation. To continue the family that has existed since the founding of the kingdom. Enough! Thales interrupted him without hesitation. What a joke, this level of provocation. Thales said coldly, I only see all of you pressuring the disaster-stricken royal family, pressuring my father, questioning my identity, obstructing the rights I deserve, but the one-eyed dragon's expression changed. With a furious expression, he interrupted him loudly. He said, Brat, if you can only listen to the story of the sorrowful king and the resolute royal family described by the king's partisans, then you might as well dig out your own eyes and leave only your ears. Thales froze for a moment. The one-eyed dragon exhaled a few times and said to him word by word, You underestimate your father, underestimate the Iron Hand King, underestimate the fear he instilled in the whole of Constellation. Koshter said slowly, Since the bloody year, Kessel has become more and more domineering, almost crazily seizing power. From supporting a Duchess of Blade Edge Hill, who could only survive by relying on the royal family's prestige, to indirectly controlling the two great families in the southwest, controlling the piranhas at the southwestern estuary of the kingdom and the richest morning sunflower. Then he made an exception and recruited the 3 marshals to build an astonishingly large royal regular army. Then there was the central tax bill that weakened the suzerains, the fixed conscription bill, and the border county development bill that produced a large number of new nobles. And his favorite national conference, using thousands of public opinion to force the suzerains to submit and hand over their power to the royal family. It was the same during the Desert War and the succession of the throne. The Heir Parliament, where the suzerains united to speak, was useless. When making decisions, only the voice of the king and the cheers in the square could be heard. He even wanted to intervene in the succession of the 6 great clans and the 13 distinguished families. Even the internal strife in the Covendier family 2 years ago had his shadow in it. Thales felt a chill in his heart. Koshter said with a gloomy expression, Do you really think that when a national war is imminent, no one is willing to send troops for the king? Is it really because we do not care about Constellation's survival? Your father and his wits are terrifying. If we let him do as he pleases for 20 years, the 19 noble families, from their power, wealth, status, people and territories, will all be devoured cleanly. We will either submit or be destroyed. Constellation will return to the system of the empire. With such a king around, how can we not panic? How can we not resist? How can we not do our best to protect ourselves? Koshter's single eye was ablaze. He took an oppressive step forward. You saw it? The Northern Territory was forced to rebel, Blade Edge Hill almost became a royal territory, South Coast Hill suffered a great blow due to family strife, Eastern Sea Hill was so scared that it became a coward, Western Desert barely protected itself with the importance of the Western battlefront. His gaze was stern and solemn. As for the Land of Cliffs region, they did not want to sit still and wait for death. New Star used Extet's power to curb Kessel's royal power. This was already our last resort when we were at our wits' end, other than raising our troops. Koshter gritted his teeth. It is a small matter that we did not succeed, but if Kessel continues to act willfully, Thales stared at the Duke of the Land of Cliffs in shock. This was another version of the current situation in Constellation that he had heard. It was far different from the version that Gilbert had instilled in him. The bloody year changed him. Kessel is now like a real emperor. Koshter's voice was mournful. He wants to dominate everything in this country. He treats every suzerain as an enemy. He is merciless in suppressing and plotting against them. He treats Constellation as his personal carriage, and he has no control over his horsewhip and spurs. Those who can be used will be used as bargaining chips, and those who cannot be used will be suppressed and eliminated. Those who go along with him will prosper, and those who go against him will die. Thales frowned tightly as he recalled how a few counts questioned the king's authority at the beginning of the national conference. This is not a good thing, whether it is for our suzerains, for Jade Star, or for all of Constellation. If this goes on in this ancient country, sooner or later, there will be a great disaster. Koshter gritted his teeth. His single eye was like lightning. You are about to go to Ekstedt. This is not a good errand, but it will allow you to see another constellation from another angle. See how the children of the northern wind and the dragon view us. Thales lowered his head and calmed his breathing. Why did Tormund agree to rule together with the suzerains? Wasn't it precisely because of the tyrannical rule of 2 generations of the empire that led to its eventual destruction? Thales opened his mouth, but immediately swallowed the word calamity back into his stomach. He had a feeling that the end of the empire was not as simple as the calamity strike that Gilbert mentioned. Koshter turned around coldly and pulled up his cloak. If your goal is to become a tyrant like your father, and you are willing to pay the price of Constellation's downfall, then pretend that I never said these words today. The one-eyed dragon stared at Thales, who was deep in thought. His gaze was complicated. But you said that day, if you care about Constellation's stability, peace, and prosperity, if this is your wish and not to become the only supreme king, then my suggestion will be valid forever. Duke Nanchester left his final words and turned to leave. Have a safe journey. Don't embarrass Constellation. Thales stared at the departing one-eyed dragon in a daze. This is another Koshter, completely different from the Duke of the Land of Cliffs who forced the king to appoint a crown prince during the national conference. No, he told himself, this is all a scheme by the other party to ruin Kessel's image, to drive a wedge between father and son. A voice from a very long time ago rang in his mind. From a feudal state to a centralized, absolutist state, this is the only way for almost all European countries to go through, but Thales still clenched his fists lightly. He raised his head and looked at Koshter, who was walking away, and Zayn Covendier, who passed by him. I hope I did not disturb you. Zayn bowed politely. Of course not, Koshter replied coldly. I will be satisfied if you don't fall for the trap and think of me as the mastermind behind the assassination. Zayn's expression froze as he watched Koshter board the carriage. Thales, who felt a headache coming on, sighed deeply. He looked at Zayn and asked impatiently. Chapter 82. Zayn's expression was indifferent. We just found out the truth about Vine Manor. Thales' expression did not change. After going through Morat's test, he could also become the leader of Yu clan. Zayn flashed his most perfect smile and continued, We interrogated the gangsters at Vine Manor that night, and I have to say, you played a beautiful move that day, Your Highness. Zayn stared at Thales with a ruminating gaze. Even in a desperate situation, you could incite discord between the Blood Clan and Blood Bottle Gang to avoid being killed. Thales sighed in his heart. He still managed to find out. But his mind was a mess at the moment, and he had no intention of dealing with the master of tricolor iris flowers. Thales spread his hands indifferently. I don't know what you're talking about. But you're about to go on a long journey. You have to be careful, the immortals are not easy to deal with. Zayn placed his hands behind his back, his smiling eyes occasionally sparkled. Before the enemy of the wolves and his immortal hunters group killed their way to the peak of the wild vast mountain and forced them to sign the convention between the human kingdoms and the immortals, they have been feeding on humans for countless nights. They must miss the taste of human blood to this day. In the human kingdoms, they will always bring trouble. If you are in the same boat as jackals and wolves, you will run the risk of capsizing. You're so righteous. But why did you say that? Thales scratched his head. Returning the same words, Thales sighed and said, "The original employer of the blood clan." Zayn stopped smiling. The two stared at each other in silence. Thales felt increasingly uneasy. Zayn's gaze shifted, and he suddenly broke into a smile. "But I do owe you a favor." Thales frowned slightly. Zayn smiled and said, "Thank you for the day of the assassination, even though I know you had no intention of shielding me." Is he trying to be friendly? What day is it today? Why is everyone trying to be friendly to me? Is it Children's Day? No need, Thales said listlessly. You voted for me and supported my rights in return, didn't you? But Koshter's words immediately flashed through his mind. This is all for self-preservation by the suzerains. Thales suddenly raised his head and looked at Zayn in confusion. What are you thinking? Why did you vote for me? You don't seem like the kind of person who would betray you just because of anger. Even in that situation, letting Jadestar become the heir is not in line with your interests as a suzerain, right? Zayn stared at him for a full 3 seconds, then he raised his eyebrows slightly. Who knows? In that case, I wouldn't have a chance anyway. Zayn chuckled. Maybe I'm just thinking that compared to those old and cunning people, you, who are inexperienced, can be the heir to the kingdom, more like a soft persimmon, easy to deal with. Thales furrowed his brows slightly. These dukes, can you speak like a human being? Just kidding. Zayn laughed. Thales rolled his eyes. But before you leave, Your Highness, I have a gift for you. Please kindly accept it. Zayn waved his hand lightly. That day at Vine Manor, this veteran from the Starlight Brigade recognized all of you, but it was precisely because he gritted his teeth that he allowed all of you to leave safely. Otherwise, what awaited all of you? That means 2 Lemeter Knights. Thales felt a chill in his heart. He looked into the distance and saw an exhausted man being violently pushed towards the Jadestar private army's fleet. That was... Don't worry, he's my spy. Gened was once the Duke of Star Lake's personal guard. Zayn patted him on the shoulder and revealed a mysterious smile. He should be of use. Thales' face was filled with suspicion, but he suddenly remembered Koshter's words. South Coast Hill suffered greatly due to family strife. Duke Zayn, Thales muttered, I heard that you've only been a duke for 2 years, right? Zayn frowned and nodded. My father unfortunately passed away 2 years ago. I returned from my travels in the Eastern Peninsula and inherited the title. Thales chose his words carefully. It may be presumptuous of me to ask this, but I heard that the old Duke of Iris Flowers, because of the family strife, Zayn gently held his breath and maintained the most perfect expression. Yes, a few uncles coveted his position and used the excuse that my father was too oppressive towards them. In the end, faced with failure, they lost their minds and took a risk out of desperation. They bribed an assassin with a large sum of money to assassinate my father. Thales sighed. So, this is why you said that Eternal Star City does not welcome murder, that day? Zayn gently inhaled and nodded slightly. That can be considered one of the reasons. Thales was slightly silent. Even the internal strife in the Covendier family 2 years ago had his shadow in it. Your Grace, your father's death, the prince recalled Kessel V's tactics and means and asked doubtfully, was it really just because of the internal strife in the family? Or is there another inside story? Zayn's heart jolted. This brat? What do you mean? The young duke could no longer maintain his expression and asked in return with an unpleasant expression. Thales did not notice Zayn's expression. He lowered his head and continued to think about the possibility of the royal family interfering in the inheritance struggle. The 19 noble families will all be devoured, the prince muttered. Is there a deeper, more essential truth behind the duke's death? For the continuation of our family since the founding of the nation, for example, the duke unfortunately died in order to protect the continuation of the family, the future of the next generation, and not be harmed by the outside world. Thales raised his head. His gaze was sharp as he tried to discern something from Zayn's eyes. What do you think? At that moment, Zayn felt as if thunder had exploded in his heart. His heart raced, his breathing quickened, and his eyes widened as he stared at the second prince in front of him. But in his mind, a storm had already been set off. Why did he deliberately mention my father's death? The continuation of the family, the survival of iris flowers. He's a member of the royal family, so he must know. The first Duke Covendier was the first Chief of Secret Intelligence and Chief of Intelligence of Constellation more than 600 years ago, and also the person in charge of the project of world cleansing. So, the future of the next generation of Covendier. Is he talking about me or Hilly? The weather was cold, but Duke Zayn Covendier, who had excellent self-restraint, was already drenched in cold sweat without realizing it. Damn it, about my father's death, about that matter, about Zayn clenched his fists, Hilly's identity. What did he actually know? The young Duke raised his head and looked at Thale's burning gaze. He's threatening me. Warning iris flowers. Damn it. Zayn's breathing became erratic. Thales then noticed Zayn's livid expression and suddenly came to a realization. Asking about someone else's father's death early in the morning. Am I being a little too much? Sorry, Thales smiled apologetically. I was being too presumptuous. In his eyes, Zayn took a deep breath and forced himself to squeeze out a submissive and ingratiating smile, which was a rare occurrence for him. Usually, this was a piece of cake for him. No. Zayn felt bitter in his heart, but he immediately closed his eyes, bowed deeply, and said with difficulty, Your Highness Thales, Tricolor Iris Flowers understands what you mean. From this moment onwards, South Coast Hill is willing to be at your beck and call without complaint. Why did he suddenly bow? Thales was shocked and took a step back. I didn't even say anything, why did he bow? And he understood what I meant just like that? His reaction is so fast. Thales narrowed his eyes in confusion. Sir Zayn, you really understand what I mean? Zayn clenched his teeth tightly. Are you forcing me to make a promise? What I meant just now was, if that family infighting wasn't that simple, yes. I understand now. Zayn raised his head abruptly, his gaze firm. The Covendier family motto is very clear. It is better to die for a friend than to die for an enemy. He looked at Thales seriously. I just thought it through. You're right, if Tricolor Iris Flowers wants to flourish, it should indeed carefully choose its own allies. For example, you, the only qualified Prince of Constellation with the royal bloodline. What's this? Thales frowned. Did he switch heroes? But in the distance, Gilbert's voice came. They should leave. The second prince's convoy had gone far away. But Zayn was still standing in the same spot, unmoving. Butler Ashford, who walked up from behind, was about to say something, but Zayn raised his hand abruptly and stopped the butler from speaking. Until the convoy went far away. Zayn, who was breathing unevenly, nodded. All right, at this distance, even a vampire's hearing can't reach us. Ashford frowned slightly. Something's not quite right with my master. Did you manage to sound him out? Ashford asked carefully. Zayn frowned and nodded habitually. When I asked about the Blood Clan, he subconsciously agreed. The vampires are indeed traveling with them. Zayn heaved a long sigh and murmured, How bold and fearless. Ashford said respectfully, Then according to the original plan, inform Blood Bottle Gang, and start by ruining his reputation? No. Zayn raised his head, his gaze determined. And with a hint of determination. Watching Thales leave, Zayn narrowed his eyes and made up his mind. No one could hurt Hill. No one. Even the royal bloodline. The young Jade City Master, Guardian Duke of South Coast Hill, Master of Tricolor Iris Flowers, one of the 6 great clans of Constellation, Zayn Covendier, whispered to the butler beside him. Pass the message. Send under to Forts. Ashford raised his eyebrows. That side? Ashford asked softly. Zayn closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and slowly exhaled. That side, Zayn said quietly. Ashford did not speak. He was waiting for his master's final confirmation. Zayn's voice came with difficulty. You know which part to pass. Although Ashford was puzzled, he was good at reading people's expressions and immediately understood his master's meaning. The old butler nodded, bowed, and left. After a while, Zayn opened his eyes. He muttered to himself, "The Prince of Constellation who I voted for carries the war and peace of 2 countries on his back. At least, within the country, there should not be any suzerains of Constellation who would dare to endanger your life, right? Everyone should be thinking the same thing. Then so be it." The second prince's carriage drove to the north city gate. From afar, Thales saw an empty space separated by the guards through the surging crowd that came to watch the show. The Supreme King of Constellation, Kessel Jadestar, stood among the 3 dukes and looked over silently. "I will send you off here, Your Highness." Gilbert stood where he was and said sadly, "Be careful on your journey. I await your return." Thales turned his head and looked at Gilbert. If you can only listen to the story of the tragic king and the resolute royal family described by the king's partisans, then you might as well dig out your own eyes and leave only your ears. Thales exhaled. "Thank you, Gilbert." Then, Thales took a step back and bowed deeply. "Thank you, teacher." Gilbert leaned on his cane, lowered his head and sighed. In the end, he did not say anything. Thales exhaled. Accompanied by Putre and Waya, with Ralph's appearance, it was better for him to stay in the carriage, while for some reason, the lively Ida did not get off the carriage at all. He got off the carriage and walked towards his father, who was suspected of being a tyrant. The 3 dukes bowed to him. He also returned the gesture with dignity. The plump guardian duke of the Eastern Sea, Bob Cullen, panted and praised, "Your Highness, although this is very unfair to you, I want you to know that I am extremely gratified by your courage." Thales nodded absent-mindedly. As the Prince of Constellation, it is only natural. The Eastern Sea Hill is so scared that it has become a coward. Koshter's other explanation of Constellation's current situation surfaced in his mind. I once hoped that my son would be as outstanding as you, Your Highness." The guardian duke of Western Desert, the terrifying Fakenhas, continued to mock him, "But looking at it now, forget it, it is too dangerous." Thales rolled his eyes in front of him. "Thank you for your kind words," he said weakly. "Western Desert is trying its best to protect itself with the importance of the Western battlefront." He walked in front of the young lady. Lyanna Tabark, the delicate and pretty young Duchess of Blade Edge Hill, looked at him with a cold expression. "I think we all know what kind of heavy burden it is to be the last person in the family," she said softly. "But it is precisely because of this," the young lady said bluntly, but her words were sharp, "that we become stronger. How much of Blade Edge Hill is the territory of the king?" Lyanna gently pressed the blood moon pin on her chest and said softly, "Your Highness, we are about to part. I will give you the Tabark family's language." Thales was stunned. The cold young lady bowed slightly and enunciated each word clearly. "Only blood can sharpen the blade." Thales stared at the 15 or 16-year-old girl in front of him. After a few seconds, he reacted and nodded heavily. "I will remember it and dare not forget it," he said. Asterisk thud. Asterisk the king's scepter was propped on the ground. The 3 dukes, Cullen, Fakenhas and Lyanna, all retreated tactfully. Thales took a few steps forward and bowed gently. "You underestimate your father, underestimate the Iron Hand King, underestimate the fear he instilled in the entire constellation." "You have met Kia," Kessel V said quietly. Thales nodded. "Very good. Then you will know what kind of path we, you and I, are walking on." Kessel looked at him coldly. "The bloody year changed him. Our enemies are everywhere in this world." Kessel sighed and said quietly, "One careless move, and we will be doomed." He treats every suzerain as an enemy. He is merciless in suppressing and plotting against them. He treats Constellation as his personal carriage, and he has no control over his horsewhip and spurs. Thales inhaled. In Kessel's eyes, there was such determination in his gaze. "Go on your way, young Jadestar," Kessel said slowly. "Bring glory to your country, bring glory to your family. Live for Constellation." Thales raised his head and nodded lightly again. Behind him, Jines Bajkovic could not help but take a step forward. But the female official seemed a little awkward. But Gines still took a deep breath and said with complicated emotions, "Remember to practice your sword. Remember to practice your sword." Thales flashed a smile. "Yes, Madam Gines." After Putre and Waya bowed to the king, the latter gave them a few words of encouragement. Thales knew that the time to depart had finally arrived. However, at this moment, an unexpected person walked to his side with a cane. "Your Highness," Marat Hansen said with a hoarse voice and an unpleasant smile on his face to the vigilant Thales, "when you reach Ekstedt, please help this old man pass a message to an old woman." With a bad impression of the Black Prophet, Thales asked in bewilderment, "Which old woman?" Marat grinned. "You will know when you see her." Thales furrowed his brows deeply. On the city gate, which Thales did not notice, a masked figure slowly disappeared into the air. Hence, the fleet of carriages with the double cross-shaped star's flag and the 9-pointed star flag slowly set off. All the way north. Thales leaned against the wall of the carriage and exhaled. "Waya, why do you think that when everyone said goodbye to me, it was as if they were bidding farewell for the last time? Will King Nuvan really kill me?" He did not expect an answer from Waya. But the second prince's attendant, Waya Casso, who had been looking outside the carriage, actually raised his head slightly with a complicated expression. "Your Highness, in the Tower of Eradication, my teacher once taught me a sentence." In the next second, Waya said something that made Thales' eyes brighten. Until a long time later, Thales would still occasionally think of it when he could not sleep at night. Waya Casso said softly, "That's right. Treat every farewell as a final farewell. Treat every second of your life as a chance to survive. This way, we will not miss out on our lives." Recently, some readers in the book comment section suggested that the protagonist is too much of a Virgin Mary. I think I need to respond. The following is my response. Oh, that is my response. Chapter 83. Your Highness, you are really well loved among them. The subjects have not forgotten that it is Constellation and the Jade Star royal family that ensure their prosperous lives. The one who spoke was Baron Lamore. As the suzerain of 4 local villages, his castle stood at the center of the 4 villages. To the south, one could see the Central Territory's Renaissance Avenue, which was covered in yellow fallen leaves. To the north, one could see the birch forest unique to the Northern Territory. This was the 4th morning of their journey north to Ekstedt. Along the way, they stopped a few times to resupply. If everything went smoothly, they would enter the Northern Territory this afternoon and reach Broken Dragon Fortress tomorrow night. Baron Lamore might only be in his 30s, but his obesity was comparable to that of the old Duke Cullen. The Baron was smiling so widely that his eyes could not be seen. He spoke enthusiastically to the second Prince of Constellation, Prince Thales Jadestar, who was surrounded by his smiling subjects of various sizes. "The subjects are looking forward to your arrival and feel honored. The continuation of the Jadestar royal family is really a great favor from the Sunset Goddess." Baron Lamore stroked his belly and said with a smile, "I believe that in the future, under your Highness' rule, Constellation will be even more prosperous and happy than it was in the past. At the end of the day, we are the descendants of the Empire." Thales walked in the clean and spotless village, where even the snow stains had been swept away. He maintained the most basic smile and waved at his subjects, who were dressed in bright and beautiful clothing. Waya, Cora, and 5 Jadestar family's private soldiers stood by his side, nervously separating him from the crowd. Behind them was Ida, who was obviously lethargic from the way she walked. "It is best that we leave immediately, Your Highness," Cora, the leader of the Jadestar private soldiers, said with a serious expression. "This is really not a good idea." "Indeed." Waya stopped a squire. "Your mission is an envoy, not an inspection. You are just passing by." Thales nodded. In an inadvertent moment, he made a few gestures that no one could understand. "How is it?" Waya looked at the prince's gestures and frowned. He looked at the other direction of the village in displeasure. As expected, Ralph's figure appeared in a secluded spot in the distance. He racked his brains and made 2 gestures at Thales. "The ones behind are fake. Everything. Fake." Thal's heart sank. He looked at the child who was 7 or 8 years old who was closest to him. She was about his age. The child's skin was dark and he was so thin that he was just skin and bones. He was wrapped in a set of thick clothes that clearly didn't fit him. His small hands were hidden in his sleeves and he couldn't take them out at all. His eyes were filled with fear and cowering, but he still forced himself to reveal a fake smile. The muscular man with numb eyes waved his rough and deformed hands strenuously. A timid woman with a headscarf wrapped around her head was wearing clothes that did not match at all. Her top was clearly closer to the style of the king's city. An old man in his 60s, wearing a funny cloak that seemed to be used by nobles to shelter themselves from the rain, was shivering in the cold in a corner where no one else could see. Also, a spotless village where all the citizens lined the streets to welcome them. Thales sighed and looked at Baron Lamore with a smile. Did they take him for a fool? So there was a Potemkin village in this world. The supplies should be complete. Thales then made a gesture that no one else could understand towards Ralph in the distance. He shook his head and said softly to Waya and Cora, "Let's go." Waya even glared fiercely at Ralph in the distance, who had a dark expression on his face. He then followed Thales with Cora. He was the second prince's attendant. Under Baron Lamore's reluctance to leave and endless thanks, the fleet of Constellation's diplomat group headed north to Extet was ready to set off. I thought you enjoyed the feeling of being supported by thousands of people. The vice diplomat of the diplomat group, Lord Putray, took out a pipe out of nowhere and lit a thick cloud of smoke that did not look pleasant. He inhaled and exhaled and looked at the second prince in a mocking manner. No. I would prefer to enjoy that kind of sincere, unpretentious, but sincere support. Thales smiled as he took the water handed to him by the guard. I do not want to see them being forced by their suzerains to wear the clothes they prepared beforehand, to force the most deliberate smiles, to tell lies about their happy lives, and to unreasonably welcome a prince they actually do not like in a village that has already been cleaned long ago. Thales took the water the guard handed him with a smile. Thales sighed softly. Take a guess. How many of them have smiles on their faces, but are actually filled with hatred towards me, the prince who suddenly arrived? None. Unexpectedly, Putray denied his words. If I have to pick one, it's probably only that fat baron. Thales raised his eyebrows. Don't think too highly of yourself, future king. Putray exhaled a mouthful of smoke in disdain. In the eyes of many people, the weight of the 9-pointed star is not even as heavy as an ear of wheat. If an ear of wheat can feed them, what can the 9-pointed star do? Oh, there are still benefits. Putray chuckled. For example, the suzerains can feed them a full meal and distribute some unwanted clothes to welcome a certain heir of the 9-pointed star who passes by in a dignified manner. Thales' expression was solemn. Before he got into the carriage, he cast one last glance at the village at the junction of the Northern Territory and Central Territory. He could not help but say, "This is the intersection point of Renaissance Avenue and the Birch Tree Forest. The specialties of the Northern Territory and the goods of Central Territory all pass through here. There is no shortage of land and hunting forests, but the people here are still so poor. Is it because of excessive deductions, land problems, or heavy taxes? Let's change the words. Baron Lamore is one of Count Talon's vassals. He delivers taxes to the latter and responds to conscription. The Talon family is a distant relative and supporter of the Jade Star royal family. To put it more accurately, the rulers of the territory are too loyal and patriotic." Putray snorted through his nose and said sarcastically, "The reason why the villagers here are so poor is because the rulers of the territory are too loyal and patriotic." Thales was silent for 10 seconds until Waya interrupted his thoughts. "Your Highness, that veteran refuses to leave. He is still following us." Waya pointed at a staggering figure behind them and sighed. "We have already passed the Talon family's Ice River City. I think the dry rations and supplies he has on him are not enough to support him on his journey back to Eternal Star. Besides, he does not have any clothes to keep him warm. The further north we go, if you ask me, we can hand him over to the Baron." Cora touched his red hair. Then we don't have to worry about him starving to death or dying on the road. You saw his face. I guess that veteran is not very good at dealing with nobles, and the Baron will probably throw him straight into the dungeon. Thales shook his head and looked at Gened's stubborn figure in the distance. And he is, after all, the late Duke John's personal guard. He can be considered to be of the same lineage as the Jadestar family. Thales' eyes sparkled. He thought of the late king's youngest brother in the tomb. Starlight god of war, liberator of Zodra, Duke of Star Lake, John L. K. Jadestar, 613 to 660, then bring him along. Thales looked at his vice diplomat, puzzled. Lord Putray was annoyed when he realized that his pipe had frozen out again. He fumbled for his pockets in a flurry. It was Waya who sighed, took out a flint, and walked forward. If you ask me, with such perseverance to follow us on foot for 3 days and 3 nights, thank you, you have saved my life. If he is not the most loyal subordinate, then he is the most dangerous enemy. Putray lit his pipe and looked at the carriage at the back of the caravan, which contained a coffin. He said disdainfully, no matter which one it is, you have a reason to bring him in and place him under your observation and control. After all, you have everything in this filthy caravan, don't you? Thales frowned and pretended that he did not hear Putray complaining to him about the Blood Clansman's traveling companions. Loyal subordinate and dangerous enemy. I do not want to take the risk to bet on either possibility. It's hard to say. Putray took a deep breath of his pipe and closed his eyes in comfort. Sometimes, it is also possible for both to be true. Thales rolled his eyes in resignation. Your Highness, that veteran? Waya asked tentatively. Thales muttered to himself for a while before he suddenly strode towards the veteran from the Starlight Brigade. Ralph followed behind him without a word. Waya was stunned for a moment. He quickly caught up to the second prince and cast a displeased glance at the phantom wind follower. After he passed him, he subconsciously took a step forward and became the person closest to the prince. Waya felt that his status as an attendant was being seriously threatened by the silver-masked man who needed prosthetics to walk. For example, the sign language that only he and the prince could understand. Veteran. Thales called from afar. What is your name? Gened, who was shivering with his arms crossed in the cold, raised his head. When he saw the 9-pointed star embroidered on Thales' clothes, his eyes brightened. He remembered the time when the languid middle-aged duke walked out of the barracks for the first time and bumped into him. Gened, he said while shivering. Still not willing to give up, is it? Thales narrowed his eyes. But, you know, it is impossible for me to let you follow us. You were sent here by Zayn Covendier, and I don't trust him. Gened was stunned for a moment before he quickly explained, I am not with them. I was captured by them. I don't know why they sent me here, but it has been 3 days. Why are you following me? Thales interrupted him and stared straight into Gened's face. Give me a reason to believe you. Gened stared at Thales in a daze. That's true. I'm not the Duke after all. He won't believe me. If it were the Duke, he would probably smile mysteriously, pat him on the shoulder, and generously ask him to collect a portion of food. Then he would leave behind a sentence of, I will be watching you, and leave with a peace of mind. But it is precisely because of this personality of the Duke that the veteran, who was in his 30s, gritted his teeth and raised his head. On the way here, I heard from those who imprisoned me that Your Highness, you are going to Extet? To use your own life to quell the anger and hatred of the Northlanders? Thales stared at him without saying a word. Gened crossed his arms and trembled as he said, Please let me follow you, follow the 9-pointed star. Thales did not speak. While Gened was feeling uneasy, the second prince slowly opened his mouth. Thales exhaled. I heard that you were once a member of the Starlight Brigade. You were Duke John's personal guard, my father's uncle? Gened's gaze darkened. And I have failed him. Thales said coldly, If it is for the loyalty of your comrades in the Starlight Brigade, you can always return to the capital and serve my father and King Kessel. I have already served him for 12 years in the capital. The travel-worn Genid panted laboriously and looked at Thales. And now, I have nowhere else to go. Yes. When the Starlight Brigade was disbanded, most of them followed their captain to Broken Dragon Fortress and fought 3 bloody battles against the Extensions. After the peace treaty was signed, they continued to guard the borders of Constellation in the bitter cold. But he did not go. He wanted to stay and continue serving the 9-pointed star and the Jade Star family in the capital, to atone for his sins. But that Kessel, Genid recalled his 12 years in the city defense team where he was apathetic, and he smiled forlornly. Thales looked at him and sighed deeply. Go look for Cora, the red-haired one. Under Genid's surprised gaze, Thales pursed his lips. Since you are a veteran, ask him to arrange a post for you. The diplomat group cannot keep useless people. Genid shuddered and looked at Thales. He shuddered, and 2 streams of hot tears flowed uncontrollably. Thales was shocked. He could not stand such a scene the most. He quickly turned around and left. This time, Waya followed him closely and did not forget to glance at Ralph. But Ralph was looking at the veteran whose eyes were brimming with tears. Another one who has lost his way? Just like me. Thales walked further and further away. If he was John's personal guard, if he participated in those wars, Thales thought, then he must have experienced the truth behind the bloody year with his own eyes. The truth that I want to know. The second prince boarded the carriage without saying a word. The convoy continued its journey out of Renaissance Avenue and entered the birch forest unique to the Northern Territory. On the evening of the second day, when the convoy with the double-cross-shaped star flag finally reached the edge of the birch forest, snow began to fall continuously. Everything around them began to turn silvery white. When they stopped to rest, Waya lit a torch in the bonfire set up by the guards and approached Thales, who was so cold that he was rubbing his hands. Please pay attention to the temperature, Your Highness. From now on, unlike the capital, unmelted snow will become the norm. You've been here before? Thales gratefully accepted the warm torch and exhaled a breath of hot air. Not only have I been here before. Waya chuckled. The Tower of Eradication is in the southwest of the border between Extet and Camus Union, in the mountain range to the north of the Great Desert. At that time, the Desert War was fierce, and the road to Western Desert was blocked. I could only take a detour from the Northern Territory to Extet and report to the Tower of Eradication. Thales, whose interest and curiosity had been piqued, was about to inquire further when Put-Ray walked over. It's a little colder than usual this year. Broken Dragon Fortress will only be colder than here. Lord Put-Ray picked up a handful of thin snow on the ground. His expression became solemn. This is both good and bad news. What do you mean? Thales, who did not know much about the Northern Territory and Extet, humbly asked the vice diplomat, who was obviously knowledgeable but had never pretended to speak to him. The good news is that the day before the bitter cold, which is unique to the north, will come earlier than usual. No matter how good the Extensions are at fighting in winter, it is impossible for them to mobilize a large number of troops to deploy into battle formations or besiege the fortress when the water is frozen. Their supply lines will collapse due to the bitter cold. Put-Ray muttered, the bad news is that if Lampard wants to take down Broken Dragon Fortress, these 2 days will be his last chance. Thales felt a chill in his heart. Yes, Your Highness. Broken Dragon Fortress is not far away. If you still want to put an end to the flames of war and not just go sightseeing, you better hurry up. Under Waya and Ralph's unpleasant expressions, Put-Ray unceremoniously snatched Thales' torch from him and extinguished it in the snow. You better hurry up and hurry up. At this moment, the cloaked woman and the secret protector, Ida, who had been dispirited and listless, suddenly shuddered and sat up. That, someone? Ida stammered as she patted the snow off her body. But she was immediately interrupted. Enemy attack. In the distance, a loud and angry voice shouted. It was the veteran, Genid's voice. Thales stood up abruptly. Waya and Ralph, who were beside him, were faster than him. One of them unsheathed his sharp blade, while the other shielded him behind himself. Cora! Put-Ray shouted calmly. Formation! Cora roared. The 30 Jadestar private soldiers shouted, unsheathed their swords, and formed a wall with their shields. They surrounded Thales and formed Constellation's famous astral formation. But Thales, who was firmly protected between two people, the attendant and the phantom wind follower, looked around in confusion at the birch tree forest in the evening. Where are the enemies? In the next moment he no longer had to be confused. Shadowy figures strangely appeared behind almost every tree in the surroundings in an instant. There were at least 20 of them. Thales felt a chill in his heart. He had seen this kind of body movement that suddenly appeared. It was like a frame skip in an animation. The Jadestar guards lit their torches as if they were facing a great enemy. They were teleported to a few key points in the circle formation to provide illumination. The light from the torches illuminated the surroundings. Figures dressed in luxurious clothes and armor, both actually appeared on everyone's body at the same time, appeared one by one from the dark forest. There were men and women, and every one of them was tall and handsome, but everyone's gaze was sharp as they stared at them coldly, as if they were looking at prey that was bound to die. Putre also drew a sword and held a torch as he shouted calmly, "Who goes there?" Under the astonished gazes of all the constellations, a graceful figure slowly walked forward in a dignified and quiet manner. It was a woman. It was the first woman that Thales saw after he transmigrated. She was so beautiful that she was suffocating. How should I put it? She's breathtakingly beautiful? She was dressed in a well-tailored black gown that perfectly accentuated her figure. Her face was gentle, her hair was silvery, and her purple eyes looked as if they were sparkling with tears. She was an endearing sight. If she were in Red Street Market, she would definitely be an existence that only nobles of Duke level could meet. The adorable beauty, whose age could not be determined, slowly opened her cherry mouth. Her face was clearly an endearing sight, but at that moment, she was like a robot as she said coldly, "Good day, everyone. I am Katerina Van Corleone. My enemies like to call me the Weeper." Everyone's breathing froze for a moment. The first thing Thales did was to look at the carriage with the black coffin behind him. He was shocked and bewildered. Corleone? Katerina? Weeper? Isn't that? But everything before his eyes was still going on. The black-clothed beauty, who had an endearing and innocent appearance, had watery eyes. Her tone was like a bone-chilling wind as she spoke slowly. "I am now ordering all of you. Hand over my sister. Then all of you." Her eyes were fierce as she pressed her hands on her upper abdomen. Chapter 84. I'm guessing that this has something to do with your group of guests who have unique recipes? Putre sighed and asked Thales sarcastically as he stared at the setting sun that was almost hidden by the forest in the distance. But Thales did not answer him. The prince forced himself to calm down amidst the panic caused by the sudden attack. He stared at the black-clothed, dignified, silver-haired, purple-eyed blood-clan beauty before him. Katerina Van Corleone. If I remember correctly, Thales gritted his teeth. The current master of the Corleone family and even the Night Kingdom. The Night Queen. Serena Corleone's younger sister. But Thales immediately realized something. Why would the Queen of the Eastern Peninsula, who has such a noble status, lower her status and personally cross the sea to chase after 4 political refugees who are weak and powerless? Even if they are her elder sisters. Coveters of the Blood Sea throne. Something is not right. How to fight against the Blood Clan? The attendant, Waya, held a single-edged straight blade in his hand and looked around with a grave expression. I have only heard about it from my teacher, but I have never practiced it. The young attendant tried his best to remain calm, but judging from the sudden increase in his speaking speed, he probably did not expect to encounter the situation before him after only being by the prince's side for a few days. Congratulations, then. Not everyone has such a good opportunity to practice it. Putre was rather calm. He carefully observed the blood clansmen around him who were staring at him with burning gazes. Beheading or piercing the heart, these are the few effective methods. although some powerful blood clansmen can even recover from having their hearts destroyed. Silver or sunlight can also weaken or even harm them. In battle, you must first rely on steady footsteps, and second on your ability to predict your position, because you will never be faster than them. At the same time, you must maintain sufficient vigilance. Just like the power of eradication, every blood clansman above superclass has their own unique ability that varies from person to person. When used in battle, it can often bring about unexpected results. Waya nodded with a pale face. Mortals of the Western Peninsula. Beside Katerina, a middle-aged male blood clansman who looked like a commander took a step forward. His appearance was firm and his expression was cold. Her Majesty the Noble Queen is waiting for your obedience. Hand over the traitors of the Night Kingdom. We will be more merciful when we act. 21. All superclass and above, and at least 3 of them are supreme class. Ida walked up from behind Thales. Her voice was no longer as lazy as it usually was. Instead, it was solemn and serious. The uncle who spoke, the young man on his left, and the queen dressed like a ball star. If you want to fight, the female secret guard extended her hand to her waist and said solemnly, be prepared for heavy casualties. If it really doesn't work, I can only protect you and escape first, boy. The moment she finished speaking, the young man on the left-hand side, whom Ida mentioned, the brown-haired young blood clansman dressed in luxurious red clothes and silver armor, flashed a mysterious smile and looked at her. She with the width and the of, comma, with were with Simon, the middle-aged blood clansman said slowly. These are all soldiers. When they cooperate with each other and form a battle formation, their power cannot be compared to that of ordinary adventurers. Very humorous, Hestad. Simon chuckled. Soldiers? In this world, what soldiers can compare to our Sacred Blood Army? Sacred Blood Army? Thales clenched his fists in secret. The words of the golden-haired blood clansman, Istrone, surfaced in his mind. Even if your enemy is the supreme king of Constellation, with the support and protection of our Sacred Blood Army, he will definitely not dare to make things difficult for you. Katerina did not move at all, letting her 2 commanders negotiate. Only her beautiful eyes swept over the crowd. Her gaze was filled with eerie coldness. The 30 swordsmen of eradication were all elite fighters. Even so, many of them could not help but look at their leader, Cora. Steady. Cora ordered sternly, but he was drenched in cold sweat as well. During the past 4 days, our scouts and sentries have never slacked off, ensuring that there are no threats within a few kilometers around us. Cora looked at the figures surrounding them in the thicket. He whispered in disbelief, vampires can only travel at night. How did they manage to keep up with us? Watch your words, mortal. I don't want to hear that title again, the middle-aged blood clansman commander said coldly. Thales furrowed his brows. They are here for Serena Corleone, who is in the convoy. That's right. At this juncture, whether it's Constellation or Extet, no one has a reason to take my life. Even the ambitious ones who are passionate about war would at least have to wait until I leave Constellation's borders and enter Extet. Only then would my death be able to better incite the atmosphere between the 2 countries to go to war. As for Serena, Thales glanced at the carriage with the black coffin from the corner of his eyes. Cora, you don't have to lower your voice anymore. Under the tense situation, Thales, who was wondering if he should send someone to check on Serena's carriage, could not help but let out a long sigh. I am certain that every single one of them can hear us. The moment he finished speaking, Katerina's gaze suddenly swept towards him. Thales was so shocked that his skin crawled. We have waited long enough. The middle-aged blood clansman, Hestad, exercised his wrist and said nonchalantly, Where are the traitors of Night Kingdom? Thales breathed rapidly, but there was already a huge storm raging in his mind. My dear and heartless sister, they still came. A familiar and childish voice rang. Under everyone's gaze, Serena Corleone, who looked to be only 6 or 7 years old, walked down the carriage with a cold expression, accompanied by Chris and Istrone. Katerina's purple eyes were fixed on her older sister. Following the appearance of the 3 Blood Clansmen, the Blood Clan warriors, who were originally standing like statues, moved as if they had come to life. Many of them seemed to be surprised by Serena's infant figure. When Hestad and Simon saw Serena's appearance, they both furrowed their brows. The former even glared fiercely at Chris. Beside Thales, Ralph, on the other hand, looked at Chris and Istrone warily. He had not forgotten the old grudge between them. "It seems that your injuries are not light, Your Highness Serena." The seemingly young Simon smiled and said, "You can't even maintain the basic figure of an adult." Serena ignored him. Step by step, she walked into the crowd and stood beside Thales. The middle-aged Hestad said coldly, "Your Highness Serena, please return to the blood-forbidding prison and serve the rest of your sentence." A thought flashed in Thales' mind. A heinous crime? Sentence? What sentence? Isn't Serena a loser in the fight for the throne? He looked at the silver-haired lowly, who was about 6 or 7 years old. "Oh, my dear Marquis Hestad Corleone." Serena raised her eyes and stared deeply at Hestad. "May I know if there are any changes to my sentence?" "Your original sentence was eternal life." Hestad put on a stern face, as if he hated the little girl in front of him. "Because of your atrocious escape from prison and theft, your sentence was increased by 10 years. So the current sentence is, it is eternal life plus 10 years, he said coldly. Escape from prison and theft? The doubts in Thales' mind grew deeper. Beside Serena, Istrone's eyes were burning with anger. He could not help but speak. "Is there a difference?" Katerina still stared at Serena with a burning gaze. Hestad, Simon, as well as Luke, Nye, Bruton, Isala, Caesar. Serena looked around and pouted. "You have brought out almost half of the Corleone family's power in the Sacred Blood Army. Aren't you afraid that the situation in the country will become unbalanced? The archdukes from the other 6 families who are eager to make a move? If I can capture you and bring you back," Katerina spoke slowly. Disgust actually appeared on her alluring face at that moment. "I will not be afraid." Thales sighed sadly. "Why is my luck always so bad?" Now that things had come to this, they could only negotiate. What they wanted the most was Serena. Their biggest disadvantage was that they were in an unfamiliar land, but just like in the past, Thales' terrible luck once again took effect before he could react to it. "Humph, crybaby," Serena said scornfully, "why don't you try?" Katerina's pitiful expression suddenly turned cold. "No." Thales furrowed his brows. He turned his head and looked at Serena. Is this old witch recklessly provoking her opponent? This situation? Is she crazy? As you wish. A fierce look appeared in Katerina's eyes. Her voice deepened again. Ugly-faced woman. This time, it was Serena's turn to change her expression. In the next moment, the black-clothed beauty, Her Majesty Katerina Corleone, raised her dainty chin. Her purple eyes flickered with a terrifying color as she swept her gaze across the diplomat group. She opened her cherry lips slightly. "My knights and knights," Thales shuddered. He raised his hand abruptly and shouted, "Wait!" However, a fierce look appeared in Katerina's eyes. That alluring voice containing a cold, murderous intent spread. "Kill them all." Thales' mouth had just widened. "Oh wait." The 3 Supreme-class Blood Clansmen opposite him were still standing in their original spots. The 18 Blood Clansmen around them instantly disappeared behind the trees. Astral formation, prepare for battle. This was Korra's furious roar. Before Thales could finish shouting the rest of his words, Ralph and Waya, whose expressions had changed drastically, pressed him down onto the snowy ground. In the next moment, Thales, whose face was buried in the snowy ground, immediately felt that the originally quiet birch tree forest was like a pot of boiling oil. Countless sounds of explosions rang out. Countless sounds of weapons slashing and shields colliding could be heard. Sounds of flesh being torn apart by sharp claws. Sounds of blood spurting out when arteries ruptured. Sounds of bodies falling heavily. Sounds of bodies being dragged on the snowy ground. Sounds of anxious shouts, nervous reminders, angry roars of indignation, and pained screams. The sounds of the Blood Clansmen's figures flying back and forth, all of them echoed in this sparse forest at the same time. Thales spat out a mouthful of snow from his mouth. Lying on his stomach on the snowy ground, he gritted his teeth and raised his head in fear and nervousness. Asterisk swoosh. Asterisk Ya's single-edged blade flashed before Thales' eyes like a cold light. It forced a Blood Clansman who had broken through the gap to retreat. Ralph activated his psionic ability in tacit understanding. Strong gusts of wind blew him far away. Aida's figure leaped across the air. The Blood Clansman's head immediately flew off. However, this was only the scene beside Thales. Under the protection of the person beside him, Thales turned his head and looked around. His pupils instantly dilated. In other places, the Jade Star family's private soldiers were facing a disaster. Blood sprayed everywhere. Falling severed limbs. Heads flew through the air. Blades dyed red. Bodies that fell to the ground powerlessly. Soldiers who were dragged away from the defense line by the Blood Clansmen. No, Thales widened his eyes. It was not that he had never seen a battle before. However, this was the quickest chaotic battle he had ever seen, where the situation was one-sided. In less than 10 seconds, 8 or 9 of the 30 Jade Star family's private soldiers had fallen. The Blood Clansmen's figures constantly disappeared and reappeared in the air. Every time they moved, it represented an extremely dangerous attack. It's too fast. Careful, steady. Asterisk rip. Asterisk, my hand. Asterisk clang. Be careful above. Asterisk thud. Asterisk, this is straight ahead. Asterisk ding. Clang. Asterisk, they're on the left. Asterisk clang. Swoosh. Asterisk, damn it, drag him back. Asterisk bang. Asterisk, he can't be saved. Be careful behind. Asterisk clang. Asterisk, no. Don't you dare. Korra stood at the front line and formed a circular formation with his companions on both sides. He gritted his teeth and slashed at the Blood Clansman who suddenly appeared. However, the blade slashed at the air and did not have any effect at all. He shouted at the top of his lungs, "Hold your shields and hold the line of defense. Be careful of the attacks from above." But it was useless. A soldier beside Korra held his shield and blocked an attack for him. However, at the same time, another sharp claw appeared from the other side. It suddenly hooked and slashed the soldier's throat. Blood splattered. Korra could only roar in anger and resentment. The Jade Star family's private soldiers tried their best to maintain the astral formation. They originally wanted to use their well-practiced and seamless battle coordination to restrain the ghostly and astonishingly fast Blood Clansmen. But ironically, in this battle, the Blood Clansmen were the ones who had the most seamless cooperation. 18 Blood Clansmen, 18 figures of men and women, were orderly divided into 6 groups. They attacked the astral formation of the Jade Star family's private soldiers from 6 directions. One person feigned an attack, one person harassed, and the last person waited for an opportunity to deliver a fatal blow, to tear the throat or behead the enemy. If the first person was accidentally injured by a sword, he would immediately switch positions with the second person. The second person would also occasionally switch duties with the third person. They maintained a continuous offensive and did not let up. They exerted great pressure on the defense line at all times. None of the Blood Clansmen hesitated, spoke too much, retreated, or stopped. Compared to the irrational and uncooperative blood slaves they encountered before, these were, Thales' skin crawled as he thought, the true elite warriors of the Blood Clansmen. Sacred Blood Army? Only Supreme-class elites like Chris and Ida could not be at a disadvantage in this chaotic battle. They could even gain something from it. Another soldier's pained scream was heard. No, this cannot go on. But why was her order to kill us all? And not hand over Serena? Thales turned to Serena and said angrily, We could have solved this through negotiation. But Serena only stared back at him coldly. She said, "Kill them all." The casualties of the soldiers were still increasing. Thales's skin crawled as he watched the Jadestar family's private soldiers fall one by one. Chapter 85. Abandon the shields. Many warriors looked at the person who spoke, puzzled. It was Gened, the veteran of the Starlight Brigade. Trust me, the Starlight Brigade has also fought against the so-called mercenaries of Grand Banquet Hill. Gened shouted at the top of his lungs as he fought. The veteran of the Starlight Brigade roared in a voice that even drowned out Korra's, "Abandon the astral formation, abandon the shields. Stay close to each other. Use your legs to pin the person closest to you. Don't look with your eyes. Hold your swords with both hands and stab in the direction of the tremors. Conserve your strength when you attack. Make sure you are agile." Korra turned his head and looked at Gened, puzzled. While he hesitated, another soldier's abdomen was torn open. "Don't hesitate, do as he says." The old butler of the Blood Clan, Chris Corleone, grabbed a Blood Clan warrior in midair. Even at the risk of a deep wound on the side of his abdomen by another warrior, he wanted to dig out the other party's heart amidst the other party's angry roars. He said coldly, "You are facing the army with the least number of people in the world, but the most experience. The Sacred Blood Army. Many of them have been fighting wars for hundreds of years. The classic old battle formation won't work." Enough. Korra was still hesitating, but Putre blocked an attack in a disheveled manner and roared furiously, "Anyway, in another minute, we will all be dead. Listen to that guy for once." Asterisk thud. Thud. Clang. Asterisk the Jadestar private soldiers threw down their shields and pinned each other's legs according to Gened's instructions. They held their swords with both hands, no longer believing in the scene before them, and formed their formation again. The effect was immediate. The number of casualties immediately decreased. The Blood Clansmen's ghostly and swift attacks in groups of 3 could no longer display their previous effects in the face of the nimble soldiers who threw down their shields and the extremely stable formation of their lower bodies. On the contrary, the Jadestar private soldiers, who counterattacked by relying on the tremors instead of sight, began to gain some results. In the distance, Simon frowned. Among them, there are veterans who have been through war. Hestad stared at Chris' figure. Also, don't forget Chris. That guy used to be a member of the Sacred Blood Army. It's time for us to act. Simon turned to Her Majesty the Queen. There are already 4 casualties. No, fighting is one thing, war is another. Katarina shook her head, still expressionless. Even Supreme-class elites cannot remain unscathed in a chaotic battle involving more than 50 people. We still have to deal with those 2 limiters. I'd rather be more conservative than waste your strength. After all, we are stepping on a foreign land. Besides, Katarina muttered, we still have to protect that thing back to the Eastern Peninsula. My relatives in Grand Banquet Hill have been drooling over it for a long time. Thales breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that the battle around him was no longer as brutal as before. However, Serena, who was beside him, suddenly tugged at the corner of his shirt. "You want to stop this fight, don't you?" Serena smiled mysteriously. "Simple." Serena pointed at Katarina in the distance. "Just ambush that crybaby. Chris can help too. He's very confident. Then we can sit down and negotiate." Thales panted and looked at Serena, then at Katarina. Besiege way to rescue the besieged? Although he knew that this was a ruse that was mixed with personal grudges, Thales also understood that this was probably the only way. One of the soldiers collapsed, gasping for breath. He no longer hesitated. "Ida!" Thales roared furiously. He looked ahead at the cloaked figure who was fighting with ease. "Take down that queen." Ida understood what Thales meant. "My duty is to protect you," Ida replied coldly. Thales said angrily without hesitation, "Our men are dying. Stop them." Ida glanced at him, her mouth twitching under the cloak. "I beg of you." Thales stared at his supreme class protector. Ida snorted softly. In the next second, the secret protector took out an exquisitely crafted machete from under the cloak. With the help of a birch tree beside him, he leaped into the air. He pounced towards Katerina. The exquisitely crafted machete drew a brilliant flower in the air. As if she could predict the future, she struck down 3 Blood Clan warriors who pounced to intercept her. Ida broke through the obstruction and continued to dash towards Katerina. However, a powerful arm appeared out of thin air and grabbed Aida's right shoulder. "Madam!" Simon, who appeared in the blink of an eye, laughed happily and said, "You are my..." However, before he could finish speaking, he felt Aida's shoulders sink and she instantly broke free from his grasp. Simon's expression changed. This dexterity. Before he could finish his thought, the secret protector under the cloak somersaulted, grabbed his arm in a reverse grip, and nimbly flipped onto Simon's shoulder. Simon did not have the time to be shocked. He turned around at lightning speed and struck out with his claws at the same time. However, Aida's entire body twisted and moved like a boneless spirit snake, causing Simon to only be able to futilely grab at the air. Aida tapped her foot on Simon's shoulder. Instead, she used the force of Simon's turning to leap up easily. As if she was passing through obstacles, she sprinted towards Katerina without stopping. Simon's expression was extremely unpleasant. He was broken through and could not even stop her for a second. Even Katerina furrowed her brows as she watched Aida's movements and leaps. Her dexterity was simply extraordinary. The second Supreme Class Elite, Hestad Corleone, appeared in front of Ida with a flash. His expression was solemn. This cloaked person is probably not an ordinary Supreme Class, he thought. However, no matter how dexterous he was, in front of the blood mist formed by the blood shadow dance, Hestad laughed hideously. His body started to turn invisible. However, his expression immediately changed, because the blood shadow dance, belonging to another blood clansman, had also turned into blood mist and unknowingly wrapped around his entire body. Chris Corleone, Serena's old butler, appeared behind Hestad without a sound and grabbed his neck in a death grip. "Chris!" Hestad roared furiously. With a quick turn, he broke free from his opponent's grip and thrust his claws towards Chris Hart. The 2 Supreme Class Blood Clansmen suddenly disappeared from the ground as if they were teleporting. They then reappeared on a tree, in midair, and on the snowy ground. Every time they appeared, it was accompanied by an extremely dangerous exchange of blows. "Hestad, old friend." Chris replied expressionlessly, "What a nostalgic old time." The 2 Blood Clansmen instantly turned into mist at the same time. Like 2 entangled tornadoes, they swept up into the sky. In front of Ida, the path to Katerina was no longer obstructed. Thales thought of something. What's left, as long as Ida can subdue Katerina, or even gain the upper hand in the battle, then there will be a chance. However, in the next moment, Thales felt Serena, who was beside him, gently hugging his waist like a lover. "This way, no one will come and disturb you and me," she said softly. Thales, who was fully focused, was about to impatiently shake off this senseless old witch. However, his brain suddenly thought of something. "Serena." Why did the words she said suddenly stop leaking? Thales turned his head in shock and looked at Serena in disbelief. The silver-haired, red-eyed princess Serena Corleone was looking at him with a smile. "You found out the moment I exposed myself?" "As expected of my ally. I can finally speak normally. This past month, I've been working so hard to pretend." What an overly smart brat. Thales watched all of this with an empty mind. What happened? Before he could figure out the cause and effect, he sprawled on the snow-covered ground and lost consciousness. In the chaotic battle, Ralph stepped on his sore knees. He was still not very used to this pair of prosthetics. He used his hidden blade to parry a blood clansman. At this moment, he, who was unusually sensitive to wind, frowned. He turned his head and saw that one of the carriages in the convoy suddenly moved. The horse pulling the carriage started to run as if it was startled. It moved into the distance. Ralph frowned deeply. He recognized that it was Serena's carriage. What's going on? He turned his head, wanting to inform the others. However, he immediately realized that he was a mute. Ralph let out a helpless sigh. At this moment, in the chaotic battle, a strange ball suddenly fell from Istrone Corleone's sleeve. The ball was covered in strange patterns and runes, and it was still rolling around. The sharp-eyed Putray noticed the orb. His expression became extremely unsightly. "Everyone, get down." Everyone was stunned for a moment. Putray roared angrily, "It's a wizard's alchemy ball." Only Waya's expression changed drastically. He instinctively wanted to pounce on Thales. But when he turned his head, he did not see Thales' figure in the chaos. "Where's the prince?" Extreme uneasiness rose from the bottom of his heart. The next moment, a violent light and explosion spread from the center of the ball. When Thales woke up, he found himself on a speeding carriage. He immediately recognized that it was Serena's carriage, which carried the black coffin, because he was leaning against the folded black coffin. Thales struggled to raise his head, but found that his hands were tied behind his back. The prince looked at the front of the carriage in shock and bewilderment. There, Rolana Corleone held a horsewhip and flashed him a sinister smile. "What's going on?" Thales questioned her in shock and anger. "Don't worry, ally." On the other side of the carriage, Serena, who had ulterior motives, looked at him with a smile. "The most exciting part is just about to begin. It's time to reverse the situation." The 6 or 7-year-old little girl said with a smile, "My road to regaining my throne." Her expression suddenly changed, and she spat unhappily. "They've caught up so quickly." As expected of a crybaby who holds a grudge. "What?" Thales was still sorting out everything in front of him. Asterisk thud. Asterisk as if someone had smashed the roof of the carriage with a hammer, the carriage suddenly shook. Thales was shaken so much that he fell to the ground. But an even greater tremor followed. "This is?" Thales looked out of the carriage in shock and bewilderment. He saw that the horizon under the setting sun began to tilt. Asterisk bang. Asterisk the carriage crashed into a birch tree and flipped over on the snow-covered ground. The dizzy Thales bumped into the carriage, and his face was swollen. He shook his head, gritted his teeth, and struggled to get his hands tied behind his back. He could not feel JC's dagger by his waist. In the damaged carriage, he wriggled out like a caterpillar. "This is too much. What grudge do these 2 horses have against you?" Serena's childish voice came from not far away. Thales struggled to flip out of the carriage and fell on the snow-covered ground. He was immediately grabbed by a strong hand. Thales raised his head and saw that Rolana was grabbing him. She stood beside Serena and looked at the other side as if she was facing a great enemy. There, the Night Queen, the Weeper, Her Majesty Katerina van Corleone, was looking at the 3 of them with a frosty expression. Even if you create chaos, you cannot escape. With your current strength that has yet to recover from your injuries, you are not my opponent at all. The farce is over. Hand over the dark night black coffin and follow me back. Katerina's gaze was sharp as she looked at her sister, who looked like she was only 6 or 7 years old. She showed hatred and disgust. "Continue to atone for your ugly past." "Ugly past?" Thales looked at the adorable Serena, who was blinking her eyes. A chill ran down his spine. "What ugly past?" "Past? Oh, I do not know what crime I have committed." Serena did not seem worried at all. She giggled and said, "I have always done the right thing." "The right thing?" With an expressionless face, Katerina repeated Serena's words. However, Thales only felt that the Night Queen's mood was even worse. For the first time, the frosty Katerina's eyes shone with hatred and fury. "Is that so? Is this what you feel after sitting in the blood prohibition prison for 200 years? Patricide." Chapter 86. Under the setting sun, somewhere in the snow-covered land, a suffocating, pitch-black smoke filled the air. Ida somersaulted, flipped in the air, and finally landed on the ground. "Hey, You saw the explosion just now, didn't you? Both sides were blown apart. Not to mention there's smoke like this. Looking at the thick black smoke that filled the sky, she raised the exquisite machete engraved with beautiful patterns in dissatisfaction and shouted behind her, "Can you not be so annoying? Can you not be so annoying? Let's go home, okay?" A figure suddenly appeared, stirring up the smoke around it. The Supreme Class Blood Klansman, Simon Corleone, appeared in the air with a cold expression. "All right," he said in a deep voice, "but before that, one of us has to fall first." The seemingly young Blood Klansman disappeared in an instant. Ida stomped her foot in annoyance and swung her machete like flowing water. The blade collided with the sharp claws. Clang! 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 Within a second, 5 sparks flashed in the air. "Do you not understand human language?" Ida said angrily, "I just somersaulted above your head." The secret protector gracefully spun around and dodged the Blood Klansman's attack as if she was performing a beautiful dance. But the wind howled. The Blood Klansman used his absolute advantage in speed to catch up to Aida's dreamy body movement. Somersaulted? You just insulted the dignity of a Blood Klansman marquis. Simon's face was full of murderous intent as he appeared in front of Ida. "Please wash away this humiliation with your blood." Ida sighed. "So you're another paranoid person who spouts a lot of nonsense for the sake of honor, dignity, and whatnot." She massaged her neck and exercised all the joints in her body. She said helplessly, "All right, based on my experience, I have to kill you first before I can leave." Simon's eyes shone with anger. "Ah, it seems that you have a hard time understanding this kind of obsession, woman. Without the dignity of a powerhouse, without the pride of a powerhouse, let alone the obsession of a powerhouse, how did you become a supreme class? Cut the crap." Ida exhaled under the cloak and threw the machete into the sky. She nonchalantly caught it with her other hand. "Show me your true form, little brat who lives on blood." Ida chuckled. Simon's expression changed. He ignored the little brat that the other party mentioned. "You actually know the true form of vampires?" The young-looking blood race count said coldly, "It looks like you've met a Supreme Realm blood race member before." "Humph, not accurate." Ida raised her exquisite machete and smiled confidently. "Tell me in detail." "I've killed a Lemiter blood kindred." Simon's pupils shrank. Ida whistled and continued to laugh. "It's still in its true form. 2. As soon as he finished speaking, Simon roared furiously. His claws instantly turned into countless afterimages as he blocked Aida's every direction. "Die!" In the exchange of blows that could not be seen with the naked eye, the sound of metal and sharp claws colliding could be heard. Then, they converged into a loud noise. Boom! A blinding light flashed. Ida let out a muffled groan while Simon howled in pain. The two figures separated in the air and landed on the ground. "It's a blade blessed by the sunset goddess." Simon's expression was cold. He looked at his claws, which were sizzling with white smoke. It was as if they were burning. He clenched his fists tightly. All the blood in his body gathered in his hands. Old skin fell off and new flesh grew, rapidly healing his injuries. Simon immediately raised his head and looked in front of him. There, the cloak that covered Aida's head and face had fallen off from the middle. Her full appearance was revealed. When Simon saw her face clearly, his entire body trembled. He was slightly stunned at first, then he threw his head back and laughed. "I knew it. How could a mortal have such an elite? So, you're not human at all." The young blood race looked at Ida. He looked at her tight face, smooth contours, silver pupils, hair that was almost bright white, and a pair of slightly swaying pointy ears. Ida stared back at him coldly. Simon's hands transformed again into claws that were as sharp as divine weapons. "You're neither a mortal nor an immortal." He flashed a ferocious smile, but his heart was filled with fear. "You're an immortal." Puff. In the smoke-filled forest, a voice called out to him. It was his teacher. "Be careful, Wyatt. Be careful. Your power of eradication is not a classic power that has been tested by the predecessors in the river of time. It is a product of modern times, and it has not even appeared for 100 years. After an unfortunate rebellion, the Tower of Eradication had a new enemy. The Scions realized that to fight against this enemy, we had to reform our power. We had to reform our Northland sword style, which was developed from the legacy of knights, and included the martial arts of Neda, the Red Dirt, and the Far East clans. In the end, we achieved great success in the Battle of Eradication, the power of eradication. So, for 100 years, under the relentless research of generations of science, a new type of power of eradication came into being. The power you possess is the product of this reform, compared to the thawing of glaciers, the death of sword cleansing, the glory of the stars, and the Pegasus music, these famous powers of eradication that have been passed down for thousands of years. It is still far from being perfected. But as the Saint of Swords Uniro from the Far East said 400 years ago, even if there are 10,000 changes, they are still inseparable from the origin of the sword. Your power is the same. Waiakaso suddenly opened his eyes. He instinctively struggled to get up from the snow. With blood flowing from his forehead, he looked at the smoke that filled the sky and the trees that he could not distinguish between. He shook his dizzy head hard. Not far from him, a figure climbed up from the snow and quickly pounced towards him. Waya subconsciously touched the single-edged sword beside him. He turned around and swung his sword, forcefully parrying a sharp claw. Asterisk clang. Asterisk the sword and the claw clashed, and sparks flew everywhere. Under the huge impact, Waya gritted his teeth and took a few steps back. He used all his strength to maintain his balance. As a mortal, you are very strong. The male blood clansman with damaged armor grinned, and his left hand began to transform into a sharp claw. But we are not the cowardly blood clansmen of the Western Peninsula. As soon as he finished speaking, he disappeared from his sight. Waya's pupils shrank. He recalled Putre's warning and resisted the urge to run and dodge. He predicted his opponent's next attack. I need to predict my opponent's position. Where will my attack be more fatal and difficult to block? If he really attacks from this position, how should I deal with it? The blood clansman's sharp claw appeared on the left side of his throat. I feel it. Waya, who was prepared, did not even think. He swung his sword at a perfect angle. He cut off the blood clansman's arms. I did it. But just as Waya's mood lightened, he felt a ruthless chill from his left shoulder to his left chest. Asterisk grip. Asterisk Waya took 3 steps back in disbelief. A sharp pain came from the left side of his body. Impossible. Waya gritted his teeth and looked at the large amount of blood from his left shoulder to his left rib, as well as the bone-deep scratch. I clearly cut off his arms. Waya felt dizzy. He swayed and took a step back. He supported himself against a birch tree with his left hand, but it affected the wound on his left side. The pain made him break out in a cold sweat. Not a bad response. But didn't the mortal beside you teach you? The blood clansman's figure reappeared in front of him. He licked the blood on his right claw and chuckled. All blood clansmen above superclass have their own special abilities. But are you not prepared? Special ability? Waya looked at the blood clansman's intact arms and sighed. Damned vampire. So you can ignore my slash? Do you want to know my ability? The blood clansman looked at the panting Waya and curled his lips confidently. Waya furrowed his brows. What kind of ability is it? Then I'll tell you. Ha! The blood clansman was halfway through his sentence when he suddenly laughed happily. How can I tell you? Do you think I'm the villain in a night novel? You talk a lot of nonsense, and I'll explain my battle. But before he could finish the word battle, the blood clansman's sharp claw appeared before his eyes again. Damn it. He said so much just to divert my attention. Asterisk slash. Asterisk Waya roared furiously and swung his sword. But because he was too slow, the blood clansman tore open another huge wound on his back. Waya panted anxiously. He swung his sword at the blood clansman's head, but he only slashed the air. What exactly is his ability? Why can he ignore my sword attack? The blood clansman revealed himself again and said coldly, "The last attack. The next time will be the last attack." Feeling the intense pain in his body, Waya shut his eyes with difficulty. "Aren't you going back to take a look?" Chris tore off a piece of tattered clothing on his body, revealing a face as thin as a corpse's. His bulging muscles did not match his appearance at all. He looked at the smoke that filled the air and said coldly to Hestad, who was in front of him, "There's no need for that. The alchemy ball is mainly made up of smoke and light." Hestad took off the armor on his left shoulder that had been shattered in the battle just now. "It's obvious that your master is playing some trick again. But I am very confident in his majesty. In comparison, I am more worried about you, old friend." Hestad took a step forward and looked at Chris. "It is my honor." Chris also took a step forward without showing any signs of weakness. The two of them stood face to face. A few seconds later, "Do you still remember the first time we fought against each other?" Hestad said emotionally. "Of course, how could I forget?" Chris replied coldly. "Yes, at that time, you were still the deputy general of a legion in the final empire, Chris de Merlinka." Hestad took a deep breath. "And I was the insignificant chief of the Kisari tribe, Hestad Chula. You stood on that side and I stood on this side. For some baffling reason, we charged at each other with no regard for our lives." "How nostalgic," Hestad said emotionally. "Nostalgic?" Chris shook his head and snorted coldly. "Forgive me, but I cannot agree. Those nightmarish years changed everyone, including you, me, and His Majesty." Hestad knew that the Majesty Chris was referring to was neither Katerina nor Serena. It was the huge and terrifying black shadow under the night wing. He raised his head and their gazes met. "But those years were, after all, meaningful." Hestad sighed. "Those years in the battle of eradication." In the next moment, the two of them opened their ferocious, fanged mouths at the same time and roared furiously. As their flesh expanded, it changed color, changed shape, and deteriorated. Huge bat wings with sharp bone spurs broke out of the skin on their backs. They spread out abruptly. The skin on their bodies fell off piece by piece. The muscles under their skin turned into hard leather, which became dark and pitch black. The two of them quickly changed shape. No, they grew. Their ears were tall. Their mouths and noses were ferocious. Their pupils were crimson red. Their fangs were terrifying. Their joints were like spurs. Their claws were sharp. Chapter 87. The Blood Clansman was surprised to find that Waya had closed his eyes tightly. Is he waiting for death? The young attendant sighed silently. It seems like there's no way to know his ability. There was only one solution left. Don't always think about your opponent's weakness, Waya. That's what the commander of the army has to do. His teacher's words echoed in his ears. Waya endured the pain. He turned the single-edged sword in his right hand and held it in a reverse grip. More importantly, you have to grasp your strongest point. Waya's breathing gradually steadied. Wisps of sharp, gossamer power gathered on his right arm. His pores were stimulated by this power of eradication, and they immediately stood up like sharp thorns. All the powerful swordsmen in history were self-centered and only had their own swords in their eyes. For a moment, the Blood Clansman felt a slight sting in his eyes as he stared at Waya. It was as if he was staring at a sharp blade. This is the power of eradication? The Blood Clansman's expression changed drastically. Before he forms his aura, kill him. Swing your strongest sword. This is far more important than winning or losing, far more important than life and death. His teacher said with a smile in his memory. Waya took a deep breath. It was as if he had practiced thousands of times in the tower. The power of eradication scraped his body like a blade. He saw it. Amidst the unbearable pain, he saw the sharp sword intent radiating back to him in this part of the world. It was the enemy's killing intent. It was like a beam of light in the darkness. It was so dazzling. He saw it. The Blood Clansman roared and pounced. His sharp claws grew. Die, mortal sword-wielding creature. You have no chance to use your power of eradication. Waya, understand your power of eradication. No matter what the other party does. No matter how strong the enemy is. No matter what the outcome is. It's a power that walks on the edge of madness. His teacher sighed at that time. I only need to ensure my strongest attack. That's enough. And an inauspicious name. She picked up the sword and carved a few words. The blood clansman smiled ferociously and instantly attacked him. It was over. The edge of no return, his teacher said desolately. Waya opened his eyes suddenly. He had already swung the sword in his hand. The sword was unstoppable. It was incomparably sharp. Blood spurted. Waya fell to his knees in pain. The vampire tore the clothes on Waya's right shoulder and fell to the ground. The vampire looked at his claws in confusion. He actually didn't kill him? Why did it deviate? However, he soon found out the answer. The vampire shuddered as he carefully looked at his arms. A bloody line had appeared there. This was impossible. With my abilities, it's impossible for him to hit me. Plop. His arms, from his upper arms down, fell to the ground. The blood clansman gaped in shock. This degree of sharpness? He raised his head and looked at the single-edged sword. It was clearly just an ordinary sword. Then, at the same level as the vampire's upper arm, a bloody line appeared on his chest. Boom! A dull sound. His upper body left his torso and fell away. The incision was smooth. Why, the vampire thought desperately. He wanted to exhale and roar. But he could no longer make a sound. A black heart, unique to the blood clansman, was divided into two parts. One was in his upper body, the other was in his lower body. Then, the two parts of his torso, together with the blood clansman's expression, turned black, shrunk, and withered. Waya Casso, who had just survived the disaster, panted. That was close. It's actually the ability to distort the refraction of light. Waya sighed. No wonder I couldn't hit him. Because the parts one aimed at were all illusions that he refracted. He was like a newbie who could not stab a fish in the river even though he had his fork in the right place. Footsteps came from behind him. Waya gritted his teeth and turned around warily with his sword in hand. Put-Ray supported Cora, who was covered in blood. Behind him were 3 Jade Star private soldiers. They staggered out of the thicket. Have you seen His Highness? Put-Ray asked with a frown. I have the same question. Waya heaved a sigh of relief and slowly sat down. Enduring the intense pain, he used the wilderness survival method he learned in the tower to stop the bleeding. He said with difficulty, we have to find him immediately. We have to be prepared for the worst. A few private soldiers took Cora. Put-Ray patted away the snow water on his body and straightened his collar. He pondered for a while and looked at the setting sun. He said, the prince is in danger, and we only have these people in front of us. It's dusk now. The smoke emitted by the alchemy ball is too strong. We can't locate the prince. Cora struggled and said, my lord, put me down and go find His Highness. I have a sister who works as a secretary in the Western City Police Station. If I die, you won't die. At least not here. Put-Ray interrupted him rudely. The experienced vice diplomat in the diplomat group pondered for a while and made a decision. Right now, we can't do anything when we face an enemy like that. But fortunately, Broken Dragon Fortress is not far from here. Our carriages were startled by the explosion just now and got separated. Put-Ray raised his head and looked at the 3 private soldiers. His gaze was firm. The 3 of you, go in 3 different directions and follow the ruts to find the carriages. After you find them, don't hesitate. If you have a messenger crow, send it to Broken Dragon Fortress and use the most urgent, 7th-class emergency signal. Then, untie the reins of the horses and gallop to the fortress at the fastest speed to ask for help. For the prince's safety, the mission is number 1. If you encounter a vampire, avoid him if you can. Are you finally ready to show your trump card? Ida smiled nonchalantly and shook her pointy ears. Simon gritted his teeth and took off his luxurious coat. Underestimating the enemy is the first step to death, he said coldly. What's more, he's facing an eternal being like you. Look at your skin color. The shape of blood vessels suddenly appeared on Simon's face. Are you a holy elf or a white elf? Or a high elf from the eastern continent? The blood vessels on his face became denser, redder, and darker. Immediately after, Simon's entire body began to swell and change shape. He grew 7 to 8 inches taller. His fair skin turned to ash, revealing the hard, grayish-black keratin. Simon roared in pain, as if he was going through torture. Bone spurs grew from his shoulders. Dark gray bone wings pierced through his back and extended into a pair of giant wings. His hair became thicker, harder, and whiter. Compared to Hestad and Chris, Simon's face did not become too hideous and terrifying. Instead, his pair of bat ears gave him a strange sense of beauty. Simon, who had transformed into his true form, coldly spread his wings and claws. His grayish-white eyes looked at Ida. The temporary true form activated by lifeblood can greatly increase a blood clansman's physical attributes, including endurance, recovery, regeneration, agility, senses, strength, and even instinctive understanding of battle, as well as the unique abilities of every blood clansman. Ida sighed. I just didn't expect it to make you more handsome. It can be seen how ugly you were before. The moment Ida finished speaking, Simon's wings trembled in his true form. He instantly appeared in front of the elf at a speed that surpassed all senses. Asterisk boom. Asterisk first, there was a sound of air being torn apart that almost burst the eardrums. Asterisk clang. Asterisk a loud, sharp sound appeared out of nowhere. A thick and powerful dark gray claw tore at Aida's blade, creating violent sparks. Aida's figure was sent flying by his claw. Due to Simon's rapid movement, the howling of the wind that was stirred up came a little late. The elf landed on the snowy ground more than 10 meters away. She rolled a few times before crashing into a tree and stopping. Nonsense won't make you stronger. True form Simon spoke with an even thicker and hoarser voice. He coldly stared at the elf on the ground, whose life or death was unknown. In the next moment, Simon once again took rapid steps that caused sonic booms, and in an instant, he appeared above Ida. With a swipe of his claw, he pierced through Aida's body. Speed, speed, and speed, true form Simon said expressionlessly. This is all I have, and it's also my only ability. Before Istrone Corleone advanced to Supreme Class and transformed into his true form, no one in the entire Night Kingdom could rival his speed that surpassed the speed of sound. Even the former King Lori could not do it. However, Simon's expression immediately changed. With an unpleasant expression, he raised his huge claw and lifted Aida's cloak, as well as a section of tree branch inside. He seemed to have realized something. In an instant, he turned around, and with a burst of speed, there was a loud sound of wind. But the moment he turned around, an exquisite elf scimitar pierced straight into the left side of his chest. It looked as if Simon himself had delivered his chest to the edge of the blade. Simon stared in disbelief at the scimitar that pierced through his heart, and the pretty and small elf in front of him, who revealed a lot of her skin and was only wearing an exquisite crystal drop armor. I don't understand. True form Simon sighed. There is only one thing that can defeat speed. Ida coldly pulled out her scimitar and turned around in a dashing manner. That is impeccable prediction. Simon knelt on both knees. No. Simon's body returned to normal. His face was ashen. Impossible. There is no such thing as a perfect prediction in this world. Simon stared at her. Ida also stared back at him for a long time. Finally, as they stared at each other, the elf sighed and admitted defeat. It's not easy for me to act cool. Don't expose me so quickly. Yes, I don't know how to predict at all. Including my dodging just now, it's not because I'm agile, Ida pouted and said in dissatisfaction. It's because I am 100% certain about your next operation. Simon was shocked. Next operation, 100%, how did I do it? But he could only open his mouth and fall to the ground powerlessly. Ida pulled up her cloak. Suddenly, her expression changed drastically. She slapped her head as if she had remembered something. With a long face, she frowned and muttered, "Do I still have to protect that brat? Patricide?" His mind was blank. He stared at Serena. The traveler recalled the first time they met, and what she had said. "My crybaby sister illegally seized the benefits I inherited from my father, King Nightwing, and stole the Blood Ocean throne. No. If that's the case..." Thales sighed and looked at the pair of Blood Clan sisters in front of him. "Is there anyone who can explain the cause and effect to me?" "I knew it," he said bitterly. "Her Majesty, the Queen of a country, would not personally risk her life to chase after a few political refugees for no reason. More importantly, the so-called allies, here." Serena smiled faintly and interrupted his thoughts. She waved at Rolana. Rolana casually flung Thales onto the black coffin. Thales fell headfirst into the stone coffin in agony. "It's not just that, my dear Thales," Serena said gently. In front of her, the Night Queen, Katarina's expression changed abruptly. Serena smiled and enunciated each word clearly. "She came here personally for this coffin. This is the only weapon that can fight against mystics." Thales trembled violently. Serena laughed and said, "Legendary anti-mystic equipment." Dark night black coffin. Thales was shocked and looked at the black coffin under his butt. "This coffin, I once climbed into it. It's actually the only weapon that can fight against mystics? Legendary anti-mystic equipment?" But Serena had not finished speaking. Staring at Katarina's murderous gaze, she enunciated each word clearly and said, "In here, in those seemingly seamless black stone slabs, there is a 1,000 years ago." Thales' pupils began to shrink and his breathing quickened. Then, Serena uttered the last word. Chapter 88. Thales' brain paused for 3 seconds before he regained his ability to think. Inside, a mystic? What a joke! Thinking of the Heir mystic and his human ball, Thales felt a lingering fear in his heart. He exhaled. "Fortunately, it is sealed." Katarina Corleone looked at Thales' reaction and furrowed her brows deeply. Serena, who was all smiles, licked her lips and shook her head. "You misunderstood." Thales raised his head in confusion. "This mystic is not sealed, but imprisoned. The seal is permanent. As for imprisonment..." Serena looked at Thales' unpleasant expression. She pointed at the black coffin under his buttocks and chuckled. She chuckled and said, "It can be released at any time." As soon as she finished speaking, Thales lowered his head in disbelief. He looked at the black coffin under him and felt its cold temperature. Released? The next moment, his face was filled with terror. He jumped up like an ejection seat at lightning speed. If Gines were here, she would probably be very pleased that her training had finally paid off. He hurriedly jumped down from the black coffin and fell on the snow-covered ground. He just wanted to get as far away from the black coffin as possible. "Are you crazy?" Thales roared at the giggling Serena in confusion and resentment. "You actually kept a mystic who can be released at any time, for a whole month." Serena smiled nonchalantly. "This is nothing. The Corleone family has guarded this secret for more than 600 years. Otherwise, why do you think Her Majesty the Night Queen would travel thousands of miles to come here? Why did she even bring the elite Sacred Blood Army? This is the Corleone family. This is the promise Father made to the Bloodthorn Empress. It concerns the survival of the Corleone family and the Night Kingdom." Thales listened to these words in a daze. His brain automatically started to work. More than 600 years. A suspicious number. Bloodthorn Empress? What a familiar title. That's not right. On the continent, the leaders of almost all the countries ranged from archdukes to kings, but those who could be called emperors were only the emperors of the ancient empire and the final empire, right? Why is there someone who is an empress? Could it be the emperor of the ancient empire? It's also possible. After all, the lifespan of the Blood Clan. Thales shuddered. This was not the first time he had heard of this title. A memory from a long time ago opened up in Thales's mind. Those were the mutterings of the most terrifying enemy he had ever encountered, the Heir mystic. Coincidence, coincidence, hee. I'm beginning to understand where Empress Helen's power lies. The Blood-Thorn Empress. Empress Helen. Their title was Empress. And the survival of the Corleone family? Thales furrowed his brows in deep thought. At this moment, Katerina's cold voice interrupted. Enough. These are all top secrets of the family that cannot be announced. Serena smiled happily and pouted at Thales. But now that he knows, what should we do? Thales felt his skin crawl as he watched Katerina's purple eyes turn towards him. Her eyes were pure, sparkling, moving, and overflowing with killing intent. You seem to know what mystics are, the queen said coldly. How unfortunate. Thales shuddered. Wait. Thales looked anxiously at the smiling Serena, then at Katerina, whose face was filled with killing intent. *T. It can't be. The secret must be kept, Katerina said slowly. Thales' brain began to operate at a speed that was several times faster than usual. The Night Queen looked at him quietly. Her right hand began to transform into a pure white claw. Wait! The anxious Thales struggled with his hands that were tied behind his back. In the next moment, Katerina's figure disappeared from his field of vision. Thales was instantly scared out of his wits. Two pitch-black, gigantic winged monsters collided head-on in the air without any buffering. Bang. At that moment, even the air seemed to have been shaken. The smaller monster shuddered abruptly. With a muffled groan and tremble, it flew backwards. The larger monster had the upper hand. It used its fist, which was full of bone spurs and sharp claws, to strike its opponent's left chest with a tremendous force. Blood splattered. Do you want to compete with me in strength? Are you from the Empire? Hestad said fiercely with a changed voice. Chris roared furiously. Clutching the wound on his left chest, he flapped his gigantic wings and quickly retreated. However, Hestad had no intention of letting him go. Hestad's true form leaned towards brownish-black. Compared to his opponent, he was even more ferocious and gigantic. His bone spurs and sharp claws were also sharper. His pitch-black skin was covered with a hard shell. From afar, he looked like a black warrior in heavy armor. His thick and heavy wings stirred up strong winds as he pounced towards Chris. The true form Chris gritted his fangs and raised his arm to block. Grip. The sharp claws tore open Chris' black right arm. Blood splattered violently again. We know each other too well. We both know how this battle will end. Hestad bared his teeth and roared. He did not stop his attacks. Every time we fight before the throne, it always ends with my victory. He pierced Chris' right shoulder with one claw. Chris roared in pain. Black blood flowed out and soaked Hestad's palm. Hestad flapped his wings and clamped down on the immobile Chris. With a shocking momentum, they descended towards the ground. Immediately after, he clenched his right claw into a fist and mercilessly punched down. Boom. His fist, which carried great force, punched Chris to the ground. Under the terrifying force, huge cracks appeared on the snow-covered ground. The snow and dust all dissipated, revealing the two ferocious blood clansmen's true form figures. The gigantic figure pinned the smaller one to the ground. Hestad pressed his fist against Chris and said coldly, "See, this is the ending. No one can block my power, no one can break my armor, the perfect balance between offense and defense. How could you possibly have a chance?" Chris seemed to be severely injured. His chest had caved in from Hestad's punch. However, even though he was on the brink of death, he actually moved his face and laughed bitterly. "Yes, I still remember that the Nightwing King praised your ability. Strength, speed, toughness. The simpler an ability is, the more deadly it is." That's what he said. Chris coughed out a mouthful of black blood and laughed. Battle Wing, Hestad Corleone, and Flash Wing, Simon Corleone. The old butler closed his eyes and sneered. They respectively led the Sacred Blood Army's assault warriors and scouts. When they worked together, they were almost invincible on the battlefield of the Peninsular War. Hestad's expression gradually changed. And you are Darkwing Chris Corleone. You are His Majesty's most trusted military advisor and assistant. Do you remember? Hestad's expression turned cold as he interrupted him. With the logistics officer Red Wing Lee Corleone, we are the Night King's 4 terrifying wings. Our reputation is known throughout the Eastern Peninsula. Hestad gritted his teeth and trembled as he looked at Chris. His eyes were filled with hatred. 300 years ago, we were His Majesty's strongest wings. We followed him across the Sea of Eradication and fought to the other side of the world. During that era, we occupied the eastern coast of the Sea of Eradication and had 20% of the eternal oil quota, 15% of the Eastern Peninsula's crystal drop mine. The 5 clans of Grand Banquet Hill would send letters every month, hoping to maintain their status and join the Nightwing King's banner. Even the Silver Wolves of Wild Vast Mountain, the Crimson Wolves of Kerry Plains, and the 3 great orc tribes of Desert, Glacier, and Black Mountain all sent people to pledge their loyalty to His Majesty. Hearing this, Chris sighed dejectedly. Hestad, on the other hand, gritted his teeth. His ferocious face was filled with an eerie coldness. During the Peninsular War, even the 2 poles of the Eastern Peninsula like Mane of Night and Hanbol did not dare to underestimate the Night Kingdom and His Majesty's power. With fear and flattery, they worshipped him as the supreme commander of the Allied army. We once worked together and crushed Extet's army, along with their pride, under Dragon Cloud City. His Majesty personally beheaded the King of Wrath. During those days, we tore the dwarves' armor and weapons into scrap metal, and trapped the Sacred Tree Kingdom's elven army in Elefure City. At Arund Castle, we slaughtered all the reinforcements from Constellation and Camus Union. Chris, who had his chest caved in and was panting bitterly, only shut his eyes tightly. At Prestige Orchid Snowfield, we gathered behind His Majesty's flag, and together with Chara, Kaplan, and Midir, the 3 most outstanding heroes in the history of the Western Peninsula, and even in human history, we launched the most epic battle in the world after the Battle of Eradication. From the Battle of Eradication, that hellish battlefield, we lived and died together with His Majesty for a whole 400 years. You damned citizen of the Empire! Chris lowered his head and sighed. Hestad's red eyes burned with anger and hatred. But after His Majesty left, you betrayed the Corleone family. How dare you? Chris Corleone. Without the life His Majesty bestowed upon you, the family name he bestowed upon you, the power he bestowed upon you, you were just a small deputy general in the final empire, waiting for death with your eyes closed. Chris de Molinka. Without His Majesty, you are nothing. How dare you betray him and seek refuge with His Majesty's murderer? How dare you? The 2 ferocious true-form blood clansmen panted roughly and rapidly. They were silent for a while. Chris was silent for a while, but he suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood and laughed involuntarily. Since we're talking about that tyrant, there's something you still don't know. Chris licked the blood at the corner of his mouth and raised his pitch-black head. His face was full of mockery. Do you know why every time we fight, the Nightwing King always calls for you to stop when you have the upper hand? Hestad pulled the other party closer to his ferocious face and said with a smile, Is His Majesty afraid that a weakling like you will be crushed by my fists? Chris's expression was fierce. He is afraid that if we continue fighting, you will be killed by me. Hestad was stunned for a moment. Then, he opened his mouth wide and laughed loudly with the abnormally deep voice of a true-form blood clansman. Kill me? Why, are you going to use that special corrosive ability of yours? He raised his palm that was covered in Chris's blood. Your strong acidic blood is very effective against other people, but unfortunately, it cannot corrode through my true-form armor. This is absolute defense. Chris was restrained by Hestad. He did not reply and only laughed. Hestad felt a slight chill in his heart. What's going on? What trump card does he actually have? But Hestad still clenched his fist and aimed it at Chris's head. His hundreds of years of military service made Hestad Corleone decide that he would no longer hesitate for the sake of his former comrade. He was prepared to completely take the other party's life. How long was 0? 1 seconds? Thales would tell you that it was enough for him to close his eyes and roar out a word. Hence, the moment the murderous Katerina disappeared, the prince closed his eyes and roared loudly. Covendier! The rapid wind blew past his face. Thales shut his eyes tightly and breathed heavily. He opened his eyes slowly. Katerina's black, terrifying, sharp claws were an inch away from his face. What did you say? Katerina narrowed her beautiful, mesmerizing eyes and said slowly. I escaped this disaster. Thales panted uncontrollably and said nervously, It's Covendier. Was it Zayn Covendier who told you that Serena was in the convoy? You know quite a lot, huh? Katerina snorted softly and spread her claws slightly. Then all the more reason for you to die. Thales, who saw that his life was at stake, felt his skin crawl. He could not be bothered with the cadence of his speech. He spat out the words he had just thought of in an unparalleled, fluent, and unstoppable manner. He definitely did not tell you that this convoy is actually an important diplomat group from Constellation to Extet, and that there is also the only bloodline heir of the Constellation royal family among them. Then, if you kill me, you will get into a lot of trouble, right? After Thales spat out these words, he continued to pant. He sat down paralyzed with his forehead drenched in sweat. Katerina's purple pupils quivered. Jade Star royal family there. Could it be 12 years ago? She mumbled, but she immediately thought of something. The Night Queen slowly retracted her claws. Asterisk clap. 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 Asterisk applause came from the side. As expected of my ally. Serena, who had been watching from the side for a long time, applauded enthusiastically. It's just that, Serena grinned. Prince Thales, how can you be so sure that she did not purposely come to kill you? Katerina's gaze became fierce again. She turned towards the Lolita-like Serena. To ensure my safety, from the second day onwards, I no longer wore any 9-pointed star emblems and symbols. Oh yes, you can find a 9-pointed star pin in the left pocket of my shirt. Thales sighed. Katerina took out the pin from his pocket and immediately furrowed her brows. Her Majesty the Queen never revealed any intention to kill anyone. She said kill them all. Even the war between the two sides was instigated by you, Serene. Thales smiled bitterly and said, You're right. Thales smiled bitterly and said, I just figured it out. The 20 of you, a group of elites with sensitive identities and abilities, crossed the sea to come here. Without the support of the local forces, how could you easily enter the border? As for the Constellation nobles who are connected to the Corleone family and can even provide their family's ships, only Covendier is left. Hearing this, Katerina exhaled slowly. Looking at the 9-pointed star pin in her hand, her gaze turned cold. Damn Covendier. The friendship between the Corleone family and the Covendier family, the Blood Fong family and the tricolor iris flower has come to an end, she said slowly. Thales finally breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that in front of this powerful queen, his life was temporarily saved. Katerina held the pin tightly in her palm and muttered, Covendier's people only told us that the Corleone family's trader was in the convoy heading north. They only said that it was a supply convoy from Constellation to the Northern Territory, but they didn't say that it was the second prince's diplomat group. It looks like they did it on purpose. After we got off the ship, we stayed in their base. We didn't even know that Constellation had a new heir. Thales' expression changed, and he said angrily, It's such a big thing, and the whole of Constellation knows about it. Don't you want to confirm it yourself? But Katerina did not answer. She only turned her head and no longer looked at him. She seems a little embarrassed. They can't confirm it. Serena chuckled from the side. Katerina's forces and supporters are all in the Sacred Blood Army. She is 100% the queen of the army. Chris has always been in charge of the Corleone family's contact with Covendier, the spies in the Western Peninsula, and the communication channels. But when he suddenly turned against us and stood on my side, under Katerina's unpleasant expression, Serena spread her hands happily. Katerina became blind and deaf to all news about Constellation. Thales came to a sudden realization. That's why you chose to come to Constellation to seek refuge. But he suddenly thought of something and turned towards Katerina. Your Majesty Katerina? He used honorifics. Duke Covendier, when did he reveal Serena's whereabouts to you? Katerina stared at him coldly. After a while, she still spoke. We just arrived at the Western Peninsula a week ago and entered Eternal Star City 6 days ago. And 4 days ago at noon, Covendier informed us that he found the traces of the Corleone traitors. Katerina's expression was gloomy, but her lovable appearance made her look like a sulking, adorable beauty. Their condition was that in order to prevent the news from being leaked and thus harm Iris Flower's reputation, we must kill all of Serena's companions. From the children to the elderly, leave no one alive. Serena's entire body trembled. Ah, if I knew you had such an agreement, I would not have to go through so much trouble. But she immediately came to a realization. But that's right. If that supreme-class woman was around, I believe that you would not have been able to kill him. Thales lowered his head and sighed. When did the Duke of Iris Flowers have the intention to kill? Even if I could sever all ties with the Corleone family and draw a clear line with them after this, I would definitely leave some traces and cause endless trouble in the future, would I not? Zayn, why did he do such an obviously unwise act? That morning, when Zayn met me after testing me with a few words, now that I look at it, it was to find out Serena's whereabouts. His attitude suddenly became extremely strange. Also, he brought, Thales' eyes brightened. It's that veteran, isn't it? Thales raised his head and asked slowly. He was probably unknowingly planted with some sort of tracking method. You do not need to chase after our convoy, because Zayn knows that Genid will definitely do his best to follow behind me. You only need to chase after this veteran. The distance is so far, so no matter how many scouts and sentries my guards set up, they will not be able to detect your presence. As long as you are far away from the Central Territory, away from the suzerain's fortress that you run into every few days, and into the sparsely populated birch forest, Thales concluded with a sigh, you will be able to make your move. Katerina's eyes brightened. For a mortal, especially a mortal of your age, you are very smart and have quick reflexes. Right, I think so too, Serena interrupted with a smile, but she was glared at by Katerina and Thales at the same time. All right, since I did not achieve my goal, Serena spread her hands in resignation, then revealed her small fangs. I can only do it myself. In the next moment, Serena's small hands turned into sharp red claws. She bared her fangs and pounced towards Thales at lightning speed. Thales shuddered, but his hands were tied behind his back. He could only kick his legs with all his might and retreat on the snowy ground. Asterisk boom. Asterisk the snowflakes exploded and scattered. The ice-cold snowflakes pounced on Thales' face, stinging him so much that he closed his eyes. Thales opened his eyes and saw Serena's small red claws a few feet in front of him. This time, however, she was held tightly by Katerina. Since just now, you have been trying your best to lure me into killing him, Katerina said coldly. Even at this stage, do you still harbor any illusions about the throne? Little Serena grinned. Why can't I? I am the first in the line of succession. I am one rank ahead of you, who are the second. Very well, Katerina raised her other hand and said coldly, anyway, I no longer harbor any hope of capturing you alive. Then I will directly change my line of succession. Katerina roared furiously and stabbed her sharp claws towards Serena's heart. Become the first. Bralana, who was beside Serena, only watched coldly. She did not have the slightest intention of interfering. However, in the next moment, then something happened that shocked Thales and left him dumbstruck. The Lolita-like Serena seemed to have suddenly grown up. Her body swelled and she tore off all the clothes on her body. She turned into a bewitching beauty with a voluptuous and alluring figure who was almost as tall as Katerina. Her red eyes and silver hair were incredibly alluring. At that moment, this bewitching beauty had an enchanting smile on her face as she easily caught Katerina's pure white sharp claws. Katerina bared her fangs and roared furiously. She instantly sent out her other sharp claw. However, this attack of hers was also caught tightly by this bewitching beauty, as if she had predicted her position. "Your strength is still so weak, crybaby." The bewitching beauty giggled and trembled for a moment. Thales trembled violently. "Ugly-faced woman," Katerina said furiously and hatefully, "you are a natural-born impersonator. When did you regain your abilities?" Thales looked at the bewitching beauty with red eyes and silver hair before him and cried out involuntarily in shock. "This is impossible. You only sucked my blood twice." "Oh, about this." Under Katerina's solemn gaze, the adult version of Serena was naked, but not at all embarrassed. Blinking her intoxicated gaze, she sent him a seductive smile. "What about this? Your blood is more nourishing." Chapter 89. Battles between Supreme Class fighters were not like those between Superclass fighters and Ordinary Class fighters, where the rhythm was slow and the power was scattered. The scene was often frightening, but it was actually a waste of power and stamina. On the contrary, almost every Supreme Class fighter was a terrifying existence who could control their power to the finest detail. They could release and retract their power at will. Hence, the battles between them were usually just right. They were simple and direct. They saved energy and time, but they were highly effective and deadly. To them, as long as one side made a slight mistake in their control, the other side's instant reversal was a common occurrence. Like now. Hestad pressed Chris onto the ground expressionlessly. He clenched his right claw tightly into a fist. His power slowly increased as his terrifying muscles contracted in his true form state. He aimed his fist at Chris' hideous head. Chris chuckled. "Old friend, it is my honor to fight alongside you or to be your enemy," Hestad said plainly. The next moment he threw a punch. The force was boundless. It was so great that it was difficult to block it. Only 0.5 seconds had passed since his fist fell from the air and touched the tip of Chris' nose. In this 0.5 seconds, Chris suddenly bared his fangs and roared furiously. The bone wings on his back pierced through the snow-covered ground. The sharp spikes on the tips of the wings went straight for Hestad's eyes. A futile struggle. The battle-seasoned Hestad sneered in his heart. Then he unleashed the battle instincts he was most familiar with. His strong true-form body twisted swiftly. He released his left hand that was clamping down on Chris, and his right fist punched downwards without stopping. Chris seized the moment Hestad released his left hand and punched the ground with both fists. His heavily injured body rose violently and charged towards Hestad. Hestad's terrifying right fist brushed past Chris' hideous left cheek and left ear. The strong wind mercilessly scraped away his skin and flesh, bringing with it a frightening patch of black flesh. Thud. Hestad's fist landed on the ground. Snow flew everywhere. Half of the heavily injured Chris' face was scraped off. He roared and used the recoil force to bend his arms into elbows and hit Hestad's armored chest with all his might. Hestad watched his old friends counterattack calmly. His chest pushed against Chris' arms. The muscles on his waist and legs contracted, and his bone wings spread out to maintain his balance. He absorbed part of the impact and diverted part of it. He only slid 2 inches backwards on the snow-covered ground, and Chris' attack was neutralized. Chris frantically flapped his skeletal wings, but he could no longer make Hestad retreat. "The struggles of a trapped beast," the gigantic Hestad said coldly. Before Chris could react, Hestad roared furiously and clenched his claws into fists. His arms exerted force toward the center. Hestad's pair of heavy punches, which had an astonishing momentum, came from the left and the right. heading straight for Chris' head, which was pressed against his chest. Chris' reaction was extremely fast. He swung his elbows backward in an instant and hit Hestad's upper arms. Before Hestad's fists could land on his head, he exerted his strength. Under Chris' interference, Hestad's fists missed the latter's head by a hair's breadth. A pair of fists covered in bone spurs smashed together 2 inches behind Chris's head. Bang! The huge explosion even caused Chris to lose his hearing for a second. Fortunately, he had the powerful recovery ability of a vampire's true form. His body immediately mobilized the blood in his body and gathered it at his brain to heal his damaged ears. But the battle was not over yet. Hestad did not care that he had missed an opportunity to kill. He abruptly tightened his arms and trapped Chris in his embrace. "Do you prefer this way of dying?" Hestad said coldly. The muscles in his arms instantly tightened with great force. His terrifying arms strangled Chris' upper body and tightened even more. "After I crush all the bones in your body, I will mercifully dig out your heart." Asterisk crack. Kick. Asterisk the sound of bones cracking could be heard inch by inch. Chris hissed in pain, but he could not break free from Hestad's embrace of death. Hestad laughed loudly and hugged Chris tightly as if he was hugging a comrade. Just like when they were young, they would hug each other without any ill feelings after winning a difficult battle. However, the glorious past had forever disappeared in the wind. Crack! Chris's bones were still shattering. "Before you die, repent to His Majesty." Hestad's arms tightened even more. At this moment, Chris, who was in extreme pain, revealed a smile with difficulty. "Time," he said in pain, "is up." Hestad was stunned. "Time." He did not want to waste time. He prepared to continue exerting force in his arms and directly crush Chris in his embrace. But Hestad discovered to his surprise that the strength in his arms was actually becoming weaker and weaker. "What's going on? Why is my strength disappearing?" Hestad began to lose feeling in his arms. He furrowed his brows tightly and decisively let go of Chris. In the next moment, Hestad looked at his arms. His eyes were filled with disbelief and shock. Impossible. There was no other reason. Half of his arms had already been corroded by Chris's black blood without him realizing it. "My true form armor. It's impossible for it to be corroded." Hestad clenched his teeth tightly, trying to understand this impossible scene. Hundreds of years of battles have proven this point, haven't they? Chris panted laboriously on the ground and laughed brokenly. "Ha, unstoppable power and unbreakable defense? Have you heard of the story of the spear and shield in the Far East?" Hestad took a step back in shock. "What? When did it?" His arms were still being corroded. "Your fists are both sharp weapons for striking and hard armor for withstanding impacts." Chris swayed as he stood up. "They are sharp and hard. Coupled with the increase in your strength, which is comparable to that of the great dragon, your terrifying battle instincts, and your unparalleled control over your strength, they are indeed. But what happens when they stand against each other?" With an unpleasant expression, Hestad headbutted Chris back to the ground. But Chris swayed as he stood up again. He smiled and said, "The fists you hit the back of my head. When they collided, fine cracks that even you did not expect to appear. Perhaps after this battle, they will repair themselves. But for my blood, these fine cracks are already enough for it to seep into your so-called unbreakable true form armor, and corrode the flesh and tissues that are completely unprotected." Chris placed his hands on Hestad's arms with difficulty. The black blood on half of Hestad's arm immediately flowed faster and quickly seeped into his body from Hestad's wound. Hestad gritted his teeth. His body swayed. The black blood had already corroded deep into his body. "This is our end, tribesmen." Chris coughed out a mouthful of blood and laughed bitterly. "Fighting with you is indeed an honor." Hestad could no longer support his body. He fell to the ground and roared furiously at the sky in grief and indignation. "Can't you see?" Katerina said coldly, "There has never been any nourishing human blood. I am afraid that she has been in perfect condition since the beginning." This woman is a natural performer. You have been deceived by her from the beginning to the end. Just like how she deceived everyone in the Corleone family. Thales stared at the adult version of Serena in a daze. Could it be that she was not seriously injured at all? So her little girl form, her so-called alliance with me. When did she start? Her first time in Mindy's Hall. Morat's visit? Vine Manor? No, then our alliance. However, the fatal battle between the Blood Clan sisters, who would resort to any means necessary, had already begun. Don't even think about transforming into your true form. Serena, who was obviously stronger, ignored her younger sister's hands that were clamping down on her wrists. She abruptly grabbed Katerina's neck and pierced her neck with her claws. She laughed and said, "Just like in the past, you have no chance." "Ugly-faced woman," Katerina said in disgust. Serena's expression changed. She whistled behind her. The contest of strength between Katerina and Serena finally came to an end, because the supra-class blood clansman, Rolana, who was watching the battle from the side, instantly appeared behind Katerina and struck out with her claws. Katerina screamed and tilted her head to dodge, but her shoulder was still pierced by the claws. Serena tightly grabbed onto the injured Katerina. The two of them disappeared from the spot at the same time, then appeared in midair not far away and violently crashed into and broke two birch trees. Asterisk bang. Asterisk the snow and dust dispersed, revealing Serena's naked figure. She laughed softly and said, "How does it feel to be continuously attacked and not be able to transform into your true form?" Rolana's expression was cold as she appeared beside the two sisters and held Katerina in a tight grip. Serena laughed maniacally. Facing Katerina, who was obviously being suppressed, she punched her younger sister's face with the speed of the wind. Asterisk thud. Asterisk Katerina spat out a mouthful of blood and leaned to the side weakly. Oh no. It was obvious that Serena's side's attitude towards him was no longer that of an ally like before. As of now, the Night Queen was his only hope. Asterisk thud. Asterisk Serena's second punch landed on the Night Queen's face. "Do you miss this scene, Kat?" Serena smiled happily and fixed her eyes on Katerina's gentle and beautiful face. "Sisters love." Katerina's eyes brightened. With a turn of her body, she easily scraped Rolana, who was behind her, down with a speed that the naked eye could not follow and the angle of her sharp claws. She even left a deep scratch on Rolana's chest that revealed her bones. But she had no time to care about Serena, who was in front of her. The patricide's punch landed once again. Asterisk boom. Asterisk this was the third punch with an even greater force. It blasted Katerina onto the snowy ground. Thales watched the battle anxiously. At the same time, he searched the remains of the carriage for something that could scrape off the rope. However, with his eyesight, he could not catch the Blood Clansman's terrifying extreme speed at all. He could only see the scene where the three of them skipped frames. It was not that he did not think of taking advantage of the chaos to escape, but he also knew that on the snowy ground at dusk he could not escape the Blood Clansman's pursuit with just his short and small legs, no matter which side it was. Rolana crawled up from the ground and hissed. On the other hand, Serena smiled cunningly and walked forward. But in the next moment, a strange sound came from where Katerina was. Serena's expression changed drastically. When Thales heard that sound, he suddenly felt his entire body tremble. He could not help but feel as if the entire world was spinning. He could not even maintain his balance while sitting on the ground. He swayed and fell. He could not stand up anymore. Thales was extremely flustered. "What's going on?" Thales struggled, but his consciousness was blurry. It was as if he had lost all sense of direction. When he stretched his hand to the left, it would reach to the right. When he raised his head towards the sky, he would drill deeper into the snowy ground instead. After twisting about randomly, he finally shifted his gaze to the battlefield. He shifted it to Katerina. Her purple eyes had now turned pure black, and an ominous black liquid seeped out continuously. Rolana, who was beside her, was also like Thales. As if drunk, she fell to the ground, gritting her teeth and cursing. Thales was shocked. Katerina is crying? He instantly remembered Katerina's nickname, the Weeper. So, is this her ability? Black liquid flowed from Katerina's eyes. She let out strange and mysterious whimpering sounds. She slowly stood up and looked at her older sister. Tears of the bloody night. Serena swayed her body and said furiously, "It can actually be used without a true form?" Under the strange crying sounds, Serena struggled to hold on. She wanted to punch her younger sister's chest before she fell. Asterisk thud. Asterisk Thales watched in astonishment as Serena's fist was firmly clamped down by a sharp white claw with bone spikes on it. Serena furrowed her brows. Katerina, who had been suppressed all this while, raised her rapidly changing head. Her ears were elongated, her fangs were sharp, and bone spikes protruded. Her entire face turned into a strange, pale white color. Thales watched in a daze as Katerina's entire body swelled and changed shape. She grew white bony wings and slowly turned into a huge white monster. It was the true form, unique to Supreme Class Blood Clansmen. Asterisk bang. Asterisk as Serena screamed in agony, her younger sister's fist pierced through her abdomen. The white true form Katerina widened her pure black eyes and spoke in a hoarse voice. "My younger sister loves you very much to..." Serena screamed and swung her body frantically. However, she was helpless against Katerina's strange cries. "Looks like you are not recovering well, Sister Pug." Katerina's current appearance was as if she was crying and talking at the same time. She appeared especially terrifying. "On the contrary, I have improved too much. I don't even need to transform into my true form to use the tears of the bloody night. Ugh. This is a forbidden ability that does not differentiate between friend and foe." As Katerina used the tears of the bloody night that she spoke of, she raised her fist that pierced through Serena's abdomen and pulled Serena in front of her. She revealed an expression that looked like she was crying and smiling at the same time. Thales closed his eyes in relief. Does this count as releasing an ultimate move in time? This change in the situation is really frightening. Katerina's bony wings slowly extended and spread open. The skin and flesh on her body began to fall. Very soon, she would completely transform into a pure white true form blood clansman. However, "Now, Rolana," Serena said with her last breath. Katerina furrowed her brows. Rolana, who was lying on the ground, seemed to have adapted to the feeling of losing her balance and direction. She tightly hugged Katerina, who was still transforming. "Princess Katerina, I am sorry." Rolana flashed a charming smile, which immediately turned into a bitter and pathetic smile. "But this is for freedom." An ominous premonition assaulted Thales' heart. Asterisk bang. Asterisk in the next moment, Rolana's entire body exploded into black blood that filled the sky. It splattered all over a small corner of the world. Katerina, who had yet to completely transform, and the heavily injured Serena were drenched in black blood. Both of them covered their faces with their arms, resisting the black blood that filled the sky. A mere few seconds passed. However, the strange cries stopped abruptly. What replaced them was Katerina's screams. "This is..." She raised her trembling hands and looked at the black blood on them. She hissed in disbelief. "Foul blood poison." Katerina seemed to have been splashed with sulfuric acid from Thales' previous life. Her entire body trembled in the black blood, and her entire true form began to wither. Without the effects of the tears of the bloody night, Thales sat up and watched this scene in a daze. "What is this?" At this moment, Serena tightly covered the wound on her abdomen and let out a sincere, wild laugh that filled the sky. "Ha!" In the next moment, the skin and flesh on her body fell off inch by inch, and a crimson stratum corneum grew and took shape. Her ears elongated, her bone wings pierced through her back, and bone spurs and sharp claws slowly took shape. Serena instantly turned into a huge blood-red monster. Other than the color, she was almost exactly the same as Katerina. There was only one difference. She was different from Katerina's pure facial features even though she had transformed into her true form. Serena's facial features. Thales trembled as he recalled a scene that he did not want to recall the most. A huge black mouth that split open to the back of her ears. A pitch-black, empty nose. Eyes that resembled two irregular black holes. This was, other than the fact that her skin was no longer charred and withered, this was the horrifying mummified Serena that Thales saw in the black coffin in Vine Manor that night. Thales watched this scene with cold sweat dripping down his back. He suddenly understood the meaning of Katerina's so-called ugly woman. Really? So ugly? Serena, who had an inelegant true form, opened her huge mouth and revealed similarly irregular fangs. She let out a wild roar at Katerina, as if she had caught her prey. Asterisk roar. The asterisk amidst true form Serena's hoarse and shrill laughter and Katerina's pained screams, the Night Queen's pair of bone wings were snapped off. Asterisk rip. Asterisk in the next moment, Katerina's left arm was torn apart. Blood splattered everywhere. Asterisk crack. Asterisk this time, her right arm was forcefully snapped off. Katerina, who had lost both her arms and wings, roared madly. However, the true form Serena only revealed a victorious smile and punched her into the snow-covered ground. Asterisk boom. Asterisk the horrifying true form Serena raised her red claws that were at least twice as long as the average blood clansman's and slashed downwards. Asterisk rip. Asterisk she forcefully chopped off Katerina's legs. Katerina's true form appearance finally disappeared completely, and she returned to the adorable queen in black. However, she was already powerless to reverse the situation. Thales watched this reversal in a daze. Not good, he said in his heart. Not good at all. Katerina, whose limbs were all severed and her wings shattered, spat out a mouthful of blood indignantly. She watched as the true form Serena slowly returned to her normal appearance. The true form of a supreme-class blood clansman is very terrifying, Serena said happily and enchantingly to her younger sister, who was lying on the ground, looking extremely miserable. However, very few people know that the process of transforming from a normal state into a true form is a process of changing the tissues in our body and undergoing blood transfusion and rebirth. Serena pulled up the cape left behind by Rolana after she sacrificed herself and wrapped it around her body. She sat down next to her younger sister and pretended to sigh. At this stage, the blood clansman's immunity towards special poisons is at its weakest. Especially when there are blood clansmen of the same clan and origin who willingly assimilate the tainted blood poison into their bodies, and then let you absorb it when you transform. Isn't this a very genius idea? You know, I've always had a headache over that so-called forbidden ability of yours. Thales found a sharp wooden fragment and desperately cut the rope that tied him behind his back. However, this was not as easy as it was portrayed in the movies in his past life. He could not see the situation behind him and did not know the most effective way to cut. He could not even use much strength. He had to be faster. Otherwise, after Katerina, it would be his turn. What should I do? Thales gritted his teeth and thought frantically. Katerina, who was powerless to retaliate, said furiously, "You crazy bee asterisk. You actually used the lives of your subordinates. Do you know how painful it is to implant the tainted blood poison into your body? Haha, I love seeing you like this the most. The cute look when the tables are turned at a crucial moment and you can only use foolish words to criticize me." Serena clapped and laughed happily. The Nightwing King will probably be very pleased to see how powerful I am, right? Shut up. The Night Queen, who had lost all her advantages, Katerina hissed in indignation and resentment. You are not fit to mention him. You killed our father. Patricide. Father. Serena suddenly turned her head and was enveloped in an endless chill. You called him father? Just because he bit you on the neck? Katerina, who was on the ground, seemed to have been hit in the soft spot. She was momentarily stunned. She then frantically retorted, "He saved us and raised us." Katerina, whose limbs were all broken, struggled to raise her head with a heart full of hatred and met her sister's gaze. "He bestowed his noblest lifeblood upon us. He allowed us to possess his bloodline, share his glory, and even inherit his title. He's like a father loving us. Otherwise, we, the pair of orphans, would have died a violent death in the chaotic world of the Battle of Eradication." Thales shuddered. The Battle of Eradication? Serena's figure flashed in an instant. She grabbed the ladder's neck and lifted her up. Filled with disgust and ridicule, the patricide coldly said to her sister, "Ignorant sister, you do not know anything. You only remember the doll he gave you. You only remember the love he gave you. Right, Kat? You will always be a crybaby who hides behind me. Do you think that I do not know what you think? What I think about him?" Katerina's gaze seemed to have been frozen by something. She looked at her sister with a face full of suspicion. Serena spoke coldly. "Every time that man returns to the castle, you are the first fool to pounce on him and act coquettishly. If there is any ignorant maid or knight who shows even the slightest bit of love for him, you will mock and ridicule them, secretly suppress them, and have the people below isolate them. Weeper? Half of your tears are because you are afraid of me, and the other half is because you like him." Katerina trembled violently. "Yes, I know." Serena sneered. Serena sneered and said, "Kat, you do not only admire him, you worship him." Katerina struggled and revealed a look of disbelief. Under Thales' extremely shocked gaze, the patricide enunciated each word clearly. "You still like him and desire him. You love him deeply." Katerina trembled as she looked at Serena. She could not speak. At this moment, Serena laughed maniacally in a deep and mysterious manner. "You fell in love with the person who gave you a second life, the powerful and terrifying Nightwing King, did you not?" "No." Katerina's brows struggled, as if she was immersed in an unbelievable pain. "Is that not the case?" Serena said coldly, "You wish that you were his wife, his lover, and not his daughter." Watching this scene, Thales was stunned. "This is serious Oedipus complex?" Thales lowered his head and sighed. Unfortunately, his life and death were still in the hands of this queen. He struggled to stand up. "Really, but every time in the end, it's always me alone. To save the world?" The heavily injured Katerina roared madly. Serena's gaze was cold. She stretched out her crimson claws and gently scratched Katerina's fair face. "And your ugly and shameless feelings, let it end here. At this moment, wait a minute." Serena furrowed her brows slightly and turned to look at Thales. Thales leaned against the wreckage of the carriage and struggled to get up from the ground. He furrowed his brows tightly and looked at the ferocious-looking Serena. Under Serena's gaze, he walked towards the black coffin. The legendary anti-mystic equipment. The Dark Knight Black Coffin. "I heard that there is a mystic here?" Thales' jade star panted and flashed a bitter smile. "And the kind that can be released?" Chapter 90. The Tower of Eradication, the House of Legacy, the Truth Library. This was a huge warehouse. The red light of sunset penetrated through the original crystal drop glass roof and shone on the rows of giant bookshelves. The books and records made of all kinds of materials were illuminated, making them look dazzling. "Can you be more serious?" A thin, handsome, middle-aged man with short gray hair was holding an everlasting lamp. He stood behind a row of huge bookshelves and looked at the other side of the bookshelves with dissatisfaction. There was a sickly blonde young man leaning against a bookshelf. Eternal Star City's Level 2 police officer, Cohen Caribbean, raised his head with a tired expression and looked at his teacher, Zadie Tafner. The police officer raised his hand with his last breath. "Hey, I asked someone to apply for a month's leave, and it took me 7 days to rush to the Tower of Eradication. I didn't even catch up on my sleep before you dragged me here. I only ate 2 pieces of bread in between." Cohen slapped his stomach and protested weakly, "What's wrong with you? Can't you at least show some concern for the students?" His teacher, the middle-aged man, Zadie Tafner, snorted. He put down the everlasting lamp and picked up another book without a care. "You were the one who suggested to look at the Inheritor's ancient book? You knew Xiao would not agree to it, you stubborn Far Easterner. I can only hurry up and come with you while he's not here." Thinking about Master Xiao, who was one of the Inheritors, and his temper, Cohen leaned against the bookshelf behind him, feeling that he really could not bring himself to look for books. He said helplessly, "Xiao, didn't he give up the right to inherit the Far East's #1 sword sect to come to the Tower of Eradication? I thought he wouldn't be so conservative after doing such a thing. How would I know? Xiao's inheritance has all sorts of strange rules. In any case, I still haven't figured out the operating rules of those sects. If we're from the Far East Sword sect, then as a student, you should kowtow to me respectfully the moment you enter. If you disrespect me, like now," Zadie stared at Cohen fiercely, "I can cripple your swordsmanship." Cohen rolled his eyes. "Did you find any connection between the disaster swords and Blood Bottle Gang?" the police officer asked listlessly. "No, it's still the things that you and I both know." Zadie unhappily stuffed the ancient sheepskin book back into his hands. "Because my efficiency is very low. There's another student who refuses to get up to help." Cohen pretended that he did not hear the last sentence. He said in a low voice, Then why don't you tell me about the current attitude of the tower towards the disaster swords? How much do you know? Maybe I can combine it with the information I saw at the police station?" Jedi stopped what he was doing and looked at his own student. He was silent for a while. In the end, he sighed and said, "All right, but if you want to know, you have to join our secret team." "Secret team?" Cohen turned around curiously. "Simply put, it's a small group of people in the Tower of Eradication who have been given a special mission. Their goal is to fight against the legacy of the Sword of Eradication outside the tower, which is also known as the Disaster Sword. I'm in." Cohen's eyes lit up. He had to join. He had to understand more about the disaster swords and the violent power of eradication. Even if, for Raphael and Miranda, he secretly clenched his fists. "So straightforward?" Jedi said in surprise. Then he smiled happily. "All right, this team has Chartier and me. Now there's one more." Cohen opened his mouth wide. "You guys? There are only 3 of us? A team of 3 to fight against the disaster swords?" Cohen looked as if he had been tricked. He looked at his teacher in disbelief. "You must be joking, right? What's wrong with 3 people? After all, we are a secret team. We have an official name." Jedi slapped his thigh and said with an unfathomable look, "Xiao calls us the Purgers." Cohen's expression froze. "Purgers? Purging traitors?" But Chartier thinks that based on the blood debt that Crassus committed, it's better to use the name Avengers. Jedi leaned forward with a serious expression. "And I think that based on the importance of our mission, we should be called—" Cohen subconsciously wanted to cover his ears, but Jedi had already spat out the words. "Kill Crassus, rebuild the Tower of Eradication, revive the extraordinary swords, and save Errol's Jedi team." Cohen looked at his teacher with disdain. I'm joking. The atmosphere is too serious." Looking at Cohen's expression as if he had eaten each *T, Jedi laughed and patted his shoulder. But then he sighed. "But unfortunately, until now, our knowledge of that violent power of eradication is limited," Jedi said disappointedly. "After all, what we felt when we fought against them was not the full picture of their power of eradication." Cohen also became solemn. "Is there no result at all?" Jedi looked at his student. After a few seconds, he pursed his lips and said seriously, "No, there are still results. At least we know that the violent and crazy power of eradication that originated from the disaster swords Crassus, actually, it's to imitate a mysterious and terrifying power from ancient times. Look, Serena, why don't we sit down and have a good talk?" Thales smiled as he looked at the despairing Katerina and the smug Serena. He said, There's no need to be so violent. Oh, Serena raised her eyebrows and threw Katerina away. Asterisk bang. Asterisk the latter crashed into a nearby tree and struggled to raise her head. Serena gracefully walked towards Thales. Let it out. Serena looked at the black coffin and flashed a seductive smile. How? Kick it with your legs. Thales' heart started beating uncontrollably. Calm down. At least she let go of Katerina. This is my only chance. I must seize it. The dark night black coffin can only be opened with the key that the king carries with him and the blood of a direct member of the Corleone family. Serena giggled. In other words, my blood and Katerina's blood. In the distance, Katerina raised her head strenuously and looked in his direction indignantly. Her limbs were healing, but it was extremely slow. Not to mention being reborn. This battle between sisters. She thought in despair, there's no hope of turning the tables. Is that so? Thales took a deep breath. Rolana and the others must have told you how Ralph and I escaped from the dungeon in Vine Manor, right? Serena narrowed her eyes. I have a special psionic ability. Thales trembled as he tried his best to weave his own story to make it seem more believable. It can break all shackles. Why don't I try it on this coffin? Thales touched the sharp wooden shard in his hand behind his back, feeling anxious. He did not manage to cut the rope, but it should not be a problem for him to cut himself. Although the side effects of that power might be a little big. However, without the assistance of his hands, would his losing control still work? Thales laughed bitterly in his heart. I can only try to kill you with my gaze. Serena's steps got closer and closer. So it's your psionic ability. But why do you think I tied your hands? Serena lowered her head and laughed coldly. I asked Rolana everything. Your psionic ability can only be activated when you cut yourself with fresh blood. This is a condom for you, Your Highness, she said softly. Thales' heart trembled. Did she notice this a long time ago? Serena continued to walk closer. That's far enough. Thales shouted. Don't come any closer. He had calculated that even if Serena flashed over from this distance, she would need at least a second or more. It was enough time for him to use that on the coffin. I have a wooden shard in my hand. Thales turned his body sideways and revealed a wooden shard. Then he carefully and quickly turned back. Panting slightly, he said, It's enough for me to cut my own hand. Do you really want to meet that mystic? He kicked the black coffin behind him. Do you want me to knock on the door for you first? Serena's eyes were cold. This brat. Is she betting on whether I dare to take the risk? My dear Thales. In Thales' vision, Serena stood still on the spot. She suddenly smiled brightly and spread her hands. You must have misunderstood. I don't plan to hurt you at all. To me, a living heir of Constellation is more useful than a dead heir of Constellation, isn't it? We have an agreement. With each other's help, you will one day be crowned king, and I will be restored to the throne. Have you forgotten? I am still engaged. Thales frowned. This old witch. The ugly-faced witch. Let's work together. The navy of Eastern Sea Hill and South Coast Hill, together with our natural geographical advantage at Seaviewing Cliff, can turn the southern sea of eradication, which is rich in eternal oil, into Starry Night Alliance's inland sea. Serena extended her right hand and slowly clenched it into a fist. Constellation and Night Alliance, sharing benefits, helping each other, and deterring opponents on their respective continents. Your Extet and Camus Union, our main of Night and Hanbol. Serena looked straight at Thales. This was my initial idea. Don't believe her. In the distance, Katerina spat out a mouthful of blood and said hatefully, Only the craziest demon would dare to form an alliance with this bitch whose heart is as vicious as a snake and scorpion. Asterisk thud. Asterisk Serena smiled coldly. She casually threw a snowball at an extremely fast speed, knocking Katerina out. Thales took a deep breath. Serena continued expressionlessly, I know that you are not an ordinary 7-year-old child. You have maturity and wisdom beyond your age. You know that my idea is feasible. She extended her hand towards Thales. We are allies. Thales lowered his head. Allies. You wanted to kill me before, Thales said with a frown. It was to divert my younger sister's attention and defeat her in the end. Serena smiled. It was a pleasure working with you. But Thales raised his head slightly and shook his head slightly. Serena, this is the last time I call you that. Serena's expression changed. Let's end the deception here. Thales sighed and said, You have never treated me as an ally at all, ugly-faced woman. Serena's gaze turned cold. When we first met, your words were filled with lies. You said that you are the true heir of the Corleone family, the legitimate ruler of the Hill of Pain. Regarding this, I did not lie. Serena blinked her large, bewitching eyes. But Thales, who had a deep impression of her other side, was not swayed in the slightest. I am indeed the Nightwing King, King Laurie Corleone's first heir. Serena grinned and extended her index finger to wipe away a trace of blood on her cheek. She then stuck it into her mouth and sucked. This action made her even more alluring and enchanting. However, Thales was secretly anxious. How long can I stall for? What about Ida and the others? With Serena's speed, I only have one chance to lose control, and the effect is uncertain. I must not use this trump card until the very last moment. But you did not mention the fact that you killed the previous king. Thales shook his head. In other words, you are not someone who covets the throne but killed the king's father. Your crime is unpardonable, and everyone has the right to punish you. Serena's bewitching smile began to freeze. Even if you become powerful, I am afraid that no one in the Night Kingdom will support your coronation. Thales raised his head to look at Serena and enunciated each word clearly. It is impossible for you to return to the throne. The sun was about to set. There was silence on the snow-covered ground. Serena stared at him and did not shift her gaze for a long, long time. I have had enough of you. Serena's smile disappeared. Her voice was extremely cold. Self-righteous mortal. You are right. Even if I kill Katerina here, the Sacred Blood Army that is loyal to her, as well as the clans behind the warriors, such as Castigan, Sullivan, Loraloa, and those who covet the Blood Ocean throne, will not allow me to be crowned. So, your real enemies are the opposers who are practically everywhere in the entire Night Kingdom. Thales shut his eyes tightly and exhaled. So, you need the power of a country to destroy those opponents that you cannot defeat. Originally, I only wanted to borrow your power to intercept Katerina, but the assassination of the Extet diplomat group gave me a great revelation. Serena nodded with a frosty expression. The death of the heir triggered a war between countries. After all, the King of Constellation made a sacred oath in front of everyone. If you die, then the person who will avenge you will be the next king. Thales sighed. The next heir of Constellation died due to the Night Queen's shameless interception, and the latter disappeared without a trace. Serena shook her head and sighed. How many ambitious people do you think will attack the Night Kingdom at all costs, or at least make a related oath just for the throne of Constellation? After all, it will only take a week to cross the Sea of Eradication from Constellation's south coast hill to the Night Kingdom. War will cleanse the opposers of the Sacred Blood Army and give me a more obedient Night Kingdom. Serena took a step forward fervently. And the true heir of Corleone will turn the tide at the last moment. So, this is the purpose of the alliance. To use Constellation to cleanse your opposers. Thales looked at Serena's expression and said quietly, The Starry Night Alliance is a complete scam. You don't understand, childish brat. Serena sneered. The alliance is to fight against the enemy. Thales glanced at the unconscious Katerina. No, Serena said coldly, I mean, to ally with your enemy and betray him at a critical moment. Betrayal is the true meaning of an alliance. Thales furrowed his brows deeply. So that's how it is. This is her logic of survival. The Starry Night Alliance. Thales' first diplomatic attempt in his life had completely failed. In the days to come, Thales could not help but think of this scene when he sat at the negotiation table countless times. At the same time, he vigilantly thought of the true meaning of an alliance. Many historians were surprised at how the Starry Night alliance could be so stable between two incompatible races during that era. However, only a few people knew that the first Starry Night alliance only lasted for slightly more than a month before it ended in failure. As expected, a cute, capable, yet arrogant and childish lowly vampire who had lived for hundreds of years suddenly appeared. She had red eyes and silver hair, called me brother in a coquettish voice, and even fought to marry me. Thales sighed. This kind of trick. I was thinking too much. Chapter 91. They, the heirs of the disaster sword, want to imitate a type of power of eradication? Cohen raised his eyebrows. Imitate? Does that mean that this power has an archetype to imitate? Archetype? Zadie thought about it seriously and nodded. Yes, you can say that. They want to imitate a type of supernatural power that acts as an archetype. Cohen frowned and said in a low voice, Supernatural power? This is what we called the power of eradication a long time ago. So, the prototype of the supernatural power appeared before the Battle of Eradication, which is at least 700 years ago? The police officer asked, puzzled. Even longer, much longer than you think. Zadie took a deep breath and recalled the discussion he had with the other inheritors. He then said faintly, It's been a long time. He said faintly, The archetype you mentioned appeared from the era of kings to the era of the ancient empire, but the most famous record was at the peak of the First Civil War in the ancient empire. There was a person with that type of archetypal supernatural power who brought his troops into the capital of triumph and beheaded the supreme emperor. Beheaded? Emperor? Cohen opened his mouth wide in shock. Emperor? I would believe you if you said it was the weak final empire, but that was the great ancient empire. Why didn't history classes mention this? During the era of the two empires, the emperor was assassinated more than once. There were two successful cases. As for why you, as a noble, don't know. Zadie smiled proudly. Firstly, due to a well-known reason, there are not many historical records of the two empires left in Constellation. If you want to find the most complete historical records, you have to go to the main Nox Dynasty's Rise and Death Pavilion, or here, the Tower of Eradication's Truth Library. Secondly, the Jadestar royal family is the descendant of the Karas royal family. Even if they knew about this, do you think the Supreme King would be happy to put "the Emperor was beheaded by the army" in the book? Back to the main topic. Zadie sat down cross-legged. This was Xiao's cross-legged sitting method. Compared to his other kneeling method, Zadie felt that this Far Eastern sitting method was more like a master's. He patted his sword. I heard that the person who killed the emperor relied on this mysterious archetypal supernatural power to defeat almost all the opponents of his era. Even the wizards had to be careful when they met him. All the opponents? Cohen asked in surprise. What's so powerful about this prototype? I'm not sure. Zadie frowned. It was recorded in Crassus' own notebook that the biggest characteristic of that kind of supernatural power is that it has no characteristics. Nothing special? Zadie spread his hands and said irresponsibly, Anyway, that's what Crassus wrote 100 years ago. That's not right. Cohen furrowed his brows and said doubtfully, If this supernatural power is really that powerful, wouldn't it have become the most popular power of eradication in the past 1,000 years? Wouldn't it have been learned and practiced by everyone? Yes, why isn't it widespread? That's the weird part. Zadie had a mysterious look on his face. He looked like he wanted Zadie to know what was going on. We figured this out. Cohen raised his eyebrows and crossed his arms, refusing to ask. In the end, Zadie rolled his eyes at him, but he couldn't help but have the desire to confide. Cross's notes are vague, but there are clear records about the awakening and upgrading of this power. This is the joint research of him and another inheritor. Cohen stared at him curiously. Zadie opened his mouth softly and spat out words with a distinct Far Eastern accent that sounded like a poem. To transcend through life and death, to reach the peak of life and death. Cohen widened his eyes and opened his mouth. He shook his head twice. I don't understand. Zadie sighed. Our normal power of eradication, including the 4 original supernatural powers, needs to be awakened through unremitting swordsmanship and combat practice. However, this prototype cannot be awakened through practice, nor can it be improved through practice. Zadie narrowed his eyes mysteriously. As a power of eradication, it can only be awakened when the owner is in danger and is about to die. There's a chance for it to awaken. Cohen widened his eyes. To transcend through life and death, to reach the peak of life and death. It can only be awakened in a situation where death is inevitable. The huge truth library was filled with silence. 3 seconds later, Cohen opened his mouth in disbelief. No way. So, the people who have this prototype power of eradication are all. Yes. Zadie frowned, full of doubt and confusion. He said a few words. They are people who have experienced death. Cohen touched his abdomen with an unpleasant expression. There, the wound caused by the disaster swordsman from Blood Bottle Gang still seemed to be aching. Zadie's expression was complicated as he said, the awakened with this kind of prototype power of eradication are very few lucky people on the battlefield. They only awaken after suffering a fatal injury, and I guess that most of these people died from their injuries not long after they awakened. For example, you did not die immediately after your throat was slit, and then awaken this power. Then, with the recovery ability comparable to a great dragon, you healed your wound and stood up alive? Cohen frowned. It doesn't sound like something a human can do. The police shook his head in disbelief. He could not understand the meaning of this power. But it still appeared, his teacher said with his head lowered. I have another conjecture, and Shao agrees with me on this point. Under Cohen's breathless gaze, Zadie slowly explained his reasoning. The stronger a person is, such as a supreme class to a superclass, the harsher the conditions to improve this power of eradication. The requirement for certain death will be even more brutal, and the death rate will also be higher. That is why Crassus wanted to imitate it and not copy it. Cohen sighed. I guess that the crazy and ruthless aura is the side effect of this power of seeking death? Jedi nodded. So, even the lucky ones who survived, if they want to improve and become stronger after obtaining this power, they will have to go through even more tragic experiences of death again and again. Very few people survive, and the others, so, Zadie sighed. It is impossible for it to be widely spread. Don't you think it's contradictory? Cohen raised his hand on the ground and protested. If you want to awaken, you have to seek death. If you want to become stronger, you have to seek death. Why did I practice this power of eradication? Becoming stronger is not necessarily for survival. Zadie Tafner, the supreme class inheritor of the Tower of Eradication, chuckled. Don't underestimate people's determination to pursue power and become strong. Isn't Disaster Sword Crassus an example? Why do you think he imitated this dangerous power of eradication? Cohen furrowed his brows. Power? Become stronger? Raphael, why did you do it? Cohen touched his head and thought of a question. Other than that Emperor Slayer, are there any records of other awakened ones? Who was the first awakened in history? Didn't I tell you? Zadie scratched his head in an inelegant manner. If Director Lorbeck was here, he would have recognized this scratching gesture that was almost identical to Cohen's. We went through all the ancient books, and Shao even went to the Rise and Fall Pavilion of Main Nox. The first suspicious record of it appeared during the Age of Ignorance. At the Iron Blood King's famous human's last line of defense, a heavily injured 16-year-old soldier awakened a supernatural power that could not be upgraded and became a joke. The second time it appeared was during the Age of Kings, on the eve of the Holiness Exorcism campaign. An ordinary 18-year-old infantryman came back alive from the Orcs' encirclement. After that, he mastered supernatural power and became a superclass. I guess, other than experiencing death, And their young age, you still didn't find anything, right? Cohen scratched his head. Zadie stared at him for a long time. No, we did find something, Zadie muttered. These people have one thing in common. What is it? Cohen immediately became spirited and widened his eyes. Remember the guy who chopped off the emperor's head? We have the life of that emperor slayer. Zadie sighed. He was also a knight and a Northlander. Cohen looked puzzled. Zadie narrowed his eyes. When he was still a page boy, the master of the knight he served died, and no one has ever taught that emperor slayer. Cohen shook his head. So that emperor slayer. Zadie exhaled. He only learned one set of basic swordsmanship. Under Cohen's curiosity, Zadie's eyes shone brightly. The sword of origin of supernatural power. Cohen came to his senses and widened his eyes in shock until they could not be any bigger. Zadie gently held the hilt of his sword and uttered a word. Northland military sword style. Thales raised his head. If I die here, the war between Extet and Constellation will definitely break out, he said calmly. Constellation will not be able to take care of itself, let alone invade across the ocean. 200 years in prison have taught me one thing. The vampire gently tightened the cloak on her body. Her curvaceous figure was even more distinct and alluring, but her tone was a little creepy. Power in your hands is the greatest wealth. Don't underestimate the temptation of power, Serena said calmly. It can make people go crazy. Do you know how many casualties this will bring? Thales asked calmly. Yes, precious lives, bloody sacrifices. Serena sighed, seeming to be sorrowful. But as the Far East said, a great general achieves his achievements on 10,000 corpses. Thales raised his head and his gaze was firm. Life is not a toy that you can play with, ugly woman. Don't call me that, I will be angry, Serena said softly. Thales ignored her. You don't have that qualification, no one has that qualification. But Serena did not continue to talk to him. She only said slowly, I finally succeeded. Thales was puzzled. But in the next moment he understood. He suddenly realized that he could not move. Thales was so frightened that he broke out in cold sweat. What's going on? Thales wanted to use the wooden piece to cut open his hands behind his back, but even his fingers were stiff. Usually, halting vision only needs a few seconds to deal with weak people. Serena walked up to him without a care in the world. Under Thales' astonished gaze, she took the wooden piece from his hand. But you are indeed the descendant of the emperor. It took me so long to stop you. Compared to my sister, this is not an ability that is practical in battle. Serena sneered. Why do I have to talk so much nonsense? Do you think you are the only one who is stalling for time? Serena said coldly, every second I talk to you makes me sick, brat. Thales looked at Serena with a pale face, but his neck was extremely stiff. Serena smiled faintly. Are you ready to welcome your death, second prince? Are you ready? How could this be? Thales was slowly able to move, but he had lost his greatest trump card. He felt extremely remorseful. If I had just, no. He suddenly came to a realization. It's still not too late. Thales gritted his teeth and squeezed out a few words. Ugly woman. Serena no longer hid her expression. She revealed her hatred and disgust. Damn brat, I really want to suck you dry, Thales had a thought. But come and suck my blood. If that's the case, Serena moved her face closer to him and took a deep breath as if she was smelling a delicacy. Her long eyelashes grazed his eyebrows. But Serena did not do as he wished. Don't worry, I won't let you bleed and use that psionic ability. What a pity. Serena caressed his face and blew gently into his ear. I still told you the truth, your blood is really nourishing. In the next moment, Thales was grabbed by the neck by Serena and lifted into the air. Why is she in this position again? Thales cursed in his heart. He could not breathe again. Serena sighed. Do you think I'm happy to pretend to be a little girl who can't speak properly and suppress my disgust to act coquettishly towards you? In the next moment, Serena's gaze turned cold. Or, do you think I'll really patiently wait for you to ascend to the throne, and then wait for you to become a white-haired old man to give me a mercenary troop that won't hurt me enough to restore my throne? Her grip tightened. Serena? Little girl? How dare you call me that? I've lived longer than all your ancestors combined, she said fiercely, almost crushing Thales's throat. For your rudeness, she said coldly, I'll let you taste the pain of being on the verge of death. Thales kicked and flailed in pain, but his hands were still tied behind his back, and he couldn't even make a useful struggle. I've gone too far, he thought in pain. A long time ago, Hestad told me that there was a great Khan from the Kisari tribe who was good at fighting. He once said this to his best ally, Serena said coldly as she looked at Thales struggle without a care in the world. She said coldly, I grant you death without shedding blood. That silly, taking a beating sword style, that has been in decline for thousands of years? Cohen hit his palms in realization. I thought that since Quaker's Holiness Exorcism campaign, during the Age of Kings 3,000 years ago, after we completely defeated the orcs, no one practiced it anymore. Show some respect. Although many of the sword moves were used to defend against the orcs and the great dragons, they seemed childish and ridiculous in the subsequent wars. Zadie straightened his body and said seriously and solemnly, but that is, after all, the sword of origins of supernatural powers. Since the 4 original supernatural powers were born from it, why is it impossible for it to give birth to a 5th type of unusual power? So, we can deduce the necessary conditions for the awakening of the prototype power of eradication. Cohen reacted and frowned. Zadie nodded solemnly. First of all, you have to be very young. Maybe above 12 years old but below 20 years old. Also, you cannot practice any power of eradication. Secondly, you have to have a complete foundation of the Northland military sword style. Thirdly, and most importantly, you have to experience death, but you cannot die immediately. Lastly, you have to have, as you said, a powerful recovery ability comparable to the great dragons, to survive from fatal injuries. This will ensure that your awakening will not be the last scene of your life. Then you have to repeat the process. The scion raised his head and glanced at the sky outside the glass. The sun was about to set. He remembered the silent figure with a sword on his back. I will find this power. No matter how hard it is, no matter what price I have to pay. If this is my path. Zadie Tafner lowered his head and sighed. But that's impossible. There was a long silence. Teacher, this prototype, power of eradication. Cohen's expression was solemn. This time, he was no longer impudent, but used honorifics instead. Does it have a name? Zadie paused for a moment and nodded slowly. Yes. The Emperor Slayer gave it a name. According to the legend of the ancient Bright God Church, after people die, if their souls cannot return to the kingdom of God, they will descend to hell. At the entrance to hell, in front of the residence of the 7 great kings, there is a dangerous and terrifying river. On it, there is a treacherous ferryman who rowed the boat all year round and was in charge of receiving these dead souls. That river is called Hell's River. Cohen was secretly shocked. He had heard of this legend. Maybe it's not just a legend? So, when you see Hell's River, you see death. But the Emperor Slayer believes that there will always be some people who have souls that even Hell's River is unwilling to collect. The ferryman of Hell's River will send them back to the human world. They see Hell's River, but they return from death. Cohen widened his eyes. He heard Zadie enunciate each word clearly. So, that kind of power of eradication obtained after returning from death, it is called by the Emperor Slayer, the sin of Hell's River. Thales struggled with his hands that were tied behind his back. His lips trembled and turned blue. In front of this unparalleled power, he struggled with all his might, but he could not. Every pore on his body was covered in goosebumps under the enormous pressure. His bones were rubbing against each other due to the excessive tension in his joints. Blood gathered on the surface of his skin. His heart was beating faster and faster under the heavy pressure. Stars and darkness appeared before his eyes, and they gradually became blurry. There seemed to be a huge layer of glass between his mouth and the air, and he could not breathe. His trembling gray eyes watched as Serena's hands tightened. Thales was still struggling with all his might. His legs kept kicking, trying to break free from this hopeless and dark shadow of death. However, his vision was getting darker and darker, until he lost all his vision. His brain activity became more and more difficult due to the lack of oxygen. It became more and more difficult and slower. His thoughts began to no longer be clear. His memories began to become chaotic, and countless fragments appeared as they overlapped. His heart beat even more frantically, trying to send more oxygen to his brain. But everything was in vain. Until the only heir of Constellation, Thales Jade Star, stopped struggling. His eyeballs rolled to the upper edge, his legs hung limply, and his shoulders relaxed. He calmed down as if he was dead. Serena flashed a satisfied smile. The sun set in the west and night fell. Thales Therangerana Kessel Jade Star. Dead. End of book. I lied to you, but you're tuning in to the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.